I am the god of light. I create a divine civilization. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 301 The Elf King. In this vast forest, without a guide, even the most skilled hunter would likely lose their way. This is why the elven race has lived peacefully deep within this forest. Neither the once powerful sea tribes nor the later human empires could truly bring their armies into this forest. These continuous mountain ranges and forests form a natural sanctuary, making it extremely difficult for external enemies to invade, except for the naturally nature-friendly elves. Of course, throughout history, only the deathly plague unleashed by the undead lord left a painful memory for the elven race. There was no way around it. Plague and death invaded with a wind, penetrating everywhere. Even the forest itself could not stop them. After crossing the mountains and entering the tree line, the temperature began to rise noticeably. Wu Wei took off his fur coat, changed into casual clothes, and spent several days traversing the primeval, dense forest. It was humid and warm here, filled with strange plants and flowers, and all sorts of wild animals and insects that Wu Wei couldn't name. Their food consisted of berries and fungi gathered by Elisa, or wild small animals hunted by the frost saber. If it weren't for its distance from the Elven Kingdom and the lack of a direct beacon, this forest would truly be a wonderful place for a hunting trip. Traveling along, Wu Wei and the old pope, led by Elisa, passed through several elven watchtowers. It must be said, elves are an exceptionally beautiful race. The elven sentinels guarding the watchtowers were all tall and handsome, both men and women possessing delicate pointed ears and beautiful long hair. Upon seeing the little girl Elisa, these sentinels didn't question or stop Wu Wei and the old pope. They merely glanced at them with slight curiosity before letting them pass. At one watchtower, a thoughtful elven sentinel even helped Wu Wei and the old pope change their mounts. The frost saber leopard that Elisa had summoned earlier was released back into the forest, and Wu Wei and the old pope rode the night saber leopard, a close relative of the frost saber leopard, with shorter manes, deeper fur and spots, and a more slender and agile physique. It was clear that Elisa held a very high position among the elves, but Wu Wei didn't inquire further. His status and position in the lower realm were meaningless to him. In this plane of light, he, the god of light, had long surpassed everything. After traveling through the forest for several more days, a vast city built amidst the sea of trees finally came into view. Rumble. With each heavy thud, the first thing Wu Wei saw was a series of towering, upright ancient trees. He wasn't mistaken. These giant trees, some tens of meters tall, had grown features and limbs resembling living people, and even thick beards composed of large leaves on their weathered faces. These majestic, powerful tree people, comparable to giants, were slowly walking along the city's outskirts, their thick roots forming the steps of a sentry guard, or a vast, moving forest. The scene was truly magnificent. These are the guardians of the ancient trees. They are our natural allies, interdependent with us elves. Seemingly noticing Wu Wei's question, the elf Elisa turned and explained, they are also the great masterpiece of the goddess of nature. Over countless ages, many spirits born of nature, or the heroic souls of a few elves after their deaths, have merged with the ancient trees, ultimately being reborn in the form of great trees. I see, Wu Wei nodded thoughtfully. Simply put, they are tree spirits. He understood that. Of course, there are many kinds of tree people. I'm only talking about one type, Elisa carefully instructed. Well, in short, trees are very sacred to us elves. They also possess lives worthy of respect. In our kingdom, trees and vegetation cannot be destroyed at will. This is commendable. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. Wu Wei chatted idly with the little girl, while the old pope silently followed behind him, unassuming, like a kind old servant. The group passed through the patrol area guarded by the ancient tree, finally reaching Elwyn, the elven capital. In the local elvish language, Elwyn was known as the beautiful land favored by the gods. This god naturally referred to the nature goddess in elven legend. Whether this nature goddess actually existed was something even the old god of light had never seen. In the old god of light's memories, the elves, a race far older than humans, worshipped the embodiment of nature in ancient times. the so-called nature goddess. The elves of the plane of light usually called themselves the children of nature, descendants of the nature goddess. After ascending to godhood, the old god of light visited and even conquered these elves. However, he couldn't ascertain whether the nature goddess existed or where she was located. But based on the old god of light's speculation, the nature goddess was likely a high-ranking deity, and the elves might be a subordinate race created by this deity based on herself. Calling them descendants wouldn't be an exaggeration. Adding to this, the elves of the light plane, belonging to the most orthodox wood elves of the natural attribute, can be considered direct descendants among the many elves in the universe. Entering the city, the scene before him once again amazed Wu Wei. Elven cities are indeed very different from human cities. All the buildings here are perfectly integrated with the surrounding vegetation. Finely cut milky white stone, wildly growing thorny vines, and fragrant wildflowers intertwine to form a tall and majestic green wall, encircling the entire city. This is the outer city wall. Passing through the imposing city gate, the main buildings inside the city are mostly made of milky white stone, with an elegant and grand style, full of artistic atmosphere. Any one of them, placed on Earth, would be a model architectural aesthetics. As for the city's residence houses, most are built in the treetops, or even directly within the tree trunks. And these trees seem to have been carefully moved, though appearing haphazard like a forest, they were actually situated along the streets, arranged in a harmonious and vibrant manner. Little Elisa, your city's greenery is truly remarkable, Wu Wei remarked, looking around the beautiful city as if on a tourist's visit. The streets of this elven city were paved with neat stone slabs, wide and smooth, with wooden street lights lined with owls perched on either side. Wildflowers and grasses grew lushly under the streetlights, and small animals were everywhere. Despite so much vegetation and so many freely growing insects and small animals, the entire city was spotless, which greatly impressed Wu Wei, who was from Earth. He couldn't help but wonder, how did these elves manage to keep the city so clean and tidy? As long as you're willing to live in harmony with nature, any place can become clean and beautiful. Elisa smiled proudly, then pointed deeper into the city. That's the most beautiful place in our city. There stood a magnificent tree that even Wu Wei found breathtaking. Even Wu Wei himself was awestruck by its grandeur because, despite being more than 10 kilometers from the city center, he could still clearly see the magnificent form of the giant tree. In fact, he had seen the enormous ancient tree even before entering the city. From Wu Wei's current understanding, this massive tree was the sacred tree of the elves, the tree of life. It stood over 1,000 meters tall, its canopy like an umbrella, and each leaf emitted a silvery light reminiscent of moonlight. Hence, its canopy was known as the Silver Crown. The temple dedicated to the goddess of nature was located within the Silver Crown. The elven royal palace lay at the foot of the giant tree. The tree of life's unique characteristic lay in its magical power to nourish all things, maintaining the natural balance of the elven kingdom since time immemorial and nurturing the elven race generation after generation. It can be said that this giant tree is the very foundation upon which the elven race exists. Without this tree, there would be no elven race as we know it today. The heart of nature that Wu Wei urgently needs is a seed born from this ancient tree of life. Retrieving the seed from the ancient tree of life will inevitably cause immense damage to the tree, but Wu Wei must obtain it. Therefore, no matter how difficult it is, he must do it. Even if it means resorting to unreasonable means, even if it means stealing, he must get it. Brother Wu Wei, this way, I'll take you to try the moon dew wine. Elisa had reverted to her elven form. She walked diagonally beside Wu Wei's mount, leading Wu Wei and the old pope towards the market. The journey was indeed very lively. Although the elven race had long secluded themselves from the world and rarely interacted with other races, as the elven capital, many foreign races could still be seen. Among these races were sea creatures, humans, dwarves, and even goblins. Although their numbers were small, and most operated in small caravans, these foreign races greatly accelerated the economic development of the elven kingdom. Elves were a unique race with exceptional artistic talent and an innate affinity for nature. Their poetry, sculptures, jewelry, and ornaments and weapons inscribed with natural magic were rare and high-end treasures across the continent, each fetching a high price. Of course, elven cuisine was also renowned for its exquisite detail. It seemed that whatever the elves loved, they would dedicate themselves to achieving perfection. This truly reflected a craftsman's spirit. Due to trade relations, elves typically used both Elvish and the common language of the continent to communicate with visiting merchants. This was a historical tradition, So while Wu Wei attracted some attention in elven cities, he faced few obstacles, and communication was relatively easy. Thus, Wu Wei and Elisa strolled and ate, enjoying the sights and sounds of their food and magical artifacts. Putting aside everything else, every piece of elven jewelry and magical ornament is handcrafted, exquisitely detailed. Because of this, no two elven jewels are the same. In other words, every piece you buy is unique, which is one of the main reasons everyone loves elven jewelry. This one, and this one, I'll take them all. Yes, I'll buy all of these over here. Following local customs, Wu Wei was currently on a shopping spree at a shop located in a tree hollow. Since he was already here, he had to bring back small gifts for Liliana, Katarina, Judy, Princess Sisong, and his maids. Of course, he also needed to give a gift to his guide, the little girl Elisa. Oh, and he also needed to buy some musical instruments, weapons, and magical items. As for the price of these items, how many gold coins they would cost, Wu Wei didn't care at the moment. After all, the entire human empire and the sea race had submitted to him. Money was no longer a concern. He just needed to choose the items, and his old papal servant would naturally appraise and pack them for him, then he would pay for them. You know what? Spending some money really improved my mood. Wu Wei had been in this world for so long, and this was the first time he'd experienced the luxuries of a second-generation god. This evil capitalist habit was so satisfying. Come on, let's go to the next shop. Okay. Wu Wei called out, and the little girl beside him nodded obediently, her face full of excitement. Just like that, so much money had been spent, it was both nerve-wracking and thrilling. However, just as Wu Wei and Elisa stepped out of the shop, in the blink of an eye, a group of elegantly dressed elven men and women surrounded the entrance. It seemed they were there to welcome him, Wu Wei. Wu Wei hesitated for a moment, then looked around. Among the approaching group of elves, the leader was a very handsome male elf. Wu Wei used the word handsome because elves, regardless of gender, all possessed remarkably refined features, as if they had received special favor from nature during evolution. Moreover, unless they reached old age, the traces of time were undetectable on their faces. This was particularly evident in the male elf before him. This elven man possessed the same long, soft green hair as Elisa, his eyebrows like sharp swords slanted across his temples, his eyes like unfathomable lakes, his skin fair, and his temperament gentle and calm. Yet, beneath this gentle exterior, which perfectly embodied nobility and elegance, lay a profound and powerful strength. Under Wu Wei's divine gaze, no matter how discreetly he tried to conceal it, his formidable strength, reaching the peak of level 8, was impossible to hide. Furthermore, this elven man wore a golden crown, exuding an aura of innate kingship. Wu Wei roughly deduced that this leading male elf was likely some kind of elf king. I am King Aesop of the Elves, welcome, Your Highness, Son of God. Chapter 302 Elf Demigod. Just as Wu Wei had predicted, the male elf was indeed the king of the elven race. He led a large group of high-ranking elven officials, bowing politely to Wu Wei as a sign of utmost respect. Elven King, I'm curious how you knew I was the son of God. Wu Wei withdrew his gaze and chuckled. He was already used to the Elven King and his entire clan's welcoming presence. Ever since he revealed his identity as the son of God, even the emperors of the human empires practically called him father. The Elven King's hasty greeting was perfectly normal. After all, in this plane, the lingering influence of the God of Light was not to be underestimated. Because our demigod has already sensed your arrival, Elf King Aesop nodded elegantly, and after answering, he carefully added, our demigod's spirit has become one with this forest. The moment the Son of God and your servants arrived in this city, the demigod noticed you. Therefore, the demigod specifically requested that I escort you to the Silver Crown, where she will personally greet you at the top of the sacred tree. This was indeed true, however, the elven demigod only knew that the Son of God had arrived, but did not know who the Son of God was. But when the Elf King arrived with his entourage, he was utterly dumbfounded. A powerful demigod servant was actually serving a weak young human, attending to his every need. This was unacceptable. Even the elven demigod, Everus, of whom held an incomparably high position, was only at the peak of demigodhood. To have the high and unapproachable elven demigod become a servant was something Aesop couldn't even imagine, even in his dreams. But now, this inconceivable thing was happening right before his eyes. So, who else could that young human being so meticulously served by the demigod's old servant be but a son of God? Although this young human appeared utterly ordinary, Elf King Aesop knew perfectly well that the more ordinary the human youth seemed, the more the elves could not afford to be negligent. Otherwise, without divine protection, the elves would surely face a disaster that would determine the fate of their race. Since it is an invitation from your demigods, how can I refuse? Your Majesty, Elf King, please lead the way. Wu Wei also politely extended his hand, making a courteous gesture. In the elven race, the Elf King held a high position, overseeing all administrative affairs of the race. But the true spiritual leaders were the demigods of the elven race throughout history. Because the nature goddess worshipped by the elves did not exist in this plane, and they could not invoke her, their highest spiritual leaders and divine symbols were only the demigods throughout history. The demigods oversaw religion and the Council of Elders. Even the Elf King needed to be appointed and dismissed by the demigods, so their power was immense. Now that the elven demigods had taken the initiative to request a meeting and negotiations, Wu Wei naturally had no reason to refuse. His purpose in coming was precisely to negotiate with the elven race. He not only wanted to absorb this elven race but also to obtain their treasured secret, the Heart of Nature. Especially the Heart of Nature, Wu Wei was determined to get his hands on it. Once he possessed the Heart of Nature and found the Heart of Molten Fire, he could complete the restoration of his divine essence and divine kingdom. At that time, he would completely merge with his divine essence, becoming a true god. Becoming a truly complete god was an irresistible temptation for Wu Wei. Especially after understanding the greatness of a god, this was absolutely a goal he had to achieve no matter what. Seeing Wu Wei's friendly attitude, the Elven King Aesop breathed a sigh of relief and quickly led his men to guide Wu Wei. Midway through their journey, the Elf King couldn't resist giving the little elf girl, Elisa, a silent glare and muttering, "You're such an inconsiderate child. You didn't even inform us beforehand that His Highness the Son of God was coming." "Father, Elisa stammered, feeling wronged, but couldn't find the words to retort. Seeing this, Wu Wei finally understood why Elisa had traveled so smoothly. She was the Elf King's daughter, a little elf princess sent out to gain experience. However, in Wu Wei's eyes, everyone was equal. Kings and commoners alike made no difference. "I asked her to keep it a secret for now. I've long heard that the elven capital is a beautiful place, and this is a good opportunity to see it all." Wu Wei looked at Elisa and spoke up for her. "Your daughter is an excellent guide. She showed me many admirable qualities of you elves." Yes. Elisa's eyes lit up when she heard Wu Wei speaking up for her, and she nodded happily. "His Highness, the Son of God, even specially begged the great Lord of Light to bestow divine favor upon me, instantly raising my power to level 5. Father, look, I am now a great druid," Elisa said, easily casting a transformation spell, turning into a nimble nightingale, flying among the crowd. "You child," the Elven King glared at her helplessly, but upon hearing about divine favor, he was immediately filled with both surprise and joy. Surprise because the once invincible and powerful God of Light had truly returned. And the Son of God before him was absolutely genuine. The elves could not afford to offend him. As for the joy, it was because this Son of God seemed to quite like his daughter. Otherwise, how could such a great blessing from the gods be so easily bestowed upon Elisa? Thinking this, the Elf King quickly became even more obsequious in his gratitude, saying, "Your Highness, Son of God, my daughter is still quite immature, please bear with her. However, I, Elwyn, will forever remember your kindness to her." "It's nothing at all," Wu Wei casually waved his hand, a polite response. In reality, it was only a matter of 7 or 8 points of divine power, truly a trivial matter for Wu Wei at his current level. Anyway, as long as he was happy, under the cover of his divine domain, he could do whatever he wanted. Now, his divine domain was about to swallow and absorb the entire elf kingdom. Next, led by the Elf King, Wu Wei passed through the Elf Royal Palace, and then, via a very strange floating staircase, reached the top of the Silver Crown, 1,000 meters above. Upon arriving here, the air seemed to cool down a bit, and looking down, the entire elf kingdom was laid out before him. Elwyn is truly a beautiful city. Wu Wei admired the scenery for a while before leisurely walking along the tree trunks towards the temple. The temple, located atop the Silver Crown, was the true center of power for the elven race. Although the elven demigods and their council of elders never interfered in internal affairs, the Elven King was jointly elected by the demigods and the council of elders. If the king's performance was unsatisfactory, they had the right to depose him. This level of power was considered the pinnacle in the Elven Kingdom. Furthermore, The elven race believed that the top of the silver crown was the closest place to the goddess of nature, and the elven demigods were the earthly embodiment of her. No matter who it was, even the elven king would show utmost respect upon arriving there. Although these elves still couldn't be certain whether the goddess of nature existed, or where she was, the customs and traditions passed down through generations had etched a deep reverence for nature into their very bones. Wu Wei naturally didn't care about elven traditions. He was a god himself, and the goddess of nature hadn't appeared in the era of the old god of light, so she probably wouldn't appear now either. Otherwise, if an ancient deity did appear, Wu Wei would have no choice but to respectfully greet her and wouldn't try to show off. The temple dedicated to the goddess of nature was built inside the tree hollow of the silver crown. Wu Wei had never imagined that a grand palace would be built inside a tree hollow. Of course, the reason for this was that Wu Wei had never seen such a tall and magnificent tree. Compared to this ancient tree of life, the landmark buildings on Earth were as small as children's toys. Let alone building a palace, it would probably be more than enough to build a town on this giant tree. After his exclamation, Wu Wei, led by the Elf King, stepped into the temple. Just as Wu Wei had expected, everything inside the temple was made of wood, decorated with flowers and gems, and everywhere seemed to blend into nature, as if the temple itself had grown from this giant tree. Wu Wei's gaze swept around, but as his eyes gradually settled on the main seat at the far end of the hall, he was utterly stunned. How could there be such a beautiful elven woman in this world? Her elegance and nobility were unmatched. Her beautiful face and bright eyes seemed perfectly natural. She was like a precious gem carefully nurtured by the magnificent natural world. Even just sitting there, she was dazzling and radiant. Wu Wei took a deep breath, finally recovering from his initial amazement. He thought that this beautiful elven woman must be the legendary elven demigod, Everus. However, Wu Wei hadn't expected the legendary elven demigod to be so beautiful. Her light golden hair was as smooth and radiant as the morning light, and her pointed ears peeked out from her hair, making her appear both youthful and playful, making it impossible to guess her true age. Her eyes were like a deep blue lake, her skin soft and fair, her lips thin and red, like petals falling from the night sky. Wu Wei felt an irresistible urge to kiss her. His gaze passed over her beautiful lips. She was wearing a noble and elegant pure white gown. The fabric of the gown seemed to be made of some kind of silk, light and transparent, and in the soft light of the temple, her beautiful collarbones were faintly visible. Especially the hem of the skirt, her long, perfectly slender, fair legs, almost elevated her feminine charm to the extreme. Further up, there was her devilishly slender waist and her full. Cough cough. Wu Wei immediately coughed inwardly, stopping his gaze. He thought to himself that he was, after all, a god. Although this was the first time he had seen such a beautiful woman in person, he should at least maintain some restraint. He had come to negotiate with the elves, intending to bring them back under his control. If the negotiations broke down, he could easily conquer the entire elven realm by force, even taking back the elven demigod's divine kingdom. After all, he was a god. What was there to fear? With this in mind, Wu Wei immediately adjusted his mindset, even somewhat anticipating the breakdown of the negotiations. Chapter 303. Let's arrange a marriage. The Son of God. Meanwhile, as Wu Wei observed the elven demigod, Everus, the elven demigod herself, was also observing Wu Wei and the Pope's old servant, a powerful level 9 demigod beside him. It seems the former god of light has returned, Everus sighed silently. She had witnessed firsthand the magnificent miracles of the former god of light and the ruthless methods of the Holy See on the continent. Before a god, the elven race, without divine protection, had no room for resistance. She had always believed that a god would not fall so easily, but she hadn't expected the god of light's return to be so swift. It seemed the day when her elven race would once again become vassals was approaching. This time, however, she hoped she could secure more benefits for the elven race, rather than becoming a forcibly conquered vassal race again. Fortunately, Wu Wei's expression eased her tension considerably. At least he didn't seem so forceful. Your Excellency, Son of God, welcome to our elven kingdom. The elven demigod Everus slowly rose, smiling slightly. May I ask what brings your Excellency, Son of God, to visit us? I, Everus, am willing to offer my full assistance. I have indeed come to your elven kingdom on some matters. Wu Wei composed himself, speaking calmly. The god of light has returned, so I hope the elven race will return to our Lord's embrace from this day forward. Otherwise, I will conquer the entire elven realm by force. PFFT, Upon hearing this, the elven demigod Everest nearly coughed up blood. She thought to herself, this son of God is too forceful. Doesn't he even need to talk things over? Is it truly as the old human saying goes, never judge a person's heart by their appearance? Meanwhile, the elven king and the elven elders were sweating profusely. The elves were all of advanced age, many had lived through the era of the old god of light and the old papacy, and were well aware of the old god of light's autocratic and tyrannical nature. When their entire race became vassals of the old god of light, they could only secretly practice their tradition of worshipping the goddess of nature, never daring to make it public. They didn't even dare mention the goddess's name, claiming outwardly they were only worshipping nature itself. It wasn't until the last century that the Druid faith and the worship of the goddess of nature gradually revived. Now that the god of light has returned, are they, the elves, destined to return to that era of constant oppression? But the crucial point is that the Son of God has spoken. How could the elves dare disobey? They are truly afraid of being suppressed. Ahem, Your Highness, Son of God. The demigod of spirit, Everest, naturally dared not oppose a true god. Under Wu Wei's direct pressure, she revealed a pleading expression. With the return of our Lord of Light, our elven race will naturally open its arms to welcome his rule. However, regarding how to return, I need to briefly discuss it with our elders. I hope Your Highness, Son of God, will be understanding. Wu Wei was somewhat taken aback. He thought to himself, I've been so forceful, how come the negotiations haven't broken down? Could it be that the name of the God of Light has frightened them? But this was for the best. The other side's concession saved him a lot of trouble. Elves were a very powerful race, they simply loved peace and abhorred war. Otherwise, if a war were to break out, the losses and casualties on Wu Wei's side would be enormous. Very well, I'll stay here tonight. We'll talk again tomorrow, Wu Wei responded. He wasn't an aggressive person to begin with, and since the other side had compromised, there was no need for him to continue pressuring them. After a few polite exchanges, he summoned the little girl Elisa and had her take him to soak in the hot springs to enjoy himself. Meanwhile, the Elf King, the dozen or so elven elders, and the elven demigod Everest, who remained behind, exchanged bewildered glances, their faces clouded with worry. In truth, they all knew perfectly well that a god would not die so easily. The return of the god of light, and their re-emergence as his subjects, were only a matter of time. They simply did not want to return to the days when they were constantly oppressed, unable to even maintain elven traditions and customs, and under the old god of light's rule, they faced harsh taxes and tributes. But what could they do? They were already in a weaker position. What could they offer to negotiate with the god? Just as the meeting reached a stalemate, the Elf King Esub suddenly had a flash of inspiration. How about a marriage alliance? A marriage alliance? The elf demigod Everest frowned slightly. Can a marriage alliance even work? That's right, the Lord of Light is an invincible and great god. How could he possibly marry an elven woman? Exactly, the god of light would never take a fancy to an elven offspring, much less marry an elf. A marriage alliance is simply impossible. Not only the elf demigod, but many elven elders present also echoed this sentiment. Trying to marry an elven woman to the god of light? Huh. What a pipe dream. No, I'm not talking about the Lord of Light, but the Son of God. The Elf King Esub said with a hint of smugness and a touch of mystery, I've noticed that the Son of God has been getting quite close to my daughter, Elisa, lately. Plus, the Son of God is a young man full of vigor and hasn't truly ascended to a high position yet. What do you think? Upon hearing this, many elders present, and even the elf demigod, were slightly stunned. After they came to their senses, they all secretly cursed Aesop for being a cunning fellow. It turned out that he had been sending his daughter to the Son of God, making himself the Son of God's father-in-law. However, as long as they could successfully form a marriage alliance with the Son of God, it would be absolutely beneficial to the entire elven race. First, the elven race's status in the entire plane of light would definitely rise significantly. With the Son of God as their son-in-law, the God of Light's policies towards the elven race would surely change drastically. Furthermore, the benefits and favors that could be gradually acquired would be unmatched by any other race. It was a win-win situation, far beyond the reach of other races. In addition, the elven higher-ranking officials had already heard that the God of Light seemed to intend to cultivate this Son of God, especially since the entire plane of light might eventually be under his rule. Now that humans and sea creatures had already submitted, the remaining elven race had no way to escape. To put it bluntly, Submitting to the god of light and Wu Wei was an inevitable trend. They had no choice. Alright, I agree to the marriage alliance. After some discussion, the elven goddess Everest took the lead in making the decision. Whatever the Son of God likes, we will give him. We must make sure the Son of God understands the goodwill of us elves. Everest, the elven goddess, made this final decision entirely from the perspective of the entire elven race. The other elven elders also believed that this was the best opportunity to cling to the Son of God and to bless the entire elven race, so they all seconded their agreement. This policy was quickly and officially established. In short, in the eyes of these elven higher-ranking officials, the Son of God had to marry an elf no matter what. The next day, Wu Wei, well-fed and refreshed, returned to the temple with Elisa. The elven goddess Everest, the elven king Aesop, and more than a dozen elven elders had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Wu Wei return, they quickly stepped forward and spoke amicably about the matters related to the return of the elves. Of course, there was another condition, the marriage alliance they had discussed the previous night. The proposal of a marriage alliance, upon reaching Wu Wei's ears, immediately stunned him. Was this a ploy to curry favor with him? Marrying off a daughter when you can't win, it was strikingly similar to many events in Earth's history. Actually, Wu Wei wasn't entirely opposed to the marriage alliance. After all, he wasn't the one being married off. However, when he saw the bewildered little girl, Elisa, beside his marriage target, he was completely disgusted. That small frame, cute as it was, would definitely result in at least 3 years in prison, and at most, the death penalty on Earth. How could he, the dignified god of light, do such a thing? Wait. Just as the Elf King and the elders were enthusiastically discussing, Wu Wei loudly interrupted, I don't object to any marriage alliance, but she's far too young. As he spoke, Wu Wei subconsciously placed his hand on Elisa's chest. Everyone knew Elisa wasn't even an adult yet, and these adults were already trying to marry her off. They were truly wicked. Huh? Elisa was startled. When she first heard she was to marry the Son of God, she felt a little nervous and shy, her heart racing. But what was going on now? The Son of God, actually, he disliked her because she was too young. Before Elisa could even break down, the Elf King and all the elders present, after a moment of stunned silence, looked at Elisa and then let out a slightly regretful sigh. Too young indeed. You all. What? Young Elisa couldn't withstand such a blow. Tears immediately welled up in her eyes, and she turned and ran out of the temple. Ahem, I'm sorry. Wu Wei coughed lightly, breaking the awkward silence. Elisa is too young, not yet of marriageable age, and besides, we're not suitable. As Wu Wei spoke, he turned his gaze to the elven demigod, Everest, since it was best to refuse her kind offer through the person in charge. But who would have thought at the moment Wu Wei and Everest's eyes met? Evelise nodded silently, as if she had made up her mind, and said emphatically, I understand, I will marry her. Your Excellency, Son of God, I hope you will take me as your wife. Boom. Wu Wei was struck dumb, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. What kind of plot twist was this? This turn of events was too abrupt. He was completely stunned for a long time. Could it be that just now, they exchanged glances and realized she was the one he was going to marry? No, how could that be? They had only met twice. Although she was unparalleled in beauty, it wasn't like he could just marry her like that, was it? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304 Undead Catastrophe. Although deeply moved, Wu Wei frowned. It wasn't that the elven demigod Everest was bad. In fact, she was stunningly beautiful and, being an elven demigod, Wu Wei liked her very much. But he understood that the elven race was only forced into this marriage alliance because of the power of the god of light, for the sake of their future survival. From Everest's perspective, she probably despised him. She was only sacrificing herself for the elven race. In fact, as soon as Everest spoke, some elders began to show hostility towards Wu Wei, especially the youngest 7th-level elder, whose eyes flickered as he stared at Wu Wei. Your Majesty, Demigoddess, the elven king frowned, clearly shocked by Everest's decision. You are a member of our elven race. I have made my decision on this matter, Everest said calmly, looking at Wu Wei and tossing him a list. Your Highness, this is my dowry list. Dowry? Wu Wei glanced at the list instinctively, and the next instant, his eyes turned green with envy. Are you kidding me? 1 heart of nature, 230 ordinary magic stones, 13 mid-grade magic stones, 1 high-grade magic stone, 2 kilograms of space crystals, and a whole bunch of rare and precious natural treasures. His Wu Wei gasped deeply. This was an enormous fortune. Especially the heart of nature, Everest had actually given it as part of her dowry. Is your Highness satisfied? Everest asked calmly. Besides the heart of nature, all this wealth is my personal property accumulated over a long period. Satisfied? Of course, he was satisfied. Wu Wei's main purpose in this mission to the elven race was, of course, the heart of nature. But the current situation made Wu Wei feel a little strange. A political marriage? Was he, Wu Wei, already the god of light, still going to have a political marriage? Immediately, Wu Wei said in a deep voice, I shouldn't be ungrateful for the favor of a demigod. However, I'm still young and want to have a proper talk. Before Wu Wei could finish speaking, his consciousness suddenly trembled, and an extremely urgent prayer was transmitted to his divine sense through the faith channel. It's actually the Aesop plane. Wu Wei was suspicious. Wasn't the Aesop plane a peaceful world similar to Earth? Why would such an urgent prayer suddenly come from there? In the Aesop plane, underground in H City, inside the Biochemical Research Institute. Success. Success. Liu Chengbin held a transparent test tube with a deep, dark color, as if black mist was flowing inside, in his hands with fanaticism, his movements careful, as if he were holding some rare treasure. Several pale-faced researchers stood beside him, their eyes filled with deep fear as they looked at the test tube in his hands. Madman! You'll get your retribution. One of the researchers gritted his teeth and looked at Liu Chengbin, suddenly unable to help but shout angrily. He was an elderly professor with gray hair and silver-rimmed glasses. It was clear he had once been a wise, refined, and dignified scholar, but now his eyes were bloodshot, his face gaunt, and his gray hair hung haphazardly on his head, making him look more like a vagrant than a professor. Retribution. Liu Chengbin glanced at him and scoffed disdainfully. To receive the Lord's attention and be resurrected in his divine kingdom after death was an honor for mortals. They didn't even know gratitude, yet they dared to talk to him about retribution? How laughable. In his opinion, these people were ignorant and stubborn. How could they be worthy of being the Lord's subjects? Too lazy to pay them any more attention, he casually waved his hand, and a black aura of death shot from his palm and entered the old professor's body. Instantly, the old professor's bloodshot eyes turned black, and his body, tense with anger, relaxed again. He seemed to transform instantly, bowing obediently and submissively to Liu Chengbin, then turning and standing silently against the wall. The other researchers trembled at the sight, their faces growing even paler, as if recalling something terrifying they didn't want to remember. Liu Chengbin, however, paid no heed to their reactions. This was merely one of the basic abilities of the undead lineage, mind control, which could only affect beings far weaker than himself, but it was enough to deal with these ordinary people. In his eyes, these mortals were nothing more than ants. If it weren't for their previous haughty demeanor, and the pleasure he derived from watching them tremble in fear, he wouldn't have bothered with them at all. He carefully wrapped the test tube in his hand, placing it in a specially made coated case, preparing to take it out to report to the high priest later. He had not only completed the task assigned by the Lord within the stipulated time, but had even done so a few days ahead of schedule. The Lord would surely be pleased, wouldn't he? Perhaps even bestow some extra reward upon him. Thinking of the benefits he had received from the last reward, his heart burned with excitement. Just as his mind was racing with thoughts, the airtight lead door of the laboratory slowly opened, and a gaunt figure in a black hooded robe walked in unhurriedly. He held a jet-black scepter, his figure mostly obscured by the hooded robe, making it impossible to see his features, but his aura was sinister and mysterious, enough to make one's heart tremble at a single glance. Upon seeing him, Liu Chengbin's straight back immediately bent, and his expression became unusually respectful. He approached him with trepidation, saying, "High Priest Nelson, the experiment was a success. I was just about to send the finished product to you." "Good." High Priest Nelson nodded slightly, then slowly walked to the experimental table and glanced down at the combination lock box. Liu Chengbin quickly and cleverly opened the combination lock box, revealing the test tube filled with black mist to High Priest Nelson. "As per my lord's request, The cultivated biovirus possesses extremely high infectivity. It can spread not only through respiration and blood, but even mere skin contact can cause infection. The onset is rapid, with a process from infection to death taking no more than an hour. Moreover, it has mutated under the influence of necromantic power. Existing drugs cannot kill its activity, instead making it even more active. After the infected die, necromantic power will corrupt their souls, causing their corpses to rise again, becoming my lord's subjects with a certain degree of combatability. Their corpses will also become a breeding ground for the virus. Furthermore, this virus is, to some extent, a necromantic creature, which we can control. Very good. High Priest Nelson nodded in satisfaction, then reached out and crushed the test tube. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering glass was particularly jarring in the quiet laboratory. The black mist inside the test tube instantly dissipated, spreading throughout the laboratory. The researchers nearby were terrified and fled the lab almost instantly, fearing even the slightest touch of the mist. This development was completely unexpected by Liu Chengbin. He was stunned for a moment, then realized, that's right, the biovirus is complete, there's no need for them to continue living. Becoming the Lord's subjects is their best destiny. Good understanding, High Priest Nelson nodded approvingly. As he spoke, he waved his black scepter, and streams of necromantic power spread out, controlling the biovirus escaping from the air. The next moment, the previously drifting black mist split into countless tiny strands as thin as hair, dispersing in all directions. The researchers who had escaped the lab hadn't even run far before the fine black mist caught up with them, entering their nostrils without them noticing. What's going on? In just a few moments, one researcher felt weak all over, his consciousness fading, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Before the other researchers could even comprehend what was happening, they too fell one after another. The bright white lights in the corridor illuminated their profiles. Streaks of bluish-black had appeared on their pale faces, the color draining away at a visible rate. In a short while, black mist filled their faces, indicating they had silently died in their unconsciousness. Less than 5 minutes later, their tightly closed eyes suddenly opened again, and they stiffly and slowly rose to their feet. Their eyes were devoid of any life, only a ghastly white. From their bodies, even denser black mist emanated, slowly spreading into the air. As the black mist filled the air, the entire research institute fell into deathly silence. At the same time, a thin layer of black mist had already risen through the institute's ventilation ducts, silently passing through layers of filters and entering the surface buildings. This is an office building secretly controlled by HG&Q Biochemical Pharmaceutical Company. In just 4 months, HG&Q Biochemical Pharmaceutical Company has been secretly controlled by the Lord of the Dead. To ensure that information about the research institute doesn't leak out, the office building is currently almost entirely staffed by HG&Q Biochemical Pharmaceutical Company employees. Black mist spread through the ventilation ducts, silently permeating the entire building. Thump. A female clerk in a business suit was printing documents when she suddenly collapsed without warning, her face turning deathly pale and tinged with black mist. Screams erupted around her. Thump. 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 One after another, people collapsed, and the initially thin black mist grew thicker and thicker. Unbeknownst to many, the entire office building fell into deathly silence, even the screams ceased to be heard. Under the bright lights, one corpse after another stiffly and slowly rose from the ground, standing silently. A black fog spread silently. Through open windows and narrow door cracks, the black fog gradually diffused out of the office building. A gentle breeze stirred, and the thick black fog was gradually dispersed, silently merging into the wind. In the streets and alleys, street vendors were energetically hawking their wares. On the overpasses, engines roared, and vehicles flowed endlessly. Busy people were going about their daily lives as usual, unaware that the shadow of death had already descended. Thump, 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 one figure after another fell. In less than a day, H City was completely overrun. The once bustling metropolis had become a death trap. 2 days later, Y Province fell, and China activated its emergency response plan in an attempt to control the spread of the virus. However, even with the scientists' best efforts, the virus continued to spread wildly and uncontrollably. As media reports unfolded, the shadow of death loomed over the entire Aesop plain, and panic erupted uncontrollably. Wu Wei snapped out of his daze. That old dog, the Lord of the Undead, had really dealt him a heavy blow. The Aesop plain, The one Wu Wei had considered his backyard, had been stabbed in the back by that old dog, the Lord of the Undead, causing a huge uproar. This situation. Wu Wei frowned deeply. With the current strength of the Kingdom of Light, engaging the Lord of the Undead in a direct confrontation wouldn't be a major problem. However, the biggest issue was troop transport. To enter the Aesop Plain through the special tunnel, the special passage had to be stabilized first, and this would be extremely slow compared to troop transport. Furthermore, this greatly limited the War Angels' combat methods. During the Kingdom's heyday, the War Angels used the Kingdom as their core base, instantly descending into the combat zone through the gates of heaven to carry out military operations such as raids and suppression. Even if the War Angels are wounded or die a heroic death, they can return through the gates of heaven, heal themselves in the pool of regeneration, or even be resurrected, before returning to the battlefield. This is the most powerful core tactical principle of the Kingdom of Light, making them extremely difficult for the enemy to deal with. However, without the gates of heaven, the risk of Wu Wei's angel army entering the other dimension through the special tunnel becomes significantly greater. They cannot use the gates of heaven for rapid relocation, and if they perish, Wu Wei will be unable to bear the losses. The gates of heaven. But for Wu Wei to build the gates of heaven, besides consuming a large amount of special crystals and other materials, the biggest difficulty lies in restoring his divine core to its full potential. Only then can he build a new gates of heaven. However, to restore his divine core, besides investing a large amount of resources, the most important things are the heart of nature and the molten core. Currently, the molten core is nowhere to be found, but the heart of nature is right before him. Once he obtains the heart of nature, as long as he finds the molten core, Wu Wei's divine core can be restored and function fully. At that time, building the gates of heaven will be no problem. Moreover, this time, the dowry offered by the elven race included not only the heart of nature but also a plethora of miscellaneous resources. Combined with the special crystals Wu Wei had accumulated, it was enough to build a completely new heavenly altar gate, and could also solve some of the resource needs for repairing his divine essence. Wu Wei looked at Evelise, a stunningly beautiful woman who seemed like a natural goddess reborn, radiating tranquility and natural beauty. Marriage. Wu Wei made a firm decision. Evelise's eyes remained calm as a lake, her expression serene and composed. Your Highness, if you feel it's too much to ask, the previous proposal can be cancelled. Our elven race only requests a natural habitat for survival. Cancelled proposal? Wu Wei's lips twitched. Did this mean the promised dowry was gone? Under normal circumstances, although Wu Wei coveted those precious resources, he would have patiently accumulated them slowly, and by scavenging in the void, he could eventually gather enough. However, the Lord of the Undead is currently causing trouble in the Aesop Plain. If he cannot be suppressed quickly, he will likely become a major threat soon. Let's get married today, Wu Wei said, taking a deep breath and appearing reckless. Well, to be honest, Wu Wei was only instinctively a little unhappy about the political marriage. Putting aside other thoughts, marrying Everest was entirely beneficial. Everest was among the most outstanding in the Bright Continent in terms of appearance, figure, and temperament. Most importantly, she was a powerful demigod, just one step away from becoming a god, demonstrating her immense talent and aptitude. Raising a god-level wife and henchman was actually quite a satisfying prospect. Since your Highness has made up your mind, then I will rely on your Highness's care, Everest said, a blush rising on her stunningly beautiful face. Even though she had already reached the demigod realm, an existence unattainable for the elven race. However, when it came to actual marriage, he still felt a little nervous and shy. It's okay, it's just marriage first, then love, Wu Wei said, looking at Evelyn, his heart filled with mixed emotions. If he were still a loser on Earth, he would probably be laughing in his dreams if he could marry such a stunning beauty. Chapter 305 He has a wife. The elven wedding was remarkably simple. So simple that it consisted of only a small ceremony. Evelise prayed to a nature goddess, who might or might not exist, informing her that she and Wu Wei were married. Thus, she, Evelise, was Wu Wei's wife. Then, her gaze towards Wu Wei changed, less of a stranger's gaze and more of a sense of kinship filled her. Well, Wu Wei admitted that in that instant, he too felt a strange sense of acceptance towards Evelise. She was his wife. However, given that the elves had been quite sensible this time, not attempting to rebel against Wu Wei, the god of light, and only seeking to remain in their corner of the world, they had neither thought nor ambition to contend with humans for dominance of the continent, Wu Wei couldn't afford to be too ruthless and exterminate the elves. Moreover, Wu Wei was currently fighting the Lord of the Undead, and it was unwise to start a war lightly. The only concern he needed to consider was whether the elves, having gained a place to recuperate, would become a future threat to the continent of light. For Wu Wei, firstly, the bright continent was not his homeland. Secondly, Wu Wei's current goal was the stars and the sea. Once he achieved his ambitions, the bright plane would be nothing more than an ordinary plane. Immediately, he activated his divine sense. In the next instant, divine power surged in the sky, and golden white holy light filled the heavens. A majestic and boundless power rose up, enveloping the entire elven royal court. The powerful and terrifying pressure caused even the elven king and peerless powerhouses like Everest to feel a chill run down their spines, sensing an impending doom. As for the elves whose strength was not even at the 7th level, they could not withstand the vast, ocean-like pressure, their legs trembling as they unconsciously knelt down. The elf king and Iblis turned deathly pale, casting questioning glances at Wu Wei. "No need to panic," Wu Wei said calmly. "This is the presence of my father god of light, here to celebrate my wedding and to honor the elven race." Even with Wu Wei's explanation, the elf king and the elders remained shocked and filled with vigilance. Such a terrifying being could probably destroy the entire elf kingdom with a wave of his hand. Immediately, the elf king led his people in kneeling, his voice devout. "Foreign elves pay homage to the great god of light." A chorus of homage filled the air. Even Iblis knelt on one knee, her heart pounding with anxiety. Iblis pays homage to the father god. She was now nominally the wife of the god's son, but her greatest fear was the opposition of the god of light. As the elf king, Everest, and all the elders knelt in worship, the entire elf royal court followed suit. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly, yet also to pass in an instant. An invisible wave swept across the elf royal court. It was as if everyone felt the will of the great god of light. A subtle, invisible warmth flowed from their hearts and spread throughout their bodies. Some elves, long plagued by injuries and illnesses, immediately felt their ailments gradually dissipating, their bodies slowly recovering their health. Others, stuck at a certain level for a long time, were suddenly enlightened, their future becoming clear, as if they had entered a state where a breakthrough was imminent. Even some elders at the 7th or 8th level benefited to varying degrees. Of course, the one who benefited the most was daughter-in-law Everest. The infusion of divine power gave her a refreshing feeling, like a cleansing of the marrow and a transformation of the body, and her cultivation advanced by a small step. Don't underestimate this small step. For someone of Everest's level, even a small step requires decades, even centuries, of accumulation. Meanwhile, a map appeared in the minds of the elf king and some elders, with a circled area designated as the elf race's resting and recuperating ground. Although it seemed like only a small area, within the entire plane of light, it was already a vast territory, 5 or 6 times larger than the elf race's original, tacitly accepted resting place. After a moment of stunned silence, the elf king hurriedly led his people in prostration, his attitude suddenly becoming much more sincere. Previously, he had been somewhat displeased that a demigod of his race had to go for a marriage alliance. But now, he was overjoyed. After distributing the benefits, the radiant power in the sky dissipated, restoring the clear blue sky and bright sunshine. Clearly, the majestic god of light had departed. For Wu Wei, divine power was always scarce. Having achieved his goal after this display, there was no need for the god of light to linger. In that short time, the divine power consumed reached 2,000 points, enough to make Wu Wei's heart ache. Fortunately, a small portion of it was used on Everest, so strictly speaking, it was still spent on his own people. After the oppressive power of the god of light had dissipated for a long time, the elf king and the others stood up, their gazes towards Wu Wei now much more complex and unfathomable. They only knew that the god of light had returned, but they were still speculating about his current strength. However, now that the pressure and the carrot had been applied, they clearly felt the god of light's majesty and terrifying power. Their attitude towards this son of God would likely have to change. At the same time, Iblis sighed deeply. "I originally thought that after stepping into the demigod realm, I was only one step away from becoming a god. But after feeling the immense divine power of the mighty god of light today, I realized the vast difference between us. Level 9 and level 10, although it seems like only a 1-level difference," Wu Wei, having absorbed some fragments of the god of light's memories, explained that 1 level is a huge threshold for countless beings. Countless demigods spend their entire lives trying to ignite the divine fire and become true gods. A being possessing level 10 power is an extremely powerful existence, even in the vast universe. In a plane like the plane of light, that would be a supreme god. Such a being is qualified to support a civilization. Even in some extremely powerful civilizations that could easily crush the plane of light, a level 10 individual would be respected and treated with special consideration. Your Highness, I wish to go to the heavenly kingdom to pay homage to the great Father God of Light, Everest said solemnly. Regardless of our relationship or the benefits he just bestowed upon me, I should personally go to see him. Wu Wei was somewhat troubled. If she went to see the God of Light, wouldn't their secret be exposed? However, Everest was already his wife, and Wu Wei couldn't very well prevent her from seeing the Father God, could he? After a moment's thought, Wu Wei agreed. Subsequently, under the auspices of the Elf King, the elven race held a bonfire party. And after the bonfire party, Wu Wei and Everest, with the blessings of countless elven people, stepped onto the ancient tree of nature, entering their sacred love nest. 3 days later, Wu Wei and Everest stood atop the tree's canopy, the clear morning sunlight shining upon them, making them appear perfectly matched. Of course, Everest was a demigod-level being. Wu Wei's body was originally only level 1, with mediocre aptitude in other aspects, so he was reluctant to waste divine power to improve his strength. However, in just 3 days, he forcibly used divine power to raise it to level 5. There was no other way. His wife was a demigod. Although she had been as gentle and careful as possible, and her control over her power was extremely precise, Wu Wei was still as fragile as a cucumber in her presence. Forced by circumstances, Wu Wei had no choice but to grit his teeth and advance. While divine power was scarce, face was more important. If his demigod wife accidentally killed him, it would be too embarrassing. In fact, even level 5 was barely enough to reach the threshold in front of the demigod. During these 3 days, Evelyn's temperament also underwent a dramatic change. Now, she was delicate and frail, leaning gently on Wu Wei's shoulder like a little bird. Her brows had lost some of their coldness and gained more fragility. Their previous marriage was merely a ceremonial process. These 3 days, however, allowed their bodies, minds, and souls to merge, making them a true couple. I say, the gates of heaven open, Wu Wei said in a deep voice, his hands behind his back. The next instant, golden holy light bloomed in the sky, and the next instant, a gate of light formed from divine energy appeared in the air. It seemed both real and ethereal, its form majestic and magnificent, exuding boundless majesty. The gently flowing golden vortexes indicated that it was a path to the divine kingdom of heaven. In the elven royal court, countless elves looked up at the gates of heaven, their eyes filled with awe and fear. Even the high-ranking elves showed solemn and fearful expressions. In the historical records of the elven race, the gates of heaven of the God of Light were not merely a path for believers to reach the divine kingdom, their greater function was as a powerful means of warfare. It could appear anywhere in the plane of existence, and countless powerful angels would pour forth from the gates of heaven, easily suppressing cities and races. Everest, Wu Wei said, take me to the gates of heaven. Everest embraced Wu Wei and soared towards the gates of heaven. Soon, the two disappeared into the gates. The next instant, Everest, holding Wu Wei, appeared in the divine kingdom. As a demigod, the slight discomfort from the spatial transfer vanished in the blink of an eye. Her dominant emotion was tension. This was the legendary divine kingdom of heaven. In her youth, when the God of Light was at the height of his power, she had heard countless rumors from various sources about the immense power of the divine kingdom of light. It was said that within the divine kingdom, there were dozens of 8-winged holy angels. Each 8-winged holy angel was a god-level being, capable of suppressing an entire era in the mortal realm. And the number of 6-winged dark angels, whose strength was comparable to hers, reached hundreds, even thousands. She, a mere demigod, was nothing in the divine kingdom of light. Chapter 306 My wife knows how to manage a household. Archangel St. Luke, with his troops, greets Madam. Suddenly, St. Luke descended from the sky, followed by a small squad of level 7 war angels. They bowed to Everest. So it's Lord St. Luke. Everest humbly returned the greeting, but a flicker of doubt flashed in her eyes. According to the legendary organization of the Kingdom of Light, an Archangel of St. Luke's power should lead 7 war squads and a personal guard. Each war squad would have 1 level 8 Archangel and 7 war angels. His personal guard would consist of 2 level 8 Archangel adjutants and 2 level 7 War Angel attendants. A powerful Archangel leading troops would command 9 Archangels and 51 War Angels. Such formidable combat power even subtly surpassed the high-end combat power of the Elven race. Yet, St. Luke only had 1 squad of War Angels under his command. Meanwhile, Evelise mustered her courage and observed the Divine Kingdom. Huh? Something's not right. According to records and rumors, the Kingdom of Light is extremely vast, almost as large as the Plane of Light. Every citizen within it is a Holy Spirit. In the sky, hordes of angels roam. Furthermore, there are a dozen or 20 gates of heaven, leading to all corners of the cosmos. Even the air here, a single breath, can transform an ordinary person. Now, although the air in this divine kingdom also contains abundant free energy, it's only slightly more than in the Elven Holy Land. Especially since there are several squads of Pegasus Knights patrolling in the sky. These Pegasus Knights all look very skilled, most are level 5, and a few are level 6. In the mortal realm, they would be considered super elite. But this is the kingdom of heaven. Shouldn't this be a place where demigods roam freely and legends are as rare as dogs? Furthermore, the statue standing in the distance, although it faintly exudes divine power, but his scale and imposing presence should be far from reaching the level of the mighty God of Light, right? And what on earth is that temple? It's magnificent and looks spectacular, but no matter how you look at it, it exudes the air of a nouveau riche, completely lacking any substance. For a moment, Evelyn was deeply shocked. Not by the power of the divine kingdom, but by its decline. Could it be? Evelyn's heart trembled, and she looked at Wu Wei in disbelief. Could it be that what she sensed back then about the fall of the God of Light was correct? Or perhaps, the once extremely powerful God of Light has now fallen into extreme decline? Wu Wei felt uneasy under Evelyn's gaze, but since he was willing to bring her up, he was naturally prepared to reveal some of the inside story to her. In fact, not only her, but even St. Luke, the old Pope, and some other old members of the Vatican, although they didn't ask, must have had some guesses in their hearts. Wife, Wu Wei said with a dry laugh, his arm around Evelyn's waist, let's go to my villa first, and I'll tell you everything in detail. With a thought, Wu Wei brought her to the lakeside villa in an instant. Although the villa was simple, it had a strong earthly style, which Wu Wei enjoyed. He also preferred to interact with Evelyn in the manner of an earthly couple. If he disregarded his identity as the God of Light, marrying a goddess like Evelyn would be a blessing earned over countless lifetimes. Regardless of the reason, Evelyn was his only wife in both his past and present lives. Under Evelyn's slight sidelong glance, Wu Wei confessed some things, such as that the true God of Light had fallen, and that he was now the true God of Light. Of course, he temporarily ignored his identity as a transmigrator. He simply said that he was the son of the God of Light, who had inherited the divine title and taken over this mess. The current divine kingdom was in its early stages of development and needed rebuilding. Aside from her initial surprise, Evelyn maintained a calm expression throughout, her eyes deep and unfathomable. Even Wu Wei couldn't see through her. After saying what needed to be said, Wu Wei looked at her with slightly uneasy feelings, waiting for her response. In fact, regarding this matter alone, Wu Wei felt guilty towards Evelyn. He felt like a scumbag on earth, pretending to be a rich second-generation heir to deceive her into marriage and steal her money. Husband, are you saying that the divine kingdom is very, very poor right now? After a long while, Evelyn blinked and asked. The word husband was something Wu Wei had taught her in the past few days. Evelyn was quite obedient, calling him whatever she was told. It is very poor. Wu Wei chuckled helplessly. Well, the divine kingdom still needs some resources for repairs, and we'll have to use your dowry. Besides, that old bastard, the Lord of the Undead, is having a good time. At this point, Wu Wei's face flushed slightly. After all, no matter how thick-skinned he was still a young man who had transmigrated from Earth. Right now, it felt like he was impersonating a rich second-generation heir to commit marriage fraud. The car, it was borrowed. The house, it was mortgaged. After marrying this beautiful and wealthy woman, he immediately had to use her dowry to deal with the crisis. In the days to come, he would have to rely on her to help pay off the loan. If it were a rich and wealthy woman from Earth, she would probably have already slapped him across the face. A divorce would be a given. Husband, you mentioned the Lord of the Dead before. Evelyn frowned. Could it be the one who was once wiped out by the Father of Light, and recently resurrected? Judging from her tone, it didn't seem like she was bringing up old grievances with Wu Wei. There was no point in hiding the matter of the Lord of the Dead. Evelyn would find out about the war in the Aesop Plain sooner or later. Immediately, Wu Wei gave a general explanation of the Aesop Plain and the Lord of the Dead. That damned, filthy rat, the Lord of the Dead. Evelyn's face suddenly turned ashen. Hiding in the shadows, barely clinging to life, is one thing. But he dares to challenge our territory and resources? Husband, let's wipe him out. PFFT. Wu Wei nearly coughed up blood, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Evelyn. Our territory? That makes sense, it really is our territory. At this moment, Wu Wei couldn't help but recall an old joke from Earth. A girl's family owed money to a man, so she had to marry into his family. The day after their wedding night, the girl directly asked, "Dad, how much money does he owe our family? This can't just be left like that." Although surprised, Wu Wei honestly replied, "The biggest problem now is that I must repair my divine core before I can build the new gate of heaven. I have most of the other materials and resources, even the heart of nature, one of the key materials. The only thing missing is the heart of molten core. The problem is, I haven't found it yet. For now, we can only send an angel squad through special nodes to the Aesop Plain to continuously hinder the Necromancer Lord's growth and actively search for the whereabouts of the heart of molten core." Wu Wei's expression was grave. Now they needed to rely on the 12 apostles to exert their strength. If they could grow rapidly and unite with the natives of the Aesop Plain, they would have a chance to restrain the Necromancer Lord. But relying solely on them, the best outcome would be nothing more than restraint. This isn't a good idea, Everest pondered for a moment. Although the Lord of the Undead is cunning as a mouse, his mastery of the dark necromancy laws is extremely powerful. If we can't quickly restrain him, he could very well recover to his peak strength in no time. At that point, our Aesop Plain might be completely plunged into darkness, almost in the blink of an eye. Everest had already regarded the Aesop Plain as her own property, fully embodying the mentality of marrying a chicken, following the chicken, marrying a dog, following the dog. Her brows furrowed, as if she were thinking rapidly. After a while, her eyes suddenly lit up and she said, "I've got it. More than 100 years ago, I heard the Dwarf King boast that they had dug out the core of a furnace deep underground and built a super furnace in the underground city. In recent years, the Dwarven's refining technology has improved dramatically, which must be related to that super furnace. Do you think the core of the furnace is the heart of the molten core?" Wu Wei's eyes lit up. If the Dwarf King wasn't exaggerating, then it's probably true, Everest judged. Ordinary fire-type treasures can't support a super furnace. Excellent, excellent, excellent. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. Wu Wei's divine sense moved, and in the blink of an eye, St. Luke flew over. He landed in front of Wu Wei and respectfully said, "Your Highness, what are your orders?" It's all right. Everest already knows my identity, so there's no need to hide it." Facing Everest's questioning gaze, Wu Wei coughed twice to explain. "Yes, my lord." St. Luke then turned respectfully to Evelyn. "Your Highness, I will oversee the construction of your divine palace as soon as possible. There's no need to rush the palace." Evelyn looked at Wu Wei and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, please deal with the Undead Lord's rebellion first." St. Luke, Wu Wei pondered and instructed, "You will lead a team to the Dwarven Bronze Forge and discuss the exchange of the molten core with the Dwarven King. Even if it comes at a great cost, you must obtain the molten core as soon as possible." "I will obey my lord's decree," St. Luke replied solemnly, and then prepared to depart. "Lord St. Luke, please wait a moment," Everest called out to St. Luke, then turned and bowed to Wu Wei. "Your Majesty, I request permission to accompany you to the Dwarven Bronze Forge." Wu Wei hesitated. "Such a small matter can be handled by Luke. Why must you personally go?" "Divine Consort, Your Majesty, you are unaware," Everest said. "The dwarves are notoriously volatile and stubborn. It's difficult to persuade them to hand over the molten core through trade. If I go with you, I will try my best to persuade the Dwarven King. But if he is ungrateful, we'll have to resort to force, which will save us resources. We are currently at war with the Undead Lord. Every penny saved counts," Wu Wei secretly gasped. From Everest's tone, it seemed she had a bad relationship with the dwarves and was preparing to retaliate. He guessed that if she went, this time it would likely be through force. Chapter 307 Divine Kingdom Advancement. So be it. Wu Wei now controls the Sea Clan and is related to the elves by marriage. The dwarves, a mere marginal race, are no match for him. After conquering the Aesop plain, Wu Wei's gaze will be fixed on the stars and the sea. After a brief moment's thought, Wu Wei agreed to Evelyn's request. Immediately, Evelyn and St. Luke descended back to the plane of light through the gates of heaven. 1 day, 2 days. On the 3rd day, St. Luke and Evelyn returned unharmed and successfully retrieved the molten core. At this moment, St. Luke's gaze towards Evelyn was no longer simply respect because she was a goddess, but the respect due to a powerful being. Your Majesty, I have not failed you, Evelyn said calmly, handing the molten core to Wu Wei. That dwarf king was truly ignorant. I taught him a lesson and, incidentally, dismantled his broken furnace, without expending any resources. Well, okay, it was obtained by force. Wu Wei's lips twitched slightly. You, a demigod of the elven race, a renowned powerhouse in the plane of light, is this really the right thing to do? However, in this vast universe, the strong are respected, and the weak are prey to the strong. He had previously worried that Everus, born of the peaceful elven race, might not adapt well to the universe, but now it seemed she would adapt better than him. However, completing his divine status was a major undertaking, and Wu Wei needed a few days to prepare. Several days later, the Kingdom of Light. Scattered rays of light fell from the towering dome of the main temple, creating an atmosphere of solemnity and holiness against a backdrop of the flowing, pure white holy light and the ethereal hymns drifting from afar. Beneath this towering dome, figures appeared exceptionally small, like mortals before a god. My lord! My lord! Upon seeing Wu Wei enter the main temple, the busy maids around him immediately knelt and bowed, their attitude devout and fervent. No need for formalities. Wu Wei waved his hand casually and ordered, "You may all leave." Yes. The maids immediately filed out and quickly disappeared outside the main temple. Wu Wei turned and glanced at his chief wife, the elven demigod Evereth, and the 3 angels, St. Luke, St. John Nacital, and Augustus, and nodded slightly to them. I'll trouble you to protect me from now on. All right. Our Lord, we will gladly die for you. Evereth nodded. St. Luke and the other angels would absolutely execute any order from Wu Wei without question. Soon, they also left. Seeing their figures disappear outside the door, Wu Wei waved his hand, and the main temple door slammed shut with a snap. He waved his hand again, and a vast divine power enveloped the entire main temple, ensuring that no one and nothing could disturb him during the process of repairing his divine status. After doing this, he turned and sat down in the main temple. With a flick of his wrist, 2 shimmering crystals appeared out of thin air before him, slowly rotating and radiating powerful energy. One crystal was emerald green, seemingly pulsating with life within it, the heart of nature he had obtained from the elves. The other was crimson red, its color intense, as if magma flowed within it, the heart of molten fire that Everus had taken for him from the dwarves. With these, along with Everus's dowry, he had gathered enough materials and divine power to complete his godhood, finally able to fully complete it and become a true level 10 god. Since his transmigration, he had waited for this day for an unknown amount of time. Taking a deep breath, Wu Wei didn't hesitate any longer. With a thought, a massive amount of divine power poured out, instantly enveloping the heart of nature and the heart of molten fire, beginning to absorb the vast energy contained within them. Drawn by this power, the cracked phantom of the Godhead of Light suddenly emerged from the depths of his soul, radiating endless divine light. At the same time, Wu Wei's consciousness seemed to be immersed in endless light, countless insights flooding in. Slowly, golden divine light bloomed from his body, piercing through the main temple, overflowing the steps, and spreading further afield. Suddenly, the entire divine kingdom trembled slightly. Far away in the void, a serpentine creature was leisurely hunting. It had hard, almost black, azure skin and 6 pairs of scarlet vertical pupils, its appearance ferocious and its aura terrifying. It casually tore apart any void debris it encountered, instantly consuming the small void creatures and insect eggs hidden within. Suddenly, streaks of pure white light bloomed in the deep, dark void in the distance. The light was radiant and holy, filled with a sacred aura, exuding an enticing aroma like a freshly baked cake. The serpentine void creature was suddenly startled, then, as if bewitched, involuntarily swam towards the source of the light. In another direction, a small swarm of Maccabees wandered aimlessly in the void, searching for potential food. This was a lost swarm of bees that had lost contact with their mother hive. If they could find dimensional debris or continental fragments, they could have a feast. If not, metal debris and meteorite fragments would do. Suddenly, the Maccabees' antennae trembled, and they all turned their heads to look at the source of the light. Reflected in their dark compound eyes, the holy white light bursting in the void seemed to be sliced into countless fragments, dazzling like shattered diamonds. However, in the simple minds of the Maccabees, this light represented only one thing: food. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the Maccabees' elytra vibrated, and they shot out like lightning. The same thing was constantly happening in the void in all directions. One after another, void creatures of varying strengths, drawn by the light emanating from the divine kingdom's upgrade, converged towards the kingdom of light. Simultaneously, Wu Wei's process of repairing his divine core reached its most crucial moment. Layers upon layers of golden divine light radiated outwards from him, more magnificent and glorious than ever before. The entire divine kingdom was enveloped in endless divine light. This light even pierced through the crystal wall, reaching far into the void. Amidst deafening roars, the entire divine kingdom trembled violently. At the border, massive rocks materialized out of thin air, seemingly sketched out in the void, like a divine miracle. The size of the divine kingdom was rapidly increasing at an alarming rate, and the crystal wall enveloping it was expanding rapidly like a balloon. Faintly, a pulse of life seemed to emanate from the void. Thump thump thump, the rhythm distinct, like a heartbeat. In a daze, it seemed as if one could hear the sound of surging lava. Boom boom boom. The roar was as powerful as the tide. An invisible wind swept across the mountains, stirring up ripples. Under the gentle breeze, the grass on the grasslands became taller and greener, and even the low-level magical beasts in the enclosures became more energetic and healthier. The entire kingdom of light seemed to gradually radiate new vitality. Unconsciously, it was becoming more and more like a true plane. Outside the main temple, the elven demigod Everest watched this scene, somewhat dazed. Was this the power of a true god? For so many years, becoming a true god had been her dream, the goal she had pursued throughout her life. Unexpectedly, although she herself had not yet become a true god, she had the opportunity to witness the former god of light recover from his injuries and ascend the throne again. Beside Everest, St. Luke and Augustus were also filled with emotion. This commotion was clearly much stronger than the last time. Our Lord is truly growing more and more powerful. This was the first time St. John Nasidal had witnessed such a magnificent display of divine light, and the shock in his heart was even more intense, strengthening his faith in the Lord. Within the divine kingdom, the other angels and citizens couldn't help but stop what they were doing, turning their gazes to the main temple atop the sacred mountain, now radiating divine light. Having experienced the previous 2 times, they were no longer panicked or bewildered, only filled reverence and piety remained. Praise the Lord. The citizens murmured devoutly, assuming a prayer posture. The angels also lowered their proud heads, folded their white wings, and prayed softly. A solemn atmosphere unconsciously permeated the entire divine kingdom. Suddenly, St. Luke's eyes flickered. Something's happening. What? Augustus looked at him suspiciously. Evelyn and St. John Nasidal also turned to look. St. Luke felt he couldn't explain it in a single sentence, so he simply waved his hand, using his secondary authority to make the crystal wall of the divine realm transparent. In the deep, dark void outside the divine realm, several uninvited guests had appeared. Several small, unidentified void beasts and a small swarm of Maccabees were hovering outside the crystal wall. One Maccabee even perched directly on the wall, attempting to pierce it with its sharp mandibles. They're probably attracted by the commotion in the divine realm and the divine power leaking from our Lord, St. John Nasidal mused. Things containing divine power have a strong attraction for these void creatures. They can't possibly break through the crystal wall, Augustus chuckled. The angel squad will probably love these free contribution points. St. Luke nodded. To be on the safe side, they should indeed be eliminated. The elven demigod Everest wasn't very familiar with the situation within the divine realm, so she didn't interrupt, simply watching St. Luke and his group handle the situation quietly. As she spoke, the orders were relayed. The angel squad members immediately sprang into action. Amidst flashing sword light, the void creatures outside the crystal wall were quickly wiped out. However, no sooner had one wave been cleared than another swarmed in. The angel squad killed wave after wave, yet they couldn't eliminate them all. So many. Augustus, who had seemed relaxed moments before, suddenly realized something was amiss. It seems the divine power leak during the divine kingdom's ascension has a much wider impact than we anticipated. They had already cleared the nearby void many times. It was impossible for so many void creatures to remain. St. John Nasidal's expression also turned serious, Fortunately, we cleared it beforehand, and the Divine Kingdom's location is rather unique, with no powerful gods nearby, otherwise it would have been troublesome. St. Luke remained silent, constantly monitoring the Angel Squad's situation. After a moment, he suddenly spoke. The Angel Squad is exhausted, they can't hold out much longer. I'm going to help. With that, he spread his 6 wings and soared into the air. Surrounded by pure white holy light, his figure swiftly appeared outside the crystal wall. With a swing of his longsword, a chilling sword light swept out, clearing away a large swath of densely packed void creatures. The members of the Angel Squad, having expended considerable energy in the previous battle, were exhausted. With his support, they finally had a chance to rest and recuperate. Time flew by in the methodical battle. The Divine Kingdom expanded rapidly, unknowingly growing to 3 or 4 times its original size. The divine light emanating from the summit of the Divine Mountain grew ever more brilliant and magnificent. Standing within the Divine Kingdom and looking around, the entire world seemed to be filled with golden divine light. Even the verdant pastures and black rocks appeared to be plated with gold, flowing with golden light. Chapter 380 is the light. However, the number of void creatures gathering was also increasing. Although they weren't particularly strong, their sheer numbers overwhelmed the angelic squad of only 18. After St. Luke, even Augustus had to join the battle to bring the situation under control. Suddenly, the crystal wall emitted a cracking sound as it succumbed to the pressure. St. Luke and Augustus, caught up in the battle, had no time to notice this detail, but St. John Nacital, who was overseeing the entire situation in front of the main temple, suddenly turned his head. Behind the Divine Kingdom, a serpentine void creature with blue-black skin and 6 pairs of scarlet vertical pupils had somehow bypassed the Eye of Holy Light's surveillance and was frantically ramming against the outer shell of the crystal wall, attempting to break into the Divine Kingdom. In just a few moments, cracks had appeared on the crystal wall, and it looked like it was about to collapse. HMPH demigod level. Nacital sneered, his scepter suddenly stopping. The next moment, the divine artifact, the Holy Light Scepter, suddenly burst forth with dazzling golden light, from which a golden spear of judgment shot out. Holy, majestic, and imbued with the power of life and death. In the blink of an eye, the spear of judgment pierced through the crystal wall and struck the serpentine void creature. Ow! Carrying the power of the divine artifact, the golden spear of judgment possessed terrifying destructive force and extreme penetrating power. A huge bloody hole was instantly pierced through the seemingly tough skin of the serpentine void creature, flesh torn open, and blood gushed out. Stimulated by the intense pain, the serpentine void creature did not retreat. Instead, it was aroused to ferocity, its entire body erupting with a surging tide of black energy. With a roar, it recklessly rammed its head into the crystal wall. Its posture was exceptionally fierce, as if the crystal wall held a deep grudge against it. The terrifying impact, combined with the shock of the unknown, terrifying black energy, caused the already cracked crystal wall to collapse under the strain, splitting open with a loud crack. The serpentine void creature thrust its massive head forward, forcing it into the divine realm. Terrifying black energy rapidly gathered on its grotesque head, threatening to pour down upon the divine realm. Within the divine realm, besides powerful angels, were many weaker divine beings and defenseless sacred wheat fields and pastures, unable to withstand its rampage. St. John Nacital was enraged. He slammed his scepter down, and instantly another spear of judgment shot out, flying straight towards the serpentine void creature. Even the elven demigod Everus raised her right hand, ready to intervene. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred within the divine realm. Atop the sacred mountain, within the majestic and imposing main temple, a dazzling divine light suddenly erupted. The extreme light, like a blazing sun, rose abruptly, instantly reaching mid-air. A terrifying sight, like a scorching sun overhead. At the same time, a sacred and majestic golden humanoid phantom emerged in mid-air, towering and awe-inspiring, as if it had gathered all the light in the world. It was light itself. A surging divine might swept across the sky, its vast divine power surging like a tide, constantly churning and churning above the entire divine kingdom, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. In an instant, wildflowers bloomed in the pastures, beasts roared in the livestock grazing, and herds of holy winged horses flapped their wings and soared into the sky, emitting neighing cries and scattering white feathers. All sentient beings in the world seemed to be celebrating the birth of a deity. The serpentine void creature that had just broken through the crystal wall was caught off guard by this terrifying divine might, its condensed black energy instantly spiraling out of control and exploding above its head. Boom! How terrifying was the power of a demigod-level creature's concentrated attack. Under the terrifying destructive force, half of the serpentine creature's head was blasted off, its skull shattered, and blood and brain matter spurted out. The serpentine void creature writhed and struggled in agony, emitting mournful cries, its once powerful aura rapidly weakening uncontrollably. If it weren't for the incredibly tenacious vitality of a demigod-level void creature, this single blow would have been fatal. Now, though not dead, it was stuck on the crystal wall, unable to move, like a fish on a chopping board, completely at the mercy of its predators. Under the eruption of vast divine power, the void creatures that had gathered outside the divine realm finally sensed something amiss, waking from their déjà vu of being tempted by food and hastily turning to flee. Silence fell over the divine realm, everyone unconsciously lowered their heads under this overwhelming divine power. Even St. Luke, St. John Nacital, Augustus, and the elven demigod Everus, demigods who were just one step away from crossing the threshold of godhood, couldn't help but show expressions of awe. Unbeknownst to them, the towering golden phantom in the sky grew increasingly thin, eventually dissipating into specks of golden light and vanishing into the void. The surging divine power above the divine kingdom gradually softened, slowly receding back into place. The blazing sun, hanging like a scorching blaze in the sky, slowly collapsed inward, transforming into a figure radiating endless divine light, descending from mid-air. White robes fluttered, exuding divine might. This figure was none other than Wu Wei, who had already repaired his divine core. My lord! My lord! My lord! All the divine beings in the entire divine kingdom who witnessed this scene unconsciously knelt, their foreheads pressed firmly to the ground, expressing their piety in the most humble manner. Prayers rose from all directions, converging like streams, possessing the power of a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing. Before the main temple, the three archangels, St. John Nacital, St. Luke, and Augustus, also knelt in unison, their eyes fervent, their expressions revealing undisguised excitement. Congratulations on your return to the throne, my lord. The elven demigod Everus glanced awkwardly at St. Luke and the others, then at Wu Wei. She hesitated for a long time, torn between kneeling and not kneeling, before finally biting her lip and preparing to kneel on one knee to pay her respects to Wu Wei with divine rites. Haha, between husband and wife, there's no need for such formalities. Wu Wei was in a good mood. Before she could actually kneel, he helped her up and then waved his hand, signaling St. Luke and the others to stand as well. St. Luke, Augustus, and St. John Nacital, the three angels, were experienced and of noble character, usually displaying composure and steadiness. But now, they were flushed with excitement, their eyes gleaming. My lord, now that you have ascended the throne again, it is time to utterly slay that evil god, the Lord of the Dead. St. John Nacital gripped his holy light scepter, a hint of killing intent flashing in his deep blue eyes. Your subordinate is willing to go to the Aesop plane to slay the evil god. No rush. Wu Wei waved his hand. To make a breakthrough in the Aesop plane and kill the Lord of the Dead, we must first build the gate of heaven connecting to the Aesop plane. Augustus, take a group of gods and build the prototype of the gate of heaven first. Yes, my lord. Augustus immediately accepted the order and left. St. Luke, gather the manpower and prepare to go to the Aesop plane. Given the current situation in the Aesop plane, the number of gods is estimated to be insufficient, so transfer another batch of priests and knights from the plane of light. St. John, you are responsible for liaising with the Church of Light. By the way, deal with that monster on the crystal wall, Wu Wei added. Yes, my lord. St. Luke and St. John Nacital's expressions tightened, realizing that Wu Wei was fully prepared to enter the Aesop plane. They dared not delay and quickly went to carry out their tasks. Only the elven demigod Everus remained before the main temple. Having completed his divine status, Wu Wei was now a true god. Even without a true divine body, his divine kingdom and divine status were enough to suppress the entire plane of light. Facing Everus, he felt much more confident. Wife, want to walk with me? Wu Wei smiled. Hearing the term wife, Everus's fair face flushed instantly. However, as the guardian of the elven race, her composure was strong. She quickly recovered and respectfully nodded, okay. Wu Wei smiled slightly, took her hand, and flew down the sacred mountain, leading her to begin planning and modifying the newly established divine kingdom. As he flew, he took a moment to check the current status of his divine kingdom. Kingdom of Light, initial repair, divinity, level 4, completely repaired, but can only support up to level 10 angels. Please upgrade as soon as possible. Area 3,125 square kilometers. Crystal wall, strength level 8, damaged. Please repair as soon as possible. Maximum number of faith channels maintained. 37.5 million maximum faith power storage. 312,500,000 maximum divine power storage. 312,500 points. The expansion of the area goes without saying. The maximum number of faith channels that can be maintained has increased to 37.5 million, a full 5 times more than before. This greatly alleviated his problem of insufficient faith channels. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the instant the divine sanctuary was repaired, millions of faith channels were generated out of thin air and directly connected to his divine sanctuary. Clearly, these were believers who had been unable to connect before due to the limited number of channels. Wu Wei was in high spirits. After assessing his resources and finding he had enough materials, he also repaired the Hall of Heroes, increasing the maximum number of citizens the Divine Kingdom could support to 37,500. After all this fuss, the divine power he had painstakingly accumulated was almost gone. Looking at the mere 1,732 points of divine power remaining in his pool, Wu Wei couldn't help but sigh. Just a short while ago, I had over 27,000 points of divine power, and in the blink of an eye, it's all gone. Divine power really doesn't last long. It seems that even with Everest's dowry, the development of his followers can't be neglected. My lord, the corpse of that demigod-level void creature has been disposed of. This is the crystal core. An angel descended from the sky, respectfully presenting him with a dark, gleaming crystal core. Wu Wei's eyes lit up. It was a demigod-level monster. After all, the energy inside the crystal core must be considerable. He wondered how much divine power it could be converted into. He took the crystal core, casually dismissed the angel, and began absorbing it right in front of Everest. Soon, the crystal core shattered into powder, and Wu Wei's divine power pool gained 1,211 points of divine power. Not bad. This monster is probably quite strong among demigod-level void creatures. The energy stored in the crystal core is extremely pure. Wu Wei looked at the 2,743 points of divine power in his pool, his mood improving again. Building a new special gate requires 2,000 points of divine power and 25 special crystals. He had enough divine power, and as for special crystals, he had 11 he had saved up before, plus the 20 brought from Everest's dowry, making a total of 31. Enough. Lord of the Undead, just wait, his angelic army will arrive soon. Meanwhile, in the Aesopian plain, God said, "Let there be light." A melodious female voice rang out from an airship above the city. The next moment, a dazzling holy light suddenly shot into the sky, transforming into countless points of light that scattered across the city shrouded in black mist. The black mist within the city immediately churned violently as if stimulated. With a sizzling sound like oil being fried, the black mist was almost effortlessly melted and purified by the pure white holy light, quickly dissipating without a trace. 5 minutes later, a safe zone, completely free of black mist, was finally cleared from the seemingly ghostly, fallen city. The air within this zone was as if washed clean by rain, filled with a pure and holy aura, making even breathing feel refreshing. On the airship, a woman in a pure white dress stood close to the railing, her face exquisitely beautiful and her demeanor pure and innocent. A young officer stood beside her, slightly bowing, his face filled with admiration and envy. "Miss Angel, thank goodness for you, otherwise we really wouldn't know what to do." Angel sighed, "This is all I can do. Let's hurry up and clean up the corpses and bury the dead." "I understand." The young officer bowed to her, then turned and gathered his men to get to work. They were a hastily formed cleanup team, responsible for entering the fallen zone to purify the virus and zombies, while also shouldering the responsibility of recovering corpses and burying the dead. It was extremely dangerous, but of great significance, and someone had to do it. Angel stood on the ship's railing, looking down at the ghost town-like city below, watching the busy soldiers, her heart heavy. If at first she was forced to play the game out of coercion to accumulate real fans, now, with the passage of time, with each mission completed, and with her own strength constantly growing, her mindset had slowly changed. She began to genuinely love the act of spreading light and bringing hope to others. Whenever someone was redeemed and reborn through this, she felt heartfelt joy and elation. She thought that was all. But unexpectedly, a catastrophe suddenly struck. A terrible virus ravaged the planet, and her own abilities were able to suppress it. She thought that the supreme being behind the system, the Lord of Light in the hymn, knew that her plane was about to suffer this calamity, and that's why she and the 12 guardian knights were chosen. A heavy sense of mission and responsibility drove her to the front lines, trying to turn the tide in the apocalypse. However, their 13 strength was still too meager. In just a few days, she was exhausted, yet she had only managed to reclaim a small area and rescue a small number of people. It was impossible for the 13 of them alone to stop the apocalypse. If the being behind the system could intervene personally. If the angels in the hymn could descend to earth. Angel touched the pendant of the deity on her chest, praying silently in her heart. Suddenly, her expression shifted. Just now, the mission had refreshed. She quickly studied the new mission details, then a delighted smile bloomed on her face. Great! In no time, 12 figures rushed in from all directions of the fallen city, landing on the airship with a few leaps. Angel, Your Highness, a new mission. As soon as they were settled, Liu Peng spoke impatiently, his voice tinged with confusion. Are we really going to build an altar? The others couldn't help but look over. They all knew what this meant. They had no idea what attitude or purpose the incredibly powerful being behind the system held towards their world. Building an altar rashly to welcome its arrival, who knew what would happen? But if they didn't build it? Of course we have to build it. Angel's tone was resolute, without the slightest hesitation. We have no choice. Building it might cause problems, but if we don't, our world is finished. Looking at the black mist spreading across the distant horizon, they suddenly made up their minds. Soon, an altar was erected with the combined efforts of the 13 people. The altar was very small, only about the size of a traditional Chinese 8 immortal table, but though small, it was complete in every way, lacking none of the necessary functions. Great Lord of Light, you are the ruler of the sky, the eternal sun, you are. The saintess Angel knelt before the altar, surrounded by 12 guardian knights who knelt beside her. The 13 knights prayed in unison, the atmosphere solemn and reverent. Amidst the prayers, specks of faith, channeled through Angel, converged into the pendant statue hanging around her neck. Suddenly, the pendant statue trembled violently, bursting forth with a blinding white light. Within the light, an invisible pillar of light instantly pierced through the clouds and disappeared into the void. Found it. In the kingdom of light, Wu Wei, who had been sensing with his eyes closed for a while, suddenly opened them, instantly feeling the incredibly clear connection across the layers of void. With the combined efforts of the gods and people, the gates of heaven have been erected, and the special anchor point of the Aesop plane has been determined. What remains is to construct a stable spatial passage and solidify it onto the gates of heaven. He had seen this step several times in the memories of the old god of light, and was familiar with every detail. Even though it was his first time doing it, he was still confident. Positioning clear, open the gates of heaven. With a thought, 2,000 points of divine power instantly transformed into a torrent of holy light, surging into the brand new gates of heaven before him. At the same time, he flicked his wrist and threw out 25 pre-prepared special crystals. Under the influence of the vast divine power, the crystal-clear special crystals melted rapidly. The immense special power contained within the crystals was enveloped by the tidal wave of divine power, transforming into a rapidly spinning drill, which fiercely drilled towards the determined anchor point in the void. Boom! The surrounding space trembled violently. The dissipated special power transformed into invisible ripples, and the space around the gates of heaven suddenly twisted and deformed under immense pressure. In an instant, all beings with strength below level 9 felt their eardrums bulge, their heads felt as if they had been hit hard, and they were dizzy, nauseous, and on the verge of vomiting. The war angels standing around couldn't help but sway, and several level 5 citizens who were nearby even fainted. After a while, the distorted spatial fluctuations slowly subsided. At this time, behind the gates of heaven, a passage made of pure spatial power had taken shape. Through the light curtain that shimmered with blue light like ripples on water, a road sprinkled with silver light could be vaguely seen, stretching from before them into the void. Freeze! Wu Wei seized the opportunity and suddenly spoke. In an instant, the remaining divine power surged into the gate of heaven and the spatial passage. All the power erupted simultaneously, and the majestic gate of heaven suddenly radiated a blinding light. Within the light, golden divine runes slowly condensed on the gate of heaven, completely stabilizing the newly formed spatial passage. The gate of heaven was successfully constructed. With a special gate anchoring the Aesop plane, Wu Wei could be said to have truly brought this plane under his control. The angelic army could appear anywhere in this plane at any time, summoned by the believers, greatly increasing their mobility. How, Lord of the Dead, let's have some fun this time. Chapter 309 Resident Evil. Chapter 309 Biohazard Crisis. While Wu Wei was busy repairing his divine core and advancing to the God Kingdom, in the Aesop plane, the biohazard disaster had broken out for 7 days. In mythology, the creator took 7 days to create the world, but now, the resurrected spirits had only taken 6.5 days to bring the entire world to its knees. At dawn, the morning mist hung heavy. A gray fog enveloped the entire city, the world silent, the dark and oppressive atmosphere making one's chest tighten and unable to breathe. On the outskirts of H City, only about 100 federal soldiers remained, protecting over 300 innocent civilians who had fled there, retreating into a 5-story shopping mall, putting up a final, desperate resistance. It must be said, the efficiency of these federal soldiers was indeed remarkable. In the shortest possible time, they sealed off all the doors and windows of the 5-story shopping mall, blocking the front and back entrances with cars and buses. They also erected 3 lines of fire around these vehicles and the mall floors, effectively transforming the not-so-large mall into a temporary fortress. Coupled with 6 externally powered heavy machine guns and 4 light armored vehicles, although the remaining personnel were few, they were entrenched in this heavily fortified stronghold, making it virtually impossible for outsiders to breach the mall without heavy weaponry. At least for now, the federal soldiers and the civilians inside the mall seemed safe. Sir, do you think other cities have also been attacked? Otherwise, why haven't our reinforcements arrived yet? Even the retreat route. A young soldier, pale-faced and wearing a bulletproof vest and black combat uniform, hesitated, his hands gripping the heavy machine gun mounted on the bus roof, his eyes fixed on the misty streets ahead. If he hadn't experienced the brutal fighting of the past few days, he might have been deceived by the tranquil scene before him, even believing that the limbs, flesh, and rotting blood shrouded in the morning mist on the streets were just a dream, an agonizing nightmare that made it hard for him to breathe. Looming, don't speculate wildly. Our Aesop Federation army is containing the spread of the disaster and should be arriving to reinforce H City soon. The officer standing beside the young soldier Lu Ming was a middle-aged man with a resolute gaze, a gaunt face, and a slightly furrowed brow. As for the retreat route, we successfully contacted headquarters last night, and the higher-ups have given clear instructions. We will depart for W City in an hour. After rendezvous with the Federation Army in W City, we will retreat to the sea with our allies, and then evacuate along the coastline to a safe zone. Phew, that's good. Soldier Lu Ming let out a long sigh of relief. Only 1 hour left. Just 1 more hour, and they could leave this damned place. But this city was his hometown. He never imagined he would say goodbye to his hometown in this way. Sigh, it's all those damned bio-beasts' fault. Lu Ming sighed silently to himself. Although officially called bio-beasts, the vast majority of them were once their brethren, humans. The thought of picking up a weapon and pointing it at his once familiar comrades sent shivers down Lu Ming's spine. He didn't know where those bio-beasts came from. Some said it was because of a bio-leak at some unscrupulous research institute. Others said it was because an evil god had descended upon this world, wanting to destroy the entire planet with a genetic virus developed by humans themselves. Perhaps the weapon to destroy humanity was being manufactured by humans themselves. In any case, the highly contagious biovirus completely destroyed the entire city of H in just a few days. Millions of citizens of H City, along with almost all living things in the city, were wiped out. The federal soldiers protecting the citizens were among the last survivors to evacuate the city. The gray morning mist still lingered, and the 5-story shopping mall around Lu Ming and behind him, which had become a temporary fortress, was completely shrouded in deathly silence. The silence was so profound that even the rough crackling of the burning cigarette paper from the officer beside him could be heard clearly. The middle-aged officer, slowly exhaling smoke, suddenly narrowed his eyes, staring intently into the swirling mist ahead, as if trying to see through the entire morning fog. Seeing this, Soldier Lu Ming felt a chill run down his spine. His trembling fingers, strained from excessive tension, immediately gripped the trigger of his machine gun. "Don't rush," the middle-aged officer gestured, and instantly, all the soldiers, including Lu Ming, tensed up, entering combat readiness. They knew the monsters were coming again. The howl, a guttural roar, like that of a wild beast, began to echo from the thick fog. Soon after, a female zombie, her cheek half eaten by something, staggered out of the fog. She wore a beautiful dress, perhaps a very alluring office lady in life, but now, her gnawed cheeks, with bits of flesh still clinging to them, and teeth and cheekbones stained with congealed blood, were shockingly exposed to the air. Seeing this, every soldier on the scene felt a chill run down their spine. This was their enemy, those terrifying undead who had supposedly died but had risen again. Just then, the middle-aged officer slowly raised his left hand, which was free of a cigarette, and a sniper positioned on the mall rooftop immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet, a precise headshot. The female zombie, her skull gone, immediately slumped backward like a machine without power, falling flat on her back. The best way to deal with these bio-monsters infected by the virus was to destroy their brains and spines. They were already mindless undead, only by completely destroying their nervous systems could they truly be killed. Roar! 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 Perhaps stimulated by the gunfire, a series of chilling roars immediately echoed through the thick fog. In the next instant, countless ferocious zombies, densely packed together, surged towards the Federal Army's temporary position like a swarm of locusts crossing a river. Damn it! There are even more than last night. Is someone controlling these bio-beasts? Soldier Lu Ming cursed angrily. Since the battle with these monsters infected with a deadly virus began, many, including himself, had begun to realize that these monsters were far more than just mindless undead. At first, things were alright. These zombies or infected animals simply wandered aimlessly, hunting any living creature. But this soon changed. Within days of the disaster, these massive numbers of infected individuals began walking the streets in groups, and like a mobilized army, they would concentrate their forces to attack a survivor's stronghold. Just like their current predicament, wave after wave of zombie hordes surged in, each more numerous and ferocious than the last, even displaying some rudimentary tactical arrangements. Keep in mind, since the remnants of the Federation Army began protecting civilians and holding this shopping mall, only a day and a half had passed, and in that short time alone, they had suffered 5 waves of zombie hordes, large and small. Those brief pauses of a few hours in between were very likely the manipulator gathering his undead army. The thought sent chills down the spines of Soldier Lu Ming and many other remnants of the Federation Army. Could it be, as rumored, that this biohazard was truly caused by a terrifying evil god, a cataclysmic disaster? Prepare. The middle-aged officer's voice interrupted Soldier Lu Ming's thoughts. Lu Ming immediately tensed, gripping the externally powered heavy machine gun in front of him tightly, ready to attack the zombie horde at any moment. The middle-aged officer slightly raised his arm, a nearly burnt-out cigarette dangling from his lips, his eyes fixed intently on the approaching zombie horde. He remained silent, but his solemn expression revealed that he was waiting for the perfect moment. After several waves of zombies, their ammunition was dwindling 50 meters 30 meters. Only when the zombie horde was within 20 meters did he roar, "Fire!" Rat-a-tat-tat. The externally powered heavy machine gun immediately unleashed crimson flames. The overwhelming firepower, comparable to a cutting machine, instantly pulverized the first dozen or so zombies in the front row, bones and flesh to shreds. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and a thick stench of decay rose into the air. Besides Lu Ming, who fired first, the other Federation soldiers also unleashed their firepower, joining the battle. At such close range, aiming at vital points was effortless for these well-trained soldiers. They had gained considerable experience in dealing with these ferocious monsters. As long as they coordinated their attacks, alternating their assaults and distributing their firepower evenly across every point, these monsters would find it difficult to break through their defensive line. However, just then, a violent whooshing sound suddenly rang out from the vast, dark horde of corpses. Whoosh! A long, scarlet tongue covered in barbs, resembling a sausage, shot out from the horde with the speed of an arrow, instantly piercing through the body of an unfortunate soldier. The soldier, pierced through the body, immediately let out a painful howl, but before he could even struggle, the scarlet tongue dragged him off the battlefield and slammed him into the dense horde of corpses. A horrific scene unfolded. In the blink of an eye, the soldier dragged into the horde was torn to pieces by countless rabid zombies. "Everyone, be careful. It's a mutant." The middle-aged officer immediately ducked down and shouted a warning. Just 3 days after the outbreak of the biohazard, mutants with unique abilities emerged. No one knows why the mutations occurred so rapidly. Many believe it was intentionally triggered by an evil god, while scientists from the Aesop Federation believe it's due to the evolution of the virus, or perhaps both. In any case, it may indeed be due to the intentional initiation by an evil god and the mutability of genetic evolution. Those zombies and biobeasts that underwent secondary, tertiary, or even multiple mutations are extremely terrifying. Not only did their strength increase dramatically, but they also evolved ranged attacks such as long-range tongues, spitting viral spores, and launching bone spikes. Some even evolved melee abilities with sharp teeth and claws and strong bodies, as well as increased agility and dashing attributes due to reduced size and weight. Therefore, the Federation military has codenamed these mutants as alien claws, fleas, and lickers. However, mutants are rare. Only 1 in 1,000 of ordinary zombies and biobeasts will produce such a mutant. The more powerful the mutant, the lower its probability of occurrence. At least for now, the number of mutants is still within the capacity of these remaining Federation troops. Snipers, take out those mutants. Several mutants appeared in quick succession, and the middle-aged officer immediately grabbed his walkie-talkie and issued the attack order to the snipers stationed on the top floor of the mall. Bang! Bang bang bang! The melodious sounds of sniper rifles rang out. The mutants that had just caused casualties among several soldiers were immediately suppressed. 2 were shot 7 or 8 times and instantly fell to the ground. The number of mutants has increased again this time. Have they started evolving again? The middle-aged officer slowly took a drag of his cigarette, letting out a long sigh of relief, but a hint of worry lingered in his eyes. Human combat methods are indeed more agile than these zombies. Although this zombie horde is larger and contains more mutants, this small group of remaining Federation troops can easily hold out. But in just 2 days, the number of mutants they've encountered has doubled. At this rate, what can humanity use to resist the ever-increasing number of mutated monsters? Ow! Suddenly, a roar that seemed to tremble the air erupted from the horde of zombies. The middle-aged officer, the remnants of the Federal Army, and the civilians hiding in the mall all felt a chill run down their spines and their backs trembled. They knew that the most terrifying mutant had arrived. Looming, the soldier guard in the top of the bus broke out in a cold sweat and, while changing his magazine, nervously peered into the horde of zombies. Sure enough, an extremely burly, seemingly cast of bronze giant zombie casually towed a pickup truck from the roadside and strode towards their position. It was over 3 meters tall, its shirt bursting from its massive muscles. Unlike ordinary zombies, it showed no signs of decay. Instead, its entire body was covered in terrifyingly swollen and twisted muscles, so tough that even a Federal assault rifle could only leave a single blood stain. Even the externally powered heavy machine gun in Lu Ming's hand could only splatter blood on its skin. To inflict substantial damage on it, one would have to fire at the same spot dozens of times. In the heat of battle, this is something a small group of soldiers simply cannot accomplish. Therefore, the Federal military calls this most powerful mutant King Kong. Chapter 310 Darkness Descends. Boom. King Kong, dragging his pickup truck, raced down the street, the heavy thud of his stomping feet shaking the ground. Any ordinary zombies that stood in its way were crushed into a bloody pulp. Its ferocious power instilled a deep-seated fear in the hearts of the people. No one could withstand King Kong's charge, even a tank would be easily overturned and smashed. Damn it, it's King Kong. The middle-aged officer inwardly cursed. According to the Federal military's assessment, the individual strength of the mutated King Kong was at least at level 5, the highest rating in the entire Aesop plane. 2 days ago, only 2 King Kongs had appeared in the entire H-City. To eliminate those 2, thousands of troops stationed in H-City were almost completely wiped out in the zombie horde. But now, only 2 days later, another one had appeared? How could these biobeasts evolve so quickly? Could there really be some evil god behind this, artificially creating these world-destroying monsters? In any case, now was not the time to think about these things. Grenades ready. Looming, Dafe, suppressive fire. And get all the refugees on the vehicles immediately, we're moving out right now. The middle-aged officer gave the order immediately. He realized that ammunition was running out, and there were no heavy weapons left to destroy the King Kong. If the King Kong broke through the position, all of them, the surviving humans, would be wiped out. But from the moment he spotted the King Kong to the moment he gave the order, it was already too late. Under the cover of the thick fog and the horde of zombies, the mutated King Kong had closed to within 100 meters of the position. At this moment, As it charged forward at high speed, with a single swing of its arm, the pickup truck that it had been carrying like a toy was sent flying like a cannonball into the makeshift position set up by the remnants of the Federation Army. Boom! An SUV that had been used as a defensive position was smashed and sent flying, and the 2 soldiers on it died instantly, coughing up blood. A gap appeared in the semicircular position, and the dark horde of zombies immediately began to surge towards that side. Meanwhile, the incredibly powerful mutant King Kong, taking advantage of the chaos among the remnants of the Federation Army, roared and charged headlong into the position, enduring machine gun and grenade attacks. It's over. Soldier Lu Ming, on the bus roof, watched the terrifying mutant hurtle towards him. His heart sank to the bottom, and he had no time to react. Fortunately, his superior officer pulled him back, and the 2 of them jumped off the bus roof in a disheveled state. The moment they landed, the bus was sent flying, and the hastily erected defensive position of the Federation remnants collapsed instantly. Sir. Soldier Lu Ming struggled to his feet, frantically searching for the middle-aged officer who had just saved him. However, when Soldier Lu Ming turned and saw the middle-aged officer, he was already gripped by King Kong's massive claws. Run! The middle-aged officer's shout was barely audible before King Kong tore him in 2. Blood gushed forth as countless zombies and ferocious Vajras surged towards the breach in the position like a tidal wave. Forcing back his grief and tears, Soldier Lu Ming ran, shouting, "Retreat! Protect the civilians! Evacuate!" But the collapse had already occurred. Tragedy was inevitable. Under the overwhelming power of the mutants, the dark horde of corpses poured into the mall like a tidal wave. At this point, the remaining Federation troops were powerless to stop the advance of the horde. In just over 10 minutes, the entire mall had fallen. Soldier Lu Ming and his comrades had indeed reunited with the civilians they were protecting, but of the original 100 or so Federation soldiers, less than 30 remained, and they were out of ammunition and supplies, almost completely incapable of resistance. In addition, over 300 civilians inside the mall also attempted to flee in the chaos, but none of them survived. All perished. Now, only 280 civilians remained, trapped in the mall's parking garage along with the 20-odd surviving soldiers. They had prepared escape vehicles, but under the siege of the mutants and hordes of zombies, they didn't even have the chance to start them. Now, a level 5 Vajra, a dozen level 3 mutants, and 700 or 800 ordinary zombies had them completely surrounded. Strangely enough, after cornering them, the zombies didn't continue their attack. Instead, they simply surrounded them, as if waiting for someone to arrive. The wait became agonizingly long. Perhaps only a few minutes had passed, but for the survivors surrounded by zombies, it felt like an eternity. Just then, the previously motionless horde of zombies suddenly parted, creating a path. A pale, thin, middle-aged man with a sinister smile slowly walked out. A strange rune composed of triangles and circles was etched on his forehead, and he wore a black hooded cloak with religious overtones, making him look both ugly and awkward. If it weren't for his effortless movement in and out of the horde of zombies, the survivors would have definitely thought he was a psychopath filled with extreme thoughts. And indeed, he was. Hey, greetings everyone. My name is Liu Changbin, and I am one of the most devout followers of the great Lord of the Undead. The middle-aged man named Liu Changbin glanced at the trembling survivors before him and grinned maliciously. Do you see? Do you feel? All of this, these great creations that have destroyed the world, were created by me and my Lord of the Undead. Hearing this, everyone present erupted in uproar. The culprit behind this apocalypse was none other than this thin, ugly middle-aged man. That's right, Liu Changbin was one of the culprits. It was he who modified the highly contagious biovirus and mixed it with the necromancy of the Lord of the Undead, thus creating the bio-monsters that now filled the world. Yet, such horrific crimes seemed to him to be incredibly glorious. As he uttered these words, he showed no remorse whatsoever, but rather smug satisfaction, his expression filled with boastfulness. That bastard! Soldier Lu Ming gritted his teeth in hatred, his eyes blazing with fury. This man had turned H-City into a living hell, plunged the entire Federation into chaos, and even his superior, who had shown him such kindness, had been torn in two by a mutated beast. If it weren't for this man named Liu Changbin, so many tragedies wouldn't have occurred. He had to kill him. Now was the best opportunity. Soldier Lu Ming hardened his heart. His gun was already out of ammunition, so he reached for the dagger at his waist. A dagger was enough to deal with a thin, middle-aged man. Give me back my daughter's life. Before Lu Ming could act, one of the middle-aged soldiers hidden among him charged forward, shouting, "Die!" The middle-aged soldier drew his sidearm and rushed towards Liu Changbin, firing a burst of bullets. The 12 bullets in the pistol were emptied in just 2 or 3 seconds. Within a 10-meter radius, such a barrage of bullets would absolutely leave an ordinary human chest riddled with holes. Yet, at that very moment, something unbelievable happened. All 12 bullets, fresh from their barrels, hovered motionless in front of Liu Changbin. Some bullets were even still spinning at high speed, but they simply stopped in midair, unable to advance an inch or fall to the ground. The gunfire subsided, and the scene fell into complete silence. Everyone who was alive was terrified. No one knew how Liu Changbin had managed to stop the bullets in front of him without even twitching his finger. How could this be? How could such a thing defy common sense exist? No, impossible. Why? No, impossible. The middle-aged soldier who had drawn his gun collapsed to the ground in utter shock, his finger still desperately trying to pull the trigger, the pistol continuously emitting a hollow click. Even firearms couldn't kill him. Was Liu Changbin a monster? He, the great lord of the dead, mindful of my world-destroying achievements, has bestowed upon me supreme divine power. Now I am a level 7 high priest under the Lord of Death. How could a mere pistol possibly harm me? Liu Changbin laughed arrogantly again, and at the same time, with a thought, the bullet hovering in front of him instantly reflected back, directly riddling the middle-aged soldier who attacked him with bullets. Daughter, father. The middle-aged soldier fell backward to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, and stopped breathing in a few breaths. Get up, become the servant of the Lord of Death. Looking at the middle-aged soldier who had just died, Liu Changbin conjured a strange ball of black and green gas from his fingertip, and with a flick of his finger, the black and green gas drifted down onto the middle-aged soldier's body. A few seconds later, the middle-aged soldier, who had already died, suddenly opened his eyes. However, the middle-aged soldier, his veins bulging, his eyes lifeless, his gaping maw emitting ferocious roars, had clearly become one of the zombies. Like other zombies, after his resurrection, the middle-aged soldier staggered to his feet and stood obediently before Liu Changbin, like a vicious puppet. Silence fell once more. All the survivors had lost the will to resist, only the deepest despair was etched on their faces. Level 7 was far beyond the life levels of this world. No one knew just how terrifying a level 7 life form truly was. No one even knew how to kill Liu Changbin. If resistance failed, the inevitable outcome would be the same as that of the middle-aged soldier, becoming a bloodthirsty zombie that devoured the living after death. And what made everyone present even more desperate was that Liu Changbin's current state was due to the evil god, the Lord of the Dead. If Liu Changbin alone had rendered everyone helpless, how terrifying would a god be? Was their planet Aesop destined to fall into the hands of the undead? Soldier Lu Ming, like the others filled with resentment, clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, but faced with such overwhelming power, they were like fish on a chopping board, utterly powerless to resist. This is the power of death? You who once treated me so easily, now tremble before me, Liu Changbin. Ha ha ha. His gaze swept over the trembling, fearful crowd, and Liu Changbin felt an immense sense of satisfaction and superiority. Who told you, you mercenary humans, to dare underestimate me, Liu Changbin, before? How, now this is the price you pay. Thinking this, Liu Changbin felt even more grateful to the great Lord of the Undead. If it weren't for the Lord of the Undead bestowing upon him unparalleled power of death, he would still be a nobody, unwanted by everyone. But now, even this world had to grovel at his feet. See that? This is the great divine power of the Lord of the Dead. Liu Changbin scanned the living prisoners before him, speaking in a sinister tone, as long as you sincerely serve the Lord of the Dead and offer your souls to the great Lord of Death, you will surely receive my Lord's protection. Hell, let those damned laws and morals go to hell. Don't you want to roam freely in this world, doing whatever you please? As he spoke, Liu Changbin pointed to the rune mark on his forehead. Once you accept this mark, you can wield the power of death like me. You can command these zombies at will, and even this world will belong to us. The resurrected undead could indeed bring power to the Lord of the Dead, but living believers were ultimately more valuable than the dead, and the power of faith generated by believers had a greater effect than the Lord of the Dead. Furthermore, a world ultimately needs some living people to function, and the Lord of the Dead also needed some living people to serve him. Even Liu Changbin himself had long been lusting after several young, beautiful women huddled in the crowd, their faces filled with terror. Hairhead hell, how could those ugly, rotting corpses compare to the vibrant beauty of young women? Therefore, to recruit followers for the Lord of the Dead, Liu Chengbin spoke with great enthusiasm and animated gestures, as if a perfect, ideal world was about to unfold. The people present were filled with despair. In their current predicament, what choice did they have but to submit to the Lord of the Dead and Liu Chengbin's horde of corpses? Brother Liu, no, Master Liu. From the bewildered crowd, a few thug-like youths trembled as they stepped forward, frowningly asking, if we believe in the Lord of the Dead, can we walk through hordes of corpses and even have the power to stop bullets like you? Seeing people willingly surrendering, Liu Chengbin's eyes narrowed, a smug smile playing on his lips. That's right, believing in my Lord guarantees eternal life. Then we join. We are willing to serve our great Lord of the Dead. The thugs, as if grasping at a lifeline, hastily knelt at Liu Chengbin's feet, eagerly requesting to receive the mark of the dead. They wouldn't amount to much in the normal world anyway. On the contrary, this world filled with the dead stirred a strong desire within them. Liu Chengbin thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of others kneeling and begging at his feet. No matter how many times, it always brought him immense pleasure. They're very sensible, but what about you? Liu Chengbin's gaze swept across the crowd again, this time with a chilling, murderous intent in his eyes. The followers gathered for the Lord of the Dead were indeed important, but there were many people in the world, and he didn't mind killing a few more. Damn it! Soldier Lu Ming gripped the hilt of his dagger tightly in the crowd, intense hatred and resentment pounding against his soul. Undoubtedly, once he bore the mark of selling his soul, he would be a puppet of the undead for life, with no chance of avenging his family and superiors. Was he truly destined to become a lackey of the undead, spending his life in resentment and bitterness? No, rather than live a life of ignominy, he would fight to the death. Soldier Lu Ming's cold eyes snapped open, and he instantly drew his dagger, leaping into the air. But just then, a warm, holy golden light suddenly descended upon them. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 Light vs. Darkness. Hiss. Ow. The zombies exposed to the golden light immediately howled and scattered in all directions as if doused with concentrated sulfuric acid. Even Liu Chengbin, who was present, couldn't control them. In fact, even Liu Chengbin himself, the moment he came into contact with a golden light, felt as if he had been doused with hot oil. His skin immediately emitted acrid black smoke, and the pain made him hurriedly hide in the outer horde of zombies. Who is it? After hiding in the horde of zombies, Liu Chengbin shouted loudly. However, judging from his hurried movements and slightly trembling voice, he was clearly nervous. After all, since gaining the favor of the Lord of the Dead, receiving divine power, and being promoted all the way to 7th level Saint rank High Priest, this was the first time he had been injured. The fact that the opponent could easily break through the bulletproof protective death aura and directly injure him meant that the opponent's strength was definitely not below his own. Moreover, the power contained in this golden light was extremely strong, completely different from the death power he used. This made him start to speculate, could there be another power system and another god besides the Lord of the Dead? The thought immediately made Liu Chengbin's heart leap with anxiety. He had personally witnessed a god, a truly incomparable and majestic lord. He dared not oppose any god. I am Angel Doris, the holy maiden of Aesop, under the command of the Supreme Lord, the god of light. With a delicate shout, the dazzling light gradually dissipated, revealing a beautiful woman in a pure white dress, her skin as white as snow, standing before the desperate civilians with her graceful figure. All eyes were on her. Her long, dazzling golden hair, captivating blue eyes, and long, straight legs beneath her dress, undoubtedly, this beautiful woman was none other than the recently popular rising star, Angel Doris. Everyone present, including Liu Chengbin, knew this incredibly popular idol. Especially Liu Chengbin. At the outbreak of the biohazard, he intentionally captured some young and beautiful celebrities for his own private enjoyment, or to offer to High Priest Nelson and the esteemed Lord of the Undead. In fact, he did do so, capturing quite a few in the past few days, and the wildly popular rising star Angel was naturally his #1 target. However, Angel vanished without a trace in H City at the beginning of the disaster, and even Liu Chengbin, who was controlling the horde of zombies, couldn't find her. Unexpectedly, Angel suddenly appeared before him, and she was wearing a strange statue on her chest that was emitting a scorching light. Clearly, the golden light that had burned him was emanating from this statue. Liu Changbin, you spread the virus and caused widespread suffering. Now that Her Highness the Holy Maiden has arrived, do you know your crime? Another rebuke rang out, and everyone present turned to look again. At this moment, the dazzling golden light had dissipated, and everyone present saw two men and a woman standing behind Angel. The one who spoke was a bespectacled young man who appeared somewhat dull. Beside him was an adorable blonde girl and a tall, slender, and refined young man holding an ancient-style short bow. Yes, it's them. Angel's 12 apostles. The refugees and remnants of the Federation army exclaimed in unison. The two men and one woman before them were three of Angel's 12 guardian knights. The one with glasses was Liu Peng, the leader of the 12 knights, and the one with the short bow was Wu Yiren. These 12 knights, who had always been by Angel's side, were known to everyone not only in H City but also throughout the entire Aesop Federation. However, people usually thought that the 12 knights were at most Angel's fan group or a gimmick created by the company behind them. Who would have thought that Angel and her guardian knights would appear before them in this way, as if the legendary saviors had descended? God of Light? Saintess? What rubbish. She wants me to confess? Haha, I spit on her. Liu Changbin laughed furiously, then his eyes turned cold as he threatened, just an entertainment star, daring to play tricks on me, the high priest. You're courting death. Before he finished speaking, Liu Changbin raised a hand, and thick black mist immediately began to spread outwards. He no longer intended to hold back. Regardless of whether this so-called God of Light was real or fake, the fact that Angel could hurt him meant that the other party had some tricks up their sleeve. Rather than risk negotiating with him, it was better to strike first. He had hundreds of bloodthirsty zombies gathered on his side. Sure enough, as Liu Changbin used his necromantic power, the hundreds of zombies around him, along with a dozen powerful mutants, went berserk, like beasts released from their cages, all rushing towards Angel and the others. The crowd began to scream, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. You audacious Liu Changbin, you blaspheme my lord, causing untold suffering. I, Angel Doris, representing my Lord of Light, condemn you. Facing the onslaught of zombies, Angel remained fearless. She raised the idol to her chest in devout prayer, and in the next instant, a golden holy light shot into the sky, and an ancient gate composed entirely of golden holy light appeared out of thin air above everyone's heads. This is a gate made of light. The Aesop plane was a technologically advanced plane similar to Earth. The many refugees present had never seen such a fantastical and awe-inspiring scene before, and they were awe-stunned. Not only the refugees, but all the zombies exposed to the light immediately howled in agony. Their bodies were as if doused with strong acid, instantly scorched and burned, billowing black smoke. Especially those zombies that rushed too far forward and were completely enveloped in the light were burned into charcoal within seconds. What's going on? How could this be? Liu Changbin was utterly horrified. This golden light, filled with divine pressure, seemed to have a powerful restraining effect on his necromancy and the bioengineered zombie horde. The enhanced mutants fared somewhat better, but ordinary zombies wouldn't last more than 2 or 3 breaths after being exposed to this light. If he wasn't sure what method the golden light used the first time he was burned, now he could see it clearly, but he couldn't understand the underlying principle at all. Could it really be because of another god? Before Liu Changbin could think any further, a majestic resounding sound came from the door, and the golden door hanging above everyone suddenly opened. A war angel clad in silver armor, wielding a holy sword, and with a pair of pure white wings fluttering majestically behind him, appeared before everyone's eyes. An angel. A real angel. My God, there really is an angel has descended. We are saved? The hundreds of refugees present, shocked and overjoyed, wept tears of joy. From the moment the disaster struck, they had been fleeing for their lives. For many, the world was over, they had no future, no hope. But at this moment, as the warm and peaceful holy light shone upon them, and the holy and powerful angel of war descended before them, an inexplicable courage welled up in their hearts. It truly has come true. Praise be to our Lord. May our Lord's light forever shine upon all mankind. Before the refugees, Saint Angel and her 3 companions all knelt on one knee, reverently bowing to the still open gates of heaven behind the angels. In recent days, Due to Wu Wei's prioritization of training for Angel and the 12 apostles, their strength had increased significantly, far surpassing that of ordinary humans in this world. Later, when the biohazard disaster caused by the Lord of the Dead erupted, Wu Wei gave them the ultimate mission of saving the world, providing them with even greater divine support. Furthermore, after the divine kingdom was repaired and another gate to heaven leading directly to the Aesopian plane was successfully established, Wu Wei granted Angel and the 12 apostles even greater authority. This means they can summon the War Angel in times of crisis, or directly appeal to this deity for help. This makes them, like the high-ranking officials of the Holy See in the Light Plane, his direct representatives in the Aesop plane. Summoning the War Angel is the first time Saint Angel and her companions have done this, and the shock they feel at this moment is unimaginable. Even their faith level is rapidly advancing towards the purest form of holy believer. No, impossible. How could there be a heavenly angel? On the other side, Liu Chengbin's eyes widened, and his heart skipped a beat. The majestic angel who crossed the Golden Gate exuded a holy and boundless pressure, seemingly innate and superior to everything. Under the cold gaze of the angel, he felt a complete suppression of fear, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Most importantly, and what terrified him most, was that it now seemed everything the self-proclaimed saintess, angel, had said was true. Behind that golden gate must lie a deity. The thought sent a chill down his spine. How could he dare provoke a deity? Without a word, he turned and fled. You all wait. Once I report to the Lord of Death, your deaths will be nigh. Liu Chengbin cursed as he fled, ordering the 700 or 800 zombies around him to cover his retreat. In the blink of an eye, Liu Chengbin vanished without a trace under the cover of the horde. He had indeed failed this time, but he wasn't worried. His greatest reliance now was the evil god, the Lord of Death, who controlled death and could destroy the world. Roar. Howl. The mindless, fearless horde of zombies immediately pounced on the War Angel and Angel. The Vajra, hailed as the strongest mutant, was at the forefront. The towering, 3-meter-tall, muscular body, after a sprint, leaped forward, charging directly at the hovering War Angel. However, how could a mere level 5 mutant possibly harm the holy and powerful War Angel? With a single sword strike, the hovering War Angel cleaved the charging mutant, King Kong, in two. The holy flames clinging to the blade instantly ignited King Kong's corpse, quickly reducing the two halves to ashes. The crowd erupted in jubilation. Since the outbreak of the disaster, they, the living, had been predators of zombies and mutants, but now they finally saw hope in eliminating these bioengineered undead. Under the holy light emanating from Saint Angel, the hordes of zombies were severely suppressed. The refugees, summoning their courage, joined the 3 apostles to follow the incomparably powerful War Angel, beginning a massive purge of the surrounding zombies and mutants. Soon, as many as 700 or 800 zombies and a dozen or so mutants were wiped out. In the blink of an eye, the entire mall parking garage became a hellish scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The surrounding environment had indeed become extremely terrifying, but all the refugees and the surviving Federation soldiers had survived without a single casualty, and each of them was full of fighting spirit, their eyes filled with a burning light for the future. Remember, our Lord is watching over you. With the war over, the War Angel glanced at the crowd, raised his hand and sprinkled a patch of holy fire, completely purifying the surrounding stench of corpses and seas of blood, before turning and entering the gates of heaven, disappearing along with a beam of light that formed the portal. Everyone, as you can see, the evil god, the Lord of the Dead, has invaded our world, but the great God of light is protecting us. Saintess Angel slowly turned around, her gaze sincerely fixed on all the refugees and surviving soldiers. Join us. As long as we gather under the holy light of our Lord of Light, we will surely drive away all evil. That's right, we received the revelation of our Lord of Light at the very beginning of the disaster. As long as we follow our Lord's guidance, we will surely reclaim our world. Apostle Liu Peng and others also came over. Their combat power had been exceptionally fierce, attracting a lot of attention. Now, coupled with the special infectiousness of the fanatics, the crowd was immediately infected, and everyone was filled with enthusiasm. Even some elderly people showed unprecedented fighting spirit. I join. At this moment, Lu Ming, a surviving soldier, stepped forward from the crowd. I will kill all the undead and avenge my commander. I want to join you too. I want to avenge my wife and children. I am willing to believe in the light. Why, God of light, please lead us to destroy the undead. One refugee after another stepped forward, some filled with righteous indignation, others with sorrowful tears, but without a doubt, they were all united in their hatred, filled with utter resentment towards the undead ruler and his companions who had taken their loved ones' lives, desecrated human corpses, and stolen their homes. Soon, one after another, unwavering faith began to connect indirectly with Wu Wei through the statue in the chest of the Holy Angel. Please rest assured, we have established multiple safe havens to ensure your safety. Seeing the creation of these faith channels, Saint Angel's confidence increased considerably. She solemnly assured the crowd, however, this place is not safe to linger. Please evacuate with us. Yes. We will all follow your highness. Saint Angel, representing the god of light, undoubtedly became a symbol of hope for all the refugees at this moment. Soon, the refugees and the remaining Federation soldiers quickly evacuated the outskirts of H City with Saint Angel and the others. By this time, all survivors had fled H City, and this once prosperous metropolis, a part of the Federation's Huaguo district, had been completely transformed into a bloody hell. Chapter 312. Even the old dog of light's personal arrival is not enough. At the same time that Saint Angel, leading 3 apostles, confronted Liu Changbin's city, where the Aesop Federation government was located, was suffering a terrifying zombie attack. Aside from the zombie crisis already erupting within the city, the number of zombies and bioengineered beasts pouring in from other towns outside the city had reached an appalling millions. Among them, the powerful mutants were countless. The Federation Prime Minister's residence in the city was heavily guarded, with tanks, self-propelled artillery, armored vehicles, and other heavy weapons practically filling the surrounding streets. There was no other way. This was the last stand the Aesop Federation government could muster. If this place fell, the entire Aesop Federation would be like a brainless entity. The various regions and cities, as well as the refugee settlements struggling to survive, would completely lose their command and control, plunging the entire Aesop Federation into utter darkness. Therefore, the Federation Prime Minister and the top government officials were desperately defending the city. Inside the Prime Minister's residence, all government officials were already working feverishly. Even the Prime Minister himself hadn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights. This biohazard was clearly a leak from the research center. How could it be the work of an evil god? Remember, these rumors must be stopped immediately. This is a critical moment. Every human being should unite closely and not be swayed by rumors. The federal Prime Minister, already over 60 years old, had turned almost white overnight. His face was itched with fatigue. At his desk, he was taking nutritional supplements while carefully instructing his assistant. As he said, this was a critical moment, and every human being in the Aesop Federation must stand united. Report. Report. Just then, a civilian employee in military uniform rushed in, his face filled with anxiety. What is it? Speak. The Prime Minister rubbed his temples, feigning attentive listening. Prime Minister, the civilian employee sighed slightly. The refugee rescue team composed of troops stationed in H City and W City has lost contact. H City and W City have likely fallen completely. Upon hearing this news, the federal Prime Minister's expression immediately darkened. In just a few days, the entire Federation has descended into chaos. Even H City and W City, 2 vital metropolises in the Federation's China region, have completely fallen. This is undoubtedly a devastating blow to the remaining humans. However, shortly after losing contact, a surviving soldier named Lu Ming from H City sent us a message via radio, the civilian official reported again. This made the Prime Minister's eyes light up. This is good news. Tell me quickly, what did Lu Ming send? The civilian official hesitated slightly before continuing. Soldier Lu Ming said that the true root of all this disaster is the alien evil god, the Lord of the Undead. An hour ago, they were attacked by the Lord of the Undead's minions, but fortunately, the God of Light sent a holy angel to save them. So, the famous actress Angel Doris is the saint chosen by the God of Light in Aesop. I believe that as long as we follow the saint and unite under the divine light, we will surely defeat evil and reclaim our world. At this point, the civilian employee couldn't help but steal a glance at the Prime Minister's unpredictable expression before finishing his sentence. Because they were worried about being tracked by the minions of the Undead Lord, Lu Ming switched to the most primitive radio equipment. Now they are heading towards the safe outpost established by the Holy Maiden. They will contact us again after they are safe. This is utter nonsense. How can Lu Ming, as a Federation soldier, so easily believe the ramblings of an entertainment star? The Federation Prime Minister's face darkened, his brows furrowed. What evil gods and angels? They're all things that bewitch people. This is a technological society, we must believe in science. Yes, Prime Minister, you're right, the civilian employee quickly bowed and echoed. However, faith can unite people, bring hope to the masses, and I think we should perhaps contact the Holy Maiden before confirming the truth. Rumors about the evil god, the Lord of the Dead, are rampant, and now there's another hostile god of light. However, the civilian staff and most survivors subconsciously choose to believe these legends, otherwise, how could their world have suffered such a devastating catastrophe? The federal prime minister frowned in silence, his expression still serious, but he seemed to have considered contacting the Holy Maiden of Light, Angel. However, before he could speak, a ferocious roar suddenly came from the sky. Ow! The roar shook the heavens and the earth, like rolling thunder, terrifying all the guards below, their spines trembling and cold sweat pouring down their faces. They felt like tiny ants being stared at by a man-eating beast at the top of the food chain. What's going on? The federal prime minister hurriedly ran to the French windows, looking up at the sky with the same anxiety as everyone else. Just then, in the thick, cloud-covered sky, a gigantic, black, skeletal dragon, like a colossal aircraft carrier, pierced through the clouds and fiercely descended before their eyes. A terrifying aura surged forth like a torrent crashing down upon the earth. Under this intense pressure, the crowd below could barely breathe. A bone dragon. How can such a creature exist in this world? It's charging. Whoosh! The soldiers guarding the Prime Minister's residence were all overwhelmed by the bone dragon's overwhelming power, a level 9 demigod, making it difficult to breathe, their legs trembling. Some of the more timid ones even collapsed to the ground, urinating in fear. Don't stand there. The bone dragon is charging. Attack! Attack now! In this critical moment, the soldier's commander snapped out of his daze and shouted a warning. Only then did the terrified soldiers realize that the bone dragon was descending from the sky, hurtling towards them at breakneck speed. Bang! Bang bang! Sporadic cannon fire began to boom, but hitting the black, aura-shrouded demigod-level bone dragon was like scratching an itch through a boot, utterly ineffective. The bone dragon descended from the sky, already pouncing on its attack, but it was too late. Boom! Its mere impact caused buildings to collapse, crushing several tanks and self-propelled artillery pieces into scrap metal. Roar! The bone dragon unleashed a torrent of dragon breath, a corrosive, undead breath that whipped up layers of black mist, instantly obliterating the entire street. All the houses, steel structures, cars, and weapons touched by the black mist rapidly decayed and disintegrated. Even the soldiers guarding these streets, after their swift deaths, were reborn as undead, rising again to attack the humans. The once impenetrable defenses were suddenly breached, and the massive horde of corpses gathered on the perimeter surged towards the position like a tidal wave. The federal military defending the Prime Minister's residence collapsed in an instant. Meanwhile, inside the Prime Minister's residence, a clerical assistant frantically pulled the stunned federal Prime Minister away, shouting, "Prime Minister, get out of here. The legend of the Lord of the Dead is true, he has arrived." The federal Prime Minister's eyes were glazed over, a deep despair filling his chest. If the evil god truly existed, were all of humanity in Aesop doomed? No. They, the people of Aesop, still had hope. Quick! We must evacuate immediately. The federal Prime Minister, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, shouted and ran, "Everyone evacuate immediately. We must contact Saint Angel, we must seek divine protection." Just minutes later, the demigod-level bone dragon and the massive horde of corpses finally breached the federal defenders' lines and stormed into the Prime Minister's residence. In an instant, the entire Prime Minister's residence was a scene of carnage, with blood flowing like rivers. Not long after, a figure shrouded in black mist appeared out of thin air above the Prime Minister's residence. With his appearance, an overwhelming and majestic aura spread in all directions, far more ferocious and terrifying than the demigod bone dragon. Even the horde of corpses filing the Prime Minister's residence trembled and roared in terror, as if welcoming their emperor with the most fervent ceremony. Indeed, this black figure that appeared out of nowhere was the terrifying evil god who had descended upon this plane, the Lord of the Undead. "What a rich world," he murmured, a sinister and arrogant smile curving his lips as he gazed at the undead that had filled the entire city. Suddenly, The Lord of the Undead raised his arms, and the death energy and innocent souls that filled the city surged towards him like a river. The Lord of the Undead, like a dragon sucking water, greedily absorbed the torrent of death energy. The immense power of death gathered and intensified, soon forming a gigantic black cocoon around the Lord of the Undead. The black cocoon throbbed rhythmically, as if alive, until several hours later, when it burst open with a loud bang. Smoke billowed, and the Undead Lord, nourished by an entire city, descended slowly to the ground as if reborn. At this moment, his withered muscles had become plump again, his grayish-white skin gleaming with a resilient and strong luster, and especially his pair of pitch-black eyes, radiating a chilling aura, were like the most terrifying black holes in the universe, capable of swallowing and annihilating everything. Congratulations, my lord, on your recovery from your great wounds. When the Undead Lord landed on the ravaged ground, his high priest Nelson, the demigod-level ancient dragon, and countless undead corpses had already knelt in reverence, welcoming him for some time. The Lord of the Undead ignored his servants, instead breathing deeply the blood-soaked air, stretching his newly healed body and soul. The abundant power surged within him like a rushing river. This comfortable feeling caused a savage, domineering smile to creep across his grim face. Hey, my lord, I never imagined this world's population was so vast, yet so weak. We've only conquered about 30% of the towns, and you've already healed your wounds. If we were to completely occupy this planet, even the old dog of light himself wouldn't be a match for you. The gaunt, sinister high priest Nelson hurriedly stepped forward to flatter him, as if afraid of being ignored by the Lord of the Undead if he hesitated even a moment. HMPH. Mentioning the god of light, the Lord of the Undead snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with killing intent as he chuckled coldly. Hell, I've been suppressed by that old dog of light for so long, and today has finally come. The day I conquer this planet will be the day I take revenge on that old dog of light. Ow! Roar! As the Lord of the Undead's emotion surged, the bone dragon and the massive horde of corpses around him immediately roared wildly, as if they were shouting a declaration to him. The Lord of the Undead surveyed the countless undead army around him, his ambition swelling ever larger. The god of light was indeed powerful, but as far as he knew, the opponent seemed to be seriously injured, and his strength was far from what it used to be. As for him, the Lord of the Undead, he had not only recovered from his previous injuries, but also commanded an unparalleled bioengineered undead force, and even conquering the entire planet seemed imminent. Now, on this planet called Aesop, there were billions of weak humans with little ability to resist. If he could use these billions of living beings as nourishment, his power would undoubtedly surge to an unprecedented level, and the resulting undead army would be terrifyingly large. Hell, when that time comes, he will open the passage connecting to the plane of light, and hundreds of millions of bioengineered undead carrying deadly viruses will march straight in, slaughtering the entire plane of light and the light god kingdom where the old dog of light resides. Nelson, my loyal servant, the undead lord slowly called out, his ambition boundless. I need to promote some loyal servants to lead hordes of corpses and conquer this world as quickly as possible. Furthermore, the number of my followers needs to be constantly expanded. Although promoting servants would consume some power, this consumption would soon be compensated for. Because a horde of corpses controlled by servants is far more powerful than a horde acting solely on instinct and mindlessness. In addition, the number of followers must also be constantly expanded. The power of faith generated by followers is the true strength of a god. My lord, your servant will do it immediately. High Priest Nelson hurriedly agreed. However, at that moment, an urgent report transmitted through the faith channel abruptly interrupted the Lich King's train of thought. With a wave of his hand, a dark, menacing light screen composed of necromantic power gradually appeared before him. The person within the light screen was one of his servants, Liu Chengbin. Liu Chengbin looked disheveled, his expression filled with terror. Upon seeing the Lich King in the light screen, he hurriedly reported, My lord, your servant has encountered the Holy Maiden of Light, and a war angel. What? The Lich King's eyes narrowed instantly. If someone claimed to be a holy maiden, it was likely a lie, but a war angel was undeniably real. The matter is like this. Liu Chengbin sensed the Lich King's intense emotional fluctuation and quickly recounted in detail how he had conquered the last human stronghold in H City, and was about to subdue the believers and prisoners when the Holy Maiden of Light suddenly led her forces to attack. After hearing these events, the Lord of the Undead slowly narrowed his eyes, coldly snorting with murderous intent. HMPH, I didn't expect the old dog of light's claws to have reached this far. But in the end, I was one step ahead. Now, it seems the old dog of light's true form cannot reach this plane. Those so-called holy maidens of light and apostles of light are all insignificant. Send down the order, swiftly conquer the entire world and annihilate all forces related to the God of light. Hell, the day I conquer the world will be the day I take revenge on the old dog of light. Yes. Countless hordes of corpses and fanatical necromancers immediately began their frenzied invasion. Chapter 313 Aesop's Dimensional Strategic Plan. Almost simultaneously, everything that happened in the Aesop plane was transmitted to Wu Wei's divine kingdom through the faith path and the holy light eyes he had spread. Husband, I didn't expect the saintess you chose to be so capable. In the pleasant and comfortable divine kingdom, a beautiful elven woman sat beside Wu Wei, accompanying him as he observed the various movements in the lower Aesop plane. Undoubtedly, she was Wu Wei's current wife, Everis, the elven demigoddess of the plane of light. Everis and Wu Wei had witnessed the entire process of the Aesop saintess angel rescuing the last group of refugees in H City and leading the inevitable to swift evacuation. Therefore, Everis greatly admired this saintess angel. However, upon seeing the devastation in H City, and the minions of the undead lord spreading across the land, constantly destroying that world, a hint of anger rose on the elven woman's beautiful face. Angel and the 12 apostles, they've grown rapidly and certainly haven't disappointed me. Wu Wei praised them with satisfaction as he watched the images projected by the holy light. However, his brow furrowed slightly when he saw the cities destroyed by the Lord of the Undead. But the undead infected with the biovirus are spreading incredibly fast. In just a few days, the bioplague has spread throughout the entire Aesop continent, with at least 30% of the major cities completely destroyed. Most towns have been attacked by hordes of zombies. The government is now paralyzed, and all living beings are threatened. At this rate, within a month, the entire Aesop plane and its existing civilization will be completely destroyed, and the whole world will become a necromantic apocalypse. Of course, this was Wu Wei's rough estimate of the destruction's progress. The bio-disaster unleashed by the Lord of the Undead came far too suddenly. Even with Wu Wei's intervention, the destruction of the existing civilization in the Aesop plane was already unstoppable. My lord, what are we waiting for? That world has been ravaged by the undead, and the Lord of the Undead is growing stronger by doing so. We cannot stand idly by. Evelise stood up from her chair, her face solemn. Now that your divine kingdom has been repaired and the gates of heaven have been built, I believe we should immediately send troops to punish the Lord of the Undead. Otherwise, once he grows stronger, his next target will be us. The thought of the bloody and cruel biohazard that might happen to her beautiful homeland filled her with worry. She would never allow those ugly undead to trample on the plane of light and the elven kingdom located there. Don't rush, sit down first. Let's sit down and talk. Wu Wei reached out and pulled Evelise into his arms. This intimate gesture made Evelise's pretty face blush. Although they were now husband and wife, for an elven demigod who valued etiquette, such intimate behavior in broad daylight was quite embarrassing. However, Wu Wei, who came from Earth, did not care about this. While enjoying the warmth of the beauty in his arms, he watched the images transmitted from the Aesop plane and slowly said, although the gate of heaven has been built and the divine kingdom possesses a certain level of combat capability, I do not intend to immediately launch a full-scale invasion of the Aesop plane. What? The elven demigod Everis raised her face in confusion. You don't intend to invade Aesop now? Are you going to let the Lord of the Undead grow stronger? Letting him grow stronger is not the case, but I have a better plan than an immediate invasion. Hearing Wu Wei's words, Everis immediately became curious. Wu Wei then embraced the other person and continued to explain, my divine status and divine kingdom have only just been repaired, and everything is in ruins. Including you, I only have 3 demigods, a dozen or so war angels, and a few hundred divine guards with combat capabilities. On the other hand, the undead lord, that old bastard, is truly cunning. He unleashed the undead calamity before I could react, and has now occupied dozens of cities, spreading the biovirus throughout the entire Aesop plane. The undead lord has now recovered from his injuries and returned to the 10th level of divine power. His servants and infected hordes, while not particularly strong individually, probably number in the hundreds of millions, and this number continues to increase dramatically. With our current strength, to conquer the entire Aesop plane, we must mobilize all my forces, including the humans of the light plane, the sea creatures, and your elves, the 3 major races, to have any chance of victory. But the price to pay will be enormous, and it's very likely that this cancerous tumor, the undead lord, will escape again. Upon hearing this, Evelyn immediately showed a worried expression. Her husband, Wu Wei, the god of light, had suffered severe injuries previously, and his strength had plummeted to its lowest point. Otherwise, he would have easily annihilated a minor deity like the Lord of the Undead. But reality is reality. The cunning Lord of the Undead had seized the initiative in the Aesop plane, not only recovering from his injuries but also triggering a global biohazard. Unfortunately, while the humans in the Aesop plane were weak, their population was enormous, and in the blink of an eye, the entire planet was overrun with mutated zombies and infected creatures. Therefore, if they wanted to conquer this plane teeming with infected creatures and a true evil god, they would have to mobilize their entire forces, sacrificing vast amounts of manpower, resources, and funds, as well as inflicting heavy casualties. Most importantly, once the Lord of the Undead sensed the unfavorable situation, he would undoubtedly flee. With his divine strength, even if he escaped to other planes, or even if he hid in the sewers like a rat, it would take Wu Wei and Everest at least 10 or 8 years to force him out. This would be like stirring up a hornet's nest, leaving a lingering threat within their divine realm. Everest sighed inwardly. The only thing that gave her some peace of mind was the fact that the humans and other creatures of the Aesop plane weren't very strong. Otherwise, with billions of people, such a large-scale biohazard would have been enough to forcefully conquer the light plane. Husband, do you have a plan? The elven demigod Everest looked at Wu Wei again, her beautiful eyes like water. Knowing him as she did, she was certain he already had a way to deal with the Lord of the Undead. That's right, but one thing must be understood, although I am a god, I cannot save everyone. I can only protect those who believe in me, Wu Wei said. Evelyn nodded thoughtfully. So, my husband wants to take this opportunity to spread faith first, and then save the people of the Aesop plane after they have all become your followers. While this statement might seem realistic, it does make sense. The Aesop plane doesn't yet belong to Wu Wei, he has only tentatively cultivated a small group of followers. This small group, and its influence, probably represents less than 1/10,000th of the entire Aesop plane. It would indeed be unreasonable to ask Wu Wei to save the world just for such a small number of followers. This is only one aspect. Wu Wei held up one finger and shook it, then held up another. The Aesopian plane is almost completely destroyed. In this apocalyptic world, survival has become exceptionally brutal. However, it is precisely this extreme pressure of survival that may bring us greater opportunities. With that, Wu Wei waved his hand, and the faith values and personal information of Aesop's Saintus Angel and the 12 apostles were displayed in front of them. Aesop's Saintus Angel and the 12 apostles were personally chosen by Wu Wei, so their aptitude was naturally beyond question. However, since the outbreak of the disaster, in just a few short days, their faith level had increased dramatically from the level of fanatical believers to the most precious level of holy believers. It seemed that because of the invasion of the evil god and the outbreak of the biohazard, Angel and the 12 apostles, in their struggle for survival, had gained an even greater sense of mission to protect their homeland and save the world. Coupled with witnessing their loved ones fall one after another, and their familiar homeland turning into hell, the cruel stimulation filled with blood and death made their souls increasingly refined and pure. Not a single mistake, not a single post, not a single content, not a single 6 to 9 book, not a single bar to watch. Therefore, in these short few days, in the process of constantly fighting against the undead and saving others, their bodies and minds were sublimated. Their firm faith in Wu Wei, the god of light, not only reached an unparalleled level, but even their own souls reached the Holy Spirit level that Wu Wei so desperately desired. This also confirms the saying, adversity makes people grow. Take another look at them. Wu Wei changed the information of another batch of believers, the first of whom was the soldier Lu Ming, and others who had just been saved by the Holy Maiden Angel and others. How could this be? Angel and the 12 apostles have been cultivated by you for so long, I am not surprised, but how could the soldier Lu Ming and the others? They actually reached the level of fanatical believers in such a short period of time. The elven demigod Everest stared at the faith values of the believers in disbelief. The rescued soldiers and refugees had only recently embraced Wu Wei's teachings. Among them, several surviving soldiers, led by Lu Ming, had already reached the level of fanatical believers. The vast majority of the other refugees struggling to survive were devout believers, or at least genuine believers. This unbelievable rate of faith growth was completely beyond her imagination. Having spent time with Wu Wei, she knew perfectly well that such an exaggerated rate of faith growth and soul advancement was virtually impossible in the plane of light. Because they have been struggling on the edge of death, they see me, this God, as their hope, Wu Wei replied earnestly, observing the numerical values. Since they are willing to devoutly believe in me, I will certainly give them protection and hope. I understand. Evelyn's eyes lit up. With her intelligence, she immediately understood Wu Wei's intention. The test of life and death, the struggle against evil, the tempering of struggling to survive, are important processes for promoting evolution. So, husband, on the one hand, you want to use this catastrophe to spread your faith in the Aesop plane, and on the other hand, you also want to take this opportunity to temper your believers, gain more fanatical believers, and even the rare holy believers. That's right. Wu Wei smiled indulgently at Evelyn, and then continued, the plane of light is still too peaceful and comfortable, so much so that I only have a dozen or so angels there, and only a dozen or so bishops in the lower realm who have reached the level of holy believers. But in just a few days since the catastrophe broke out in the Aesop plane, 13 holy believers and a large number of fanatical believers have already been born, and I believe that as time goes by and the faith spreads, these transformations will increase. If I can seize this opportunity to continuously expand my faith and help my followers transform, then in the near future, I, the God of Light, will once again possess an army of angels. At that time, what will the sparsely populated Lord of the Dead have to fight me with? Holy believers with pure souls are the cornerstone of divine power. The old God of Light relied on continuous expansion, occupying numerous planes and amassing a vast number of believers. Over hundreds of years, he collected precious holy spirits from countless believers, forming an angelic army that traversed the universe. Now, Wu Wei has barely managed to pull his godhood and divine kingdom back from the brink of destruction. Everything is in ruins. If he wants to emulate the old God of Light and build his own divine civilization, he must prioritize acquiring a large number of holy believers with holy spirits. These believers are the cornerstone of his divine rule. Only with a solid foundation can he maintain internal and external stability, allowing him, the God of Light, to continue to grow and prosper. Next, I will not only support the spread of faith in the Aesop plane, but also use the gates of heaven to send outstanding believers from the plane of light to the Aesop plane for training. Wu Wei's eyes shone brightly, eager to try. I don't believe that when my believers and holy spirits increase, what can the Lord of the Dead use to fight me? Husband, you will definitely become a great god on the future. I even feel a little sorry for that Lord of the Dead now. Evelyn nestled in Wu Wei's arms, deliberately making a sympathetic expression towards the Lord of the Dead, and then raised her face to plead, I hope that husband can help those innocent people as much as possible. In addition, I hope that we elven warriors can be sent to the battlefield for training. My people have lived in a peaceful environment for too long. If they cannot understand the current situation, they will definitely lose in the competition in the future. Evelyn, the elven demigod who revered nature and loved peace, was kinder than ordinary people at heart, which was why Wu Wei liked her more and more. However, after following Wu Wei for so long, her vision and perspective had also become more and more outstanding. She understood that the vast universe was home to countless powerful races, but resources were finite. This meant that survival and development inevitably required competition. While they, the elves, could refrain from actively attacking others, they had to ensure their own survival. Therefore, the elven race of the light plane needed to constantly maintain their strength. Only by becoming powerful could they gain the attention of Wu Wei, the god, and only then could they become his allies, ultimately surviving and developing on his great ship. Dealing with the Lord of the Undead naturally requires the help of you elves, Wu Wei said, rising from his chair and taking Evelyn's hand. Let's go to the light plane. The expeditionary force sent to the Aesop plane should be assembled. Chapter 314 20 years in the blink of an eye. With a divine decree issued, the Aesop expeditionary force of the light plane was quickly assembled. The expeditionary force was primarily composed of 3 races from the light plane, humans, sea creatures, and elves, with humans being the most numerous, comprising nearly half of the total. This elite coalition, handpicked from the best, was led by the elven demigod Everus, the human saintess Katarina, and the current sea goddess, Desavahage. The 3 strictly adhered to the divine decree, supporting each other and occasionally gathering to discuss strategies and tactics against the Lord of the Undead. Wu Wei, on the other hand, was happy to be a behind-the-scenes mastermind, standing behind both the light plane and the Aesop plane, coordinating the papal halls of both worlds. Of course, according to Wu Wei's plan, this expeditionary force, after its formation, was not immediately deployed to the brutal battlefield of the Aesop plane. Instead, it was concentrated and rigorously trained for over 3 months. During these 3 months, the Aesop plane underwent a dramatic transformation. First, the newly healed undead lord, using his vast and powerful death energy, nurtured a large number of loyal servants and powerful undead mutants. Clearly, where there are those who believe in light, there are those who yearn for darkness. Although the vast majority of humanity in the Aesop plane deeply resented the undead lord and his minions, there were still some who betrayed their country for personal gain. These people came from all walks of life, but without exception, they were all greedy, cunning, and treacherous. Some even willingly betrayed their own kind, joining the ranks of the evil god, the undead lord. Under the dual blows of these treacherous Aesop traitors and the bio-zombie horde, the already crumbling federal government teetered on the brink of collapse. Soon after, the federal prime minister was assassinated by an insider, and the entire Aesop Federation system completely collapsed. On this day, the undead lord's minions had spread to almost every corner of the Aesop world. The remaining humanity, like scattered sand, fled in disarray. The entire civilization was on the verge of extinction in the blink of an eye, and everyone was filled with fear and despair. However, it was precisely at this moment that they received help from another organization, the Church of Light. More precisely, the Church of Light in the Aesop plane, established by Saint Angel and her 12 apostles. Even the last proclamation issued by the Aesop Federation government before its collapse urged its citizens to join the Church of Light and beg for the protection of the God of Light. Thus, the Church of Light in the Aesop plane, led by Saint Angel, became the last hope for all the survivors, and the name of the God of Light began to spread widely among them. It was also at this final moment that Wu Wei, having received countless fervent prayers from believers, finally delivered the aid precisely. The expeditionary force from the Plane of Light, under Wu Wei's overall command, began entering the Aesop plane in small teams, in batches, to cooperate with Saint Angel and others in carrying out a most dangerous and urgent rescue mission. Looking at the fearless expeditionary force, seemingly divinely descended, and gazing up at the majestic and awe-inspiring war angels, the many survivors who witnessed this moment were deeply shaken, their souls seemingly elevated. Without a doubt, gods exist. The evil god, the Lord of the Undead, is currently invading their world, but the great and benevolent God of Light, disregarding the risks of traversing countless planes, has mobilized allies to help the Aesopians avoid annihilation. How could the Aesopians forget such a great favor? Before long, almost all of the Aesopian humans became members of the Church of Light, or members of its subordinate organizations, and their faith was exceptionally steadfast. Even the lowest-ranking believers were true believers. It was during this time that statues capable of absorbing the power of faith were secretly erected. Humanity, having endured the hardships of the apocalypse, is indeed exceptionally resilient. To reclaim their world, under the leadership of Saint Angel and the Light Expeditionary Force, they united to fight against a Lord of the Undead's minions. Although in this process, all the towns and cities, large and small, in the Aesopian plane were brutally destroyed by the Lord of the Undead, nearly 40% of the global population survived. Led by the Light Expeditionary Force and Saintess Angel, they moved into the desolate mountains and wilderness, establishing survival strongholds in hidden locations such as underground fortresses. They also began comprehensive cooperation with the Light Plane, dedicated to developing new gene-enhancing agents to improve the individual abilities of their soldiers. Although this cooperation was still in its early stages, even rudimentary gene-enhancing agents brought immense benefits to ordinary soldiers, at least giving them the ability to fight hordes of zombies and mutants. When the Lord of the Undead realized that among the countless insignificant humans were actually powerful figures from the Light Plane, the task of annihilating all humanity and unifying the world would no longer be so easy. You old dog of light, do you think sending a few followers from the Plane of Light can salvage the situation? The Lord of the Undead was truly enraged by the current situation. Sitting in his lair, converted from the federal prime minister's residence, he coldly cursed, HMPH. No matter how many followers you send, I, the God of the Undead, will slaughter them all. In his eyes, the God of Light must be unable or unwilling to enter the Aesop plane for some reason, which is why the God of Light sent his followers to aid the Aesop plane. They think they can fight against him, The Lord of the Undead, with just a few mortal reinforcements? Ha! Ridiculous. Send down the order, search the entire Aesop. I refuse to believe that those followers of light have vanished into thin air. He had thought that with his abilities after regaining his divine power, he could unify the entire world within a month. To this end, he had spared no effort in exhausting his divine power, supporting a large number of loyal servants, and cultivating a massive number of powerful mutants, all to accelerate the conquest and thus control the Aesop world with its billions of inhabitants. At that time, his power would increase rapidly, undergoing a qualitative change. At that time, he was confident he could fight the god of light. The divine power he was expending now would be nothing more than a drop in the ocean. But now, those believers of light from the plane of light had not only ruined his plans but also caused massive casualties among his loyal servants and mutants. He had indeed occupied all the major towns in the Aesop plain, but those were merely empty cities, long since deserted. Without destruction and death, no new undead could be created, so what use were those empty cities to him? Without the power of death, what could the Lord of the Undead use to avenge himself against the old dog of light? Lord of Death, rest assured, your humble servant will surely annihilate all believers of light. High Priest Nelson, seated before the Lord of the Undead, along with Liu Chengbin, the culprit of the biohazard, and others, hurriedly knelt in fear and trembling, vowing to slaughter all believers of light. Thus, a new wave of undead attacks swept across the entire Aesop plain once more. However, the Aesop Church of Light, having received aid, was already prepared. Following divine decree, they avoided the undead's direct attacks and waged a guerrilla war against the undead forces throughout the Aesop plain. Whenever an undead horde attacked, they would immediately relocate their base. Once the horde subsided, they would focus their attacks on the undead followers who controlled the hordes, constantly weakening their opponents. Even the Dark Witch Judy and all members of her Inquisition volunteered to join the expedition, successfully establishing the Aesop branch of the Inquisition in the Aesop plain. The Inquisition, personally led by Judy, became a nightmare for heretics and traitors. Countless heretics and traitors were tortured, interrogated, and even eliminated by her and her companions. With the establishment of the Inquisition, an intelligence system for the Aesop plain also emerged. Much intelligence and espionage information about the undead was extracted through their brutal interrogation. Judy's arrival initially fueled the hatred of the undead followers, including the undead lord himself. However, the undead followers' abilities and cunning were insufficient to deal with Judy. They were nowhere to be found and had no way to subdue her, so they could only grit their teeth and silently vent their frustration after each frustrating incident. The battle, however, continued. The war in the Aesop plain quickly escalated into a protracted tug-of-war. This war lasted for 20 years. 20 years passed swiftly. During these 20 years, countless heroic figures emerged in the Aesop plain. Countless high-level believers were forged in the crucible of countless battles. The undead forces, led by the undead lord, launched numerous large-scale sweeps, with even the undead lord himself personally participating on several occasions. But with the help of Wu Wei and allies from the Light Plane, the Aesop Church and the people of Aesop tenaciously survived. However, in such a brutal war, casualties were inevitable. Over the past 20 years, the valiant people of both the Plane of Light and the Plane of Aesop have paid a heavy price. However, any believer who died in battle at the level of fanaticism or higher will have their souls ascend to the divine kingdom under the guidance of the Holy Light. Through countless trials and tribulations, the souls of many heroes have been baptized and sublimated, and even many holy believers have been born. During this process, Wu Wei's strength began to increase rapidly. Those holy believers who ascended to the divine kingdom were all transformed into war angels. Fanatics, on the other hand, would become citizens of the divine kingdom. They would either participate in its construction or be armed as the divine kingdom's guards, riding Pegasus to once again aid the Plane of Aesop. Those believers of light who fought in the Plane of Aesop, upon witnessing their former mentors and friends transformed into citizens of the divine kingdom, and even war angels, reappearing on the battlefield to rescue them, immediately strengthened their resolve against the undead, and their faith in the God of Light reached an unparalleled level. The unwavering faith of this group surpasses that of the three major races of the Light Plane combined. It must be said that suffering inspires resilience. Especially for the next generation who fought in the apocalypse, faith in the God of Light was ingrained in their very being from birth. These Aesopians, who have struggled for over 20 years in the apocalypse, firmly believe that only by upholding their inner faith can they dispel the darkness and defeat the undead. If they were to die in battle against evil, it would mean honor and liberation for these Aesopians and the expeditionary force. Thus, since the outbreak of the disaster, the number and frequency of war angels descending upon the Aesop plain have increased, and the strength of the surviving civilians has grown accordingly. Many of their strongholds are no longer concealed. Some large strongholds are enormous, housing tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of people. They are equipped with factories, hospitals, churches, schools, research institutes, and even a new federal government. Furthermore, under the unified command of the vast organization of the Holy See of Light, the various strongholds communicated and supported each other through an internal network, showing a clear trend of confronting the undead forces. However, compared to the Aesop plane supported by Wu Wei, the undead forces ruled by the undead lord were clearly inferior. First of all, the undead lord's followers were all humans, most of whom were greedy, lazy, evil, and vicious. Even though they possessed the power of death bestowed by the undead lord and could control hordes of corpses, they knew nothing of production or creation. Everything depended on plunder. But as the war escalated and time passed, everything that originally existed in the Aesop plane was completely depleted. Later, due to the scarcity of resources, several undead followers would even fight over a bottle of expired beer. At this point, those undead followers realized that the world they had plundered at will and lived carefree was now nothing but ruins after the loss of any productive capacity. Even more serious than the lack of food, water, and electricity, and the prospect of reverting to primitive society, was the dwindling number of bioengineered zombies and mutants they controlled, at the cost of constant warfare. With supply becoming increasingly scarce, they were forced to learn necromancy from their elders, such as High Priest Nelson, piecing together fragments of bones to create skeletons or transforming rotting corpses into ghouls. Learning the obscure and profound necromancy was incredibly tedious, and any misstep could result in severe punishment from the High Priest, even death. Worst of all, the basic strength of the Aesop humans was already poor. Most weren't even level 1. The skeletons or ghouls pieced together from these Aesop human corpses were predictably fragile and lacked any real fighting ability. While the bioengineered zombies at least had some muscle for protection, these skeletons and ghouls were practically just half-rotten skeletons, easily crushed by bullets or even clubs. Unless a massive horde of corpses is employed, even the weakest militia in the Aesop plane could easily annihilate several in a single battle. Thus, the undead followers suffered from constant hunger and thirst, a shortage of manpower, and the constant presence of rotting carcasses. This miserable existence nearly drove them to the brink of collapse. Especially against the increasingly powerful Church of Light, later battles often proved unbearable for these lower-ranking followers unless a powerful high-ranking undead intervened. Aside from all this, these undead followers also had to constantly be wary of being caught by the Inquisition led by the Dark Witch Judy, or they would face a fate worse than death. Morale plummeted. The undead followers had only gathered because of their own greed, and now many regretted their decision too late. The war had reached a point where the undead followers were increasingly unable to sustain themselves. If it weren't for the presence of a malevolent god like the undead lord behind them, the entire Aesop plane would likely have been liberated. HMPH. Those believers of light have gone too far. A majestic snort echoed, and a dense, oppressive aura of death immediately spread from the palace filled with skeletons. Faced with this terrifying deathly aura, even the undead creatures representing death and evil trembled in fear before this palace. For this terrifying power, like the might of the apocalypse, emanated from the Lord of Death, the ruler of this world. Deep within the dark, gloomy hall, the Lord of Death, with his ashen, resilient skin and sinister face, sat firmly on his skeletal throne. However, today, the Lord of Death's face clearly showed a hint of barely suppressed rage. He, a mighty god of death, had actually been driven to this point by the natives of this world and the followers of the old dog of light. This pent-up anger that had been building up in his chest for years was truly difficult for him to swallow. It had been over 20 years since he invaded this plane, yet this planet called Aesop still had not been conquered by him. The death power he had painstakingly accumulated was completely depleted after repeatedly replenishing and strengthening his servants. Now, his servants were suffering heavy casualties, and his own death power was dwindling. This dire situation was unbearable. Reporting to my lord. At this moment, Liu Changbin, now another level 9 high priest, knelt tremblingly before the Lord of the Undead. Great Lord, I have a plan. The Lord of the Undead's cold gaze suddenly fell upon him. Speak. Chapter 315. It's time to close the net. My great lord, your servant has recently received news that the headquarters of the Holy Sea of Light is located in the mountains on the outskirts of City C. Under the terrifying and chilling pressure, Liu Changbin trembled as he answered, as long as we destroy their headquarters and eliminate Saintess Angel, it will have a huge impact on the Holy Sea of Light in the Aesop Plain. Then, with overwhelming force, we can sweep them all away and wipe out all the henchmen of the old dogs of light from the Aesop Plain. Oh, right. Seemingly remembering something, Liu Changbin hurriedly added, reporting to my lord, I have also planted an inside agent within the Holy Sea of Light. If my lord allocates me an army of undead and lends me your dragon General Morris, I will personally twist off Saintess Angel's head and present it to my lord. Ow! A deafening roar erupted as Maurice, a demigod-level bone dragon prostrate beneath the throne of the undead lord, raised its head menacingly, glaring fiercely at Liu Changbin. This mutated dragon, Maurice, resurrected by the undead lord himself, had only ever acknowledged the undead lord as its master. This despicable human, Liu Changbin, dared to attempt to use it as a weapon and servant. What audacity! HMPH, Liu Changbin. How many times have you failed over the years? How many precious undead armies have you sacrificed for my lord? Now you still dare to ask my lord for more armies? If you fail again, can you bear the consequences? Before the lord of the undead could speak, Nelson, the 9th-level high priest who was kneeling next to Liu Changbin, straightened up and coldly rebuked, an inside man? How, the Holy Sea of Light has strict internal discipline, and the Inquisition is secretly monitoring us. What ability do you, Liu Changbin, have to bewitch an inside man at the headquarters of the Holy Sea of Light? Nelson had followed the Lord of the Undead since the Plane of Light, but in the Plane of Aesop, Liu Changbin, who developed a biochemical virus, had once become a favorite of the Lord of the Undead, and now he had shaken the position of his high priest. You say I've destroyed my lord's army? You, what about yourself? Not long ago, who was being chased and forced to flee by a mere brat named Liu Peng? Liu Changbin retorted, his face flushed and his neck stiff. Besides, do you think all believers in the light are devout? My inside man is my former elementary school classmate. She is absolutely trustworthy. HMPH, this time I, Liu Changbin, am willing to risk my life to guarantee my lord that this plan will be absolutely foolproof. How, your life? What's your life worth? High Priest Nelson was still unconvinced and wanted to continue his rebuttal, but just then, a chillingly powerful shout suddenly rang out in the hall. Enough. With the Lord of the Dead's shout, the entire world seemed to turn desolate. Liu Changbin, Nelson, and many other high priests and servants immediately knelt on the ground, trembling with fear and cold sweat pouring down their faces. I don't care about any laughable inside agents. I only want to confirm one thing. The Lord of the Dead slowly raised a finger, coldly looking at Liu Changbin and Nelson. Is the exact location of the headquarters of the Holy Sea of Light truly credible? Credible. Absolutely credible. Liu Changbin quickly took out a tablet computer and respectfully replied, I also have internal photos from my inside agent. The information is absolutely true. The Lord of the Dead glanced at the photos. They were indeed secretly taken from an underground base, and several of them clearly showed Saint Angel Aesop preaching to the people. Seeing such evidence, the Lord of the Dead's gaze deepened, and then he turned to High Priest Nelson beside him. Reporting to my lord, I also sent people to investigate this information. There is indeed a hidden base in the mountains on the outskirts of City C. Faced with the Lord of the Dead's questioning, Nelson honestly and respectfully answered, daring not to conceal anything. Very well. The Lord of the Undead's eyes narrowed, layers of hatred and killing intent surging forth like a raging river. This time, I, the god, will personally lead the expedition, vowing to eradicate the Church of Light from this plane. Your lord is wise. Liu Changbin, Nelson, along with the Bone Dragon Morris and all the other undead believers present, immediately knelt down and respectfully echoed his words. Summon all my armies, depart immediately. The Lord of the Undead commanded with overwhelming power, spreading in all directions. He, the mighty evil god Lord of the Undead, had spent 20 years failing to conquer this world because of the Church of Light and the God of Light behind it. He deduced that the old dog of light seemed to be injured and unable to come in person. As for the Church of Light in the Aesop Plain, it was like a rat in a sewer, extremely well hidden and nowhere to be found. But now the situation has finally changed. Liu Chengbin has actually discovered the headquarters of the Holy Sea of Light. This is a golden opportunity to completely eliminate the Holy Sea of Light. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Before long, a vast army of undead, like swarms of ants, spread out across the land, heading towards the mountains of Sea City. At the same time, in the underground headquarters of the Holy Sea of Light in the mountains on the outskirts of Sea City, Zuo Rui, a beautiful young woman with a graceful figure and a lovely face, acting as Liu Chengbin's inside man, received a secret message from Liu Chengbin requesting her cooperation. Of course, Zuo Rui immediately passed this message to Judy, the Dark Witch and head of the Inquisition, who controlled all wartime intelligence. Ha ha ha, my lord's grand plan is about to succeed. Zuo Rui, you have done a great service. The Dark Witch Judy was extremely excited and immediately gave the beautiful young woman before her the highest praise. Your Honor, I, Zuo Rui, have no other wish than that the Lord of Light will tear all the heretical spirits to pieces. Zuo Rui bowed her head humbly, but her calm eyes were filled with an intense determination. She was originally an ordinary white-collar worker with a happy and peaceful family with her husband. But the bloody spirits that followed took the lives of her parents, relatives, and even her husband. Watching her beloved being cruelly devoured by the spirits, her heart died. But just as she was about to end her own life and bid farewell to this bloody apocalypse, the Inquisitor, the Dark Witch Judy, suddenly descended and successfully rescued her. Moreover, Judy gave her a chance for self-redemption, even a chance to change the entire war, and even the world. Zuo Rui naturally agreed without hesitation. She wished all the spirits would be annihilated, and Inquisitor Judy's plan suited her perfectly. Zuo Rui was baffled by how Judy had managed to uncover that she and Liu Chengbin had been classmates in elementary school, and that the despicable Liu Chengbin had even harbored a secret crush on her. What Zuo Rui found most astonishing was that Judy, the head of the tribunal who was highly skilled in mystical witchcraft, had managed to find her in the vast apocalypse, a feat that filled her with immense admiration. Zuo Rui even inquired about how Judy's plan would proceed if she found her no longer alive. Judy's reply was, "Even if you are dead when I find you, I still have a way to make you rise again and serve my lord." Zuo Rui was stunned by this answer, but her respect for this dark witch deepened. Thus, a series of schemes targeting Liu Chengbin unfolded over the following period. The reason for targeting Liu Chengbin was simple: he was an Aesopian, making him the easiest target. Furthermore, he is currently a favorite of the Lord of the Undead, and the biovirus he created is the culprit behind the world's destruction in the apocalypse. Therefore, as long as Liu Chengbin can be involved, the evil god Lord of the Undead behind him can be indirectly affected. This plan sounds simple, but its execution is extremely complex and dangerous, far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Moreover, to prevent leaks, the entire plan is known only to Zuo Rui, her direct superior Judy, and Saintess Angel of Aesop. Of course, besides these three, another being who knows about this is the omnipresent God of Light. It is said that this plan was originally a divine decree issued by the great God of Light. The purpose was to lure the Lord of the Undead out of his lair, otherwise, under a full-scale siege, this cancer might escape again. After all, the opponent is a true evil god, and to eliminate a god, one cannot be careless in the slightest. I need to contact Saintess Angel immediately and report to her lord together. All you need to do next is this. The Dark Witch Judy patted Zuo Rui's shoulder with a heavy heart, outlining the plan step by step. This is the best opportunity to eliminate that cancerous tumor, the Lord of the Dead. We must ensure the plan succeeds flawlessly. I understand. Zuo Rui nodded solemnly, her eyes suddenly turning cold and alluring. Your Honor, rest assured. That filthy lecher Liu Chengbin will definitely bring the Lord of the Dead before us obediently. Liu Chengbin was originally a gloomy, unpopular middle-aged office worker who had never even held a woman's hand, let alone been in a relationship. Although he had combined sorcery to develop a highly contagious biovirus, earning the Lord of the Dead's great appreciation and thus receiving a rapid rise in power, he couldn't help but harbor a smug, petty mentality. Therefore, at the moment of his arrogance, his first love, the beautiful Zuo Rui, used a few tricks to almost steal his soul. Hey, good. The Dark Witch Judy, like a villain in a movie, sneered sinisterly, Zuo Rui, you have indeed lived up to my lord's expectations. After this is accomplished, my Lord of Light will surely reward you handsomely. Soon, The Dark Witch Judy and the Saintess Angel of Aesop reported the news that the Lord of the Undead was about to fall into a trap to Wu Wei, who was far away in the Divine Kingdom. In the now thriving and completely transformed Divine Kingdom, Wu Wei leaned against his throne in the temple, quietly observing every move of the Aesop plane. After Judy and Angel finished reporting all the information, the corners of Wu Wei's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. "Wife, now it's time for us to pull in the net and catch the big fish." Wu Wei stretched and took the hand of the elven demigod Everest beside him. "It's just a pity that the necromancer is too impatient. If he could have held on a little longer, I might have gained a few more war angels." "Husband, don't you have enough war angels already?" Hearing Wu Wei's complaint, the elven demigod Everest rolled her eyes at him. When she first married into the Kingdom of Light, how many angels did her down on his luck husband have? The kingdom was smaller than a small elven town. But now, the difference was truly earth-shattering. The changes were so great, the development so rapid, that even she couldn't believe it. Of course, a large part of all this was thanks to the necromancer. Her husband, Wu Wei, had used the oppressive power of this great enemy to cause the level of believers in both planes to surge in a short period of time, leading to a qualitative change in the entire kingdom. It has to be said, the gods are indeed gods. Not enough, not enough, no matter how many war angels we have, it's not enough. Wu Wei deeply understood the importance of strength, but he still sighed. Speaking of which, that undead lord is really good at hiding. If I were in this situation, I would have made a decision more than 10 years ago. Forget it, let's not talk about him. It's time to gather our army. As he spoke, Wu Wei took Evelyn's hand and came to the outside of the temple. The newly built Temple of Light, although not as extravagant as the old Temple of Light, was already taking shape and had a magnificent presence. At this moment, in front of the majestic main hall, Wu Wei spread his commands through divine thought. In the blink of an eye, squads of war angels and thousands of divine guards rushed towards the temple. Before long, a powerful divine army had been formed. The angels and gods, their morale soaring, swore an oath before Wu Wei, shouting and eager to take his place and fight the Lord of the Undead in the Aesop plane. This was Wu Wei's trump card and source of confidence, accumulated over time. In the Aesop plane, in the mountains on the outskirts of S City, the once clear weather suddenly turned into a thick cloud cover. The piercing, mournful wind howled like the wailing of countless ghosts, shrouding the entire mountain range in a gloomy atmosphere. What's going on? Why is the sky so dark? Wait, that's... Several papal sentries standing on the treetops, keeping watch, suddenly felt a chill. They hurriedly climbed down and ran towards the base hidden underground in the mountains. At the same time, they shouted into their walkie-talkies, "Your Highness, no, it's terrible. The undead are attacking." Surging in with the dark clouds was a ferocious tide of undead. The sentries on site were terrified. They had never seen so many undead before. Zombies, skeletons, mutants, ghouls, and skeletal trolls, both familiar and unfamiliar, were all mixed together. The terrifying scene was like a herd of wildebeest migrating across the plains, charging towards their base shoulder to shoulder, as if any obstacle in their path would be brutally torn apart. But the worst was yet to come. As the dark clouds churned, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed overhead. Ow! The powerful sound spread through the clouds, seemingly shaking the entire world. The sentries who had reached the front of the base, and the members of the church who had fled from within, frantically looked up at the sky. A gigantic, white-boned dragon with fiery eyes and a powerful body leaped from the clouds like a whale emerging from the water. Instantly, a chilling and deadly aura swept across the land like an extreme cold storm, as if freezing the entire mountain range. Wait! There's someone else on the bone dragon. Just then, someone shouted, and the Vatican members at the front of the base immediately pointed their monitors and binoculars at the bone dragon high in the sky. Just at one glance, and everyone present felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. That grayish-white, resilient skin, those abyss-like eyes, and the sinister black aura swirling around it, it was none other than the evil god, the Lord of the Dead, who controlled all undead. Chapter 316 The Eight-Winged Holy Angel. The Lord of the Undead. It's the Lord of the Undead. The Lord of the Undead has actually come in person. Who is it? Who betrayed our headquarters coordinates? Damn it. We're finished. Damn it, what are we afraid of? Let's rally under the Holy Maiden's banner and fight the Lord of the Undead. That's right. By my lord, today we will let these undead understand that we, the people of Aesop, will never surrender. The secret base where the headquarters of the Church of Light was located instantly erupted in commotion. It would be a lie to say they weren't afraid. In the face of the Lord of the Undead, panic and terror were inevitable. However, all the residents of this base were devout believers of the God of Light, and nearly half of them were fanatical believers with extremely high levels of faith. It could be said that every resident of this secret base was an elite force. They were the core resistance force of the entire Aesop plane. Now, in the face of an evil god, they did feel an instinctive fear, but their unwavering faith in the light gave them enough courage to fight to the death. Calm down. A gentle shout, imbued with the power of light, resounded from within the base. Startled by this shout, the numerous members of the Holy See and residents present immediately fell silent. The crowd blocking the entrance parted to make way. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a group of men and women of exceptional bearing and holy aura emerged from the base. Leading them was the beautiful, noble, and unyielding saintess of Aesop, Angel Doris. Behind Angel were her 12 guardian knights and personal guard. However, 9 of her 12 knights had already changed several times. Only the leader of the 12 knights, the holy knight Liu Peng, the holy archer Wu Yiren, and the former blonde little girl, now the holy mage Martha, had remained by her side until now. This showed just how brutal the war against the undead had been over the past 20 years. Fortunately, all that was in the past. From today onward, the entire world of Aesop would usher in a new beginning. Gentlemen, our Lord of Light is watching us. The holy maiden Angel, now calm and resolute, spread her arms, showering golden holy light upon everyone before her, a massive morale-boosting battlefield spell. At the same time, Angel raised her voice, shouting, "Believe me, if the Lord of the Undead dares to show himself, today will be his death day." Although several level 9 holy believers had emerged from this headquarters over the past 20 years, no one believed that these few could kill the evil god who controlled the undead, the Lord of the Undead. Leaving aside the Lord of the Undead himself, he commanded numerous level 9 high priests and demigod-level demons for their headquarters alone to contend with the Lord of the Undead, who had personally come to power, was tantamount to throwing an egg against a rock. Fortunately, everyone in this headquarters had unwavering faith. Even death and annihilation were their sacrifice. Hey! At the foot of the mountain where the main base was located, in front of the undead camp, the undead high priest Nelson sneered sinisterly, "Great Lord, did you hear that? That foolish saintess, she actually wants to eliminate you today? Hey, how ridiculously ignorant. Great Lord, you see. The intelligence your servant received is correct. This is the headquarters of their Holy See of Light." On Nelson's other side, Liu Changbin, also a high priest, hurriedly flattered and sought credit. "My lord, once we eliminate these stubborn elements, the Aesop plane will surely fall entirely into your hands." Liu Changbin paused slightly, then chuckled lewdly. Your servant dares not claim credit, but only asks that you grant me my inside agent. Her name is Zuo Rui, and this is her picture." Just a woman, the undead lord sneered arrogantly. "Liu Changbin, my servant, you have rendered a great service today. When I wipe out the minions of these old dogs of light, I will surely reward you handsomely." With that, the undead lord, riding a bone dragon, waved his powerful arm. "Attack!" Instantly, all the ferocious undead erupted in chilling roars. The next instant, countless undead creatures, knowing only slaughter, began to swarm towards the mountain base like a black ant mass. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Your divine might is eternal." Liu Changbin was overjoyed, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. At the same time, he used his spiritual power to transmit Zuo Rui's image to all the undead creatures and issued an order forbidding them from harming this woman. He had longed for this woman for decades. Today he was determined to get her, and the location would be within the headquarters they were about to capture. Attack! Having done all this, Liu Changbin led another undead army, beginning to encircle the base from the left. Their division of labor was clear, determined to wipe out all the believers of light within the base, leaving no one alive. HMPH. Seeing Liu Changbin once again gain the favor of the undead lord, High Priest Nelson was displeased, his face turning cold. However, eliminating the undead lord's minions was paramount, so he and several companions also issued the attack order. 2 more undead armies split from the main force and began to encircle the base from the other 2 directions. The terrifying horde of undead corpses, densely packed, surged towards the mountainside where the base was located, like a black tide. Seeing the surging approach of the corpses and the undead lord riding a bone dragon, slowly closing in, Everyone inside and outside the base seemed to see death itself. The fear, stemming from their biological instincts, made every cell in their bodies tremble uncontrollably. Their headquarters, built inside the mountain, was formerly a large, abandoned military shelter. Now, after their renovations, it's one of the largest bases in the Aesop world. Currently, it houses over 200,000 residents. It boasts factories, hospitals, schools, government departments, and armed forces, everything one could need. Even the Holy Maiden Angel and the headquarters of the Church of Light are located here. Logically, this hidden, large base should be a powerful force, like a guiding star, in the apocalyptic Aesop world, unaffected by ordinary hordes of undead. However, the hordes of undead that have now surged in are covering the entire mountainside, numbering no less than 2 to 3 million. Most despairingly, the evil god, the Lord of the Undead, has personally led several high priests, their terrifying and chilling killing intent seemingly intent on annihilating and flattening the entire mountain range. Everyone, do not panic. Our Lord of Light is watching over us. Saintess Angel of Aesop raised her arm high, and the rising holy light enveloped the entire base. All combat personnel, take your positions immediately. The rest of you, join me in praying to our Lord. Saintess Angel's rallying power was immense. All the combat personnel within the base immediately took their positions, and soon, the firing points began attacking the horde of undead corpses below the mountain. Meanwhile, all the women, children, and the elderly within the base gathered in the plaza at the base's exit. Facing the dark, overcast sky and the approaching tide of undead corpses from all directions, they knelt with Saintess Angel, offering their most devout prayers to the God of Light in the distant divine realm. Ha, foolish humans, do you really think your old dog of light can save you now? The undead lord, riding a bone dragon and hovering above the horde of corpses, sneered disdainfully. If the old dog of light truly had a way to save you, why would it have waited until now? Hell, if you want to live, kneel down and offer your souls to this god. Otherwise what? Turn us into these undead corpses. Before the undead lord could finish his threat, Saintess Angel from below interrupted loudly, HMPH. Offer our souls to you? What difference would there be between us and these putrid undead monsters? Rather than become these monsters forever condemned, we would rather fight to the death. With that, Saintess Angel led all her followers in a loud prayer, Supreme and Holy Lord of Light, please save your devout followers. Please unleash your holy flames and destroy all the undead. The believers followed the Saintess Angel, their voices resounding with unwavering determination, their indomitable will almost silence the mountains. The Lord of the Undead's face turned extremely ugly, a thick killing intent emanating from him. You ignorant ants, you only deserve to turn to dust. As he spoke, the Lord of the Undead raised an arm, and a flame emitting a dark, eerie green light suddenly rose in his palm. Though small in size, the sinister flame seemed to contain immense energy, and from the moment it appeared, the entire world seemed to grow colder. Turn to rotten bones for this god. The Lord of the Undead's eyes flashed with rage, and he raised his arm, as if to hurl the eerie green flame at the base below. However, at that moment, a majestic holy light suddenly pierced through the dense clouds, descending upon the entire base. In an instant, the entire mountain was enveloped in light, and the whole world was bathed in brightness. What's going on? This is. The Lord of the Undead froze, a terrible premonition washing over him. This dazzling, magnificent, and awe-inspiring holy power instantly reduced the hundreds of undead that had just stormed the base to ashes. Conversely, those on the front lines who were bathed in the holy light began to recover their lost strength rapidly. The viral curses they had been tainted with were completely expelled, and even their terrible, fatal wounds began to heal at a visible speed. The crowd began to pray and cheer loudly. After witnessing such a magnificent miracle, their faith value began to soar, and their minds and bodies were intensely shocked, as if they had been purified. Woo! Awoo! Below the mountain, countless undead hordes tried to rush into the holy light circle, but as soon as they were touched by even the slightest bit of holy light, the undead were as if they had been doused with concentrated acid and burned by raging fire. Not only were their bodies severely corroded, but their strength was also greatly diminished. It seemed that even the most ferocious undead would weaken and soon be reduced to ashes within this holy light. What kind of power was this? So powerful that even the Lord of the Undead and his servants felt a chill run down their spines. No, impossible. The Lord of the Undead's eyes, filled with the golden holy light, were filled with fear. If that old dog of light could traverse planes, wouldn't he have come long ago? Why did he wait until now? The Lord of the Undead was filled with doubt and suspicion. Was all of this a deception? Had he been tricked from the moment he began to annex the Aesop plane? Before the Lord of the Undead could have more time to think, a holy gate forged of golden light suddenly opened in the sky. Then, a holy and dazzling white ball of light slowly flew out from the gate. As everyone looked up, the bright and dazzling holy light gradually dimmed, and a tall and imposing figure holding a scepter was revealed before their eyes. With a soft whoosh, the entire world seemed to fall silent. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, the noble and holy wings on the figure's back began to slowly unfold, pair by pair. 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 4 pairs of 8 wings, magnificently unfolding behind this figure surrounded by holy light. 8. An 8-winged holy angel. He is an 8-winged divine angel. Below, everyone was utterly shocked. The headquarters of the Holy Sea of Light in the Aesop plane was located in this base, and it could be said that every resident within the base was a staunch believer in the light. Since these people began to believe in the Holy Sea of Light, they had learned about the relevant levels and characteristics of the war angels under the command of the God of Light. Among them, the war angels with 8 wings were also known as holy angels, and were clearly divine generals with a divine level of 10. 8 wings, holy angel. The Lord of the Undead's heart skipped a beat. Years ago, he had been severely injured by an 8-winged holy angel, and almost had his divine status destroyed. Seeing a holy angel descend again brought back a flood of painful memories, like a slideshow playing in his mind. But what truly terrified him was the rumor that the God of Light had been severely injured and was on the verge of death. He believed that the God of Light would personally come to punish him, the Lord of the Dead. But where was the God of Light? He hadn't even bothered to act personally, sending only an 8-winged holy angel. And a single 8-winged holy angel possessed divine power comparable to his own. If the God of Light had only sent an angel, where was he? How powerful must he be? The thought sent a chill down the Lord of the Dead's spine. At the same moment, in a distant divine kingdom, Wu Wei leaned against his throne, quietly observing the movements of the Aesop plane. You little undead thief, weren't you very arrogant before? How come you're so scared by just one Nacidal? Just as Wu Wei said, the 8-winged holy angel who had just descended upon the Aesop plane was none other than his divine general, the former Pope St. John Nacidal of the Plane of Light. Chapter 317 The Curtain Falls. The Lord of the Dead. As the former Pope of the Plane of Light, Nacidal already possessed formidable strength at the peak of level 9. His subsequent trials and tribulations, culminating in martyrdom and ascension to the divine realm, solidified his faith, purified his soul, and consequently enhanced his power. After ascending to the divine realm, Wu Wei bestowed upon him the angelic body of a level 9 demigod. An angelic body is unlike an ordinary mortal body. Its powerful affinity for light propelled Nacidal's strength almost directly to the pinnacle of power. Wu Wei, going all out, also bestowed upon him the Holy Light Scepter, a primary artifact left behind by the old God of Light in the Plane of Light. With the artifact's assistance, Nacidal's understanding and comprehension of the laws increased dramatically, bringing him to within a hair's breadth of true level 10 divine power. Therefore, over the past 20 years, Wu Wei's priority in nurturing St. John Nacidal was naturally him. Fortunately, Nacidal lived up to expectations. With Wu Wei's substantial investment of divine power and resources, he finally ascended to the divine realm over a decade ago, becoming Wu Wei's first 8-winged angel. You little undead thief, now I'll show you the support you've given me over the years. In the divine kingdom, Wu Wei, steadfast on his throne, moved his divine will, and 4 heavenly gates connecting the Aesop plane opened. The advantage of successfully establishing heavenly gates is that once they are established in 2 planes, it's equivalent to building a bridge between them. As for the exits after crossing the bridge, Wu Wei could naturally open as many as he wanted, only the amount of divine power consumed. Meanwhile, in the Aesop plane, besides Nacidal, 4 more, slightly smaller heavenly gates, opened on the battlefield. This time, the war angels emerging from the heavenly gates were not just 1 or 2, but an entire angelic army from the divine kingdom. The figure appearing on the left side of the battlefield was none other than Archangel St. Luke, a powerful demigod with 3 pairs of wings. Behind St. Luke floated 9 level 8 archangels and 7 war squads, each composed of 7 war angels. This was the basic configuration of a war angel squadron in the legends of the Kingdom of Light. A level 8 archangel like St. Luke typically commanded 7 angel squads. Each squad consisted of 1 level 8 archangel and 7 level 7 war angels. St. Luke also had 2 additional level 8 archangel lieutenants and 2 to 4 war angel guards. Such a war angel squadron possessed at least 1 level 8 archangel, 9 level 8 archangels, and 51 level 7 war angels. Such overwhelming military power would make even a level 10 god uneasy, let alone annihilate a backward civilization. Yet, at this very moment, Wu Wei possessed 3 such war angel squadrons. Aside from the level 10 archangel Nasidal and the 2 angelic legions led by the level 9 archangel St. Luke, the 2 level 9 archangels appearing on the left and right rear flanks of the battlefield were St. Augustus, skilled in elemental magic, and St. Liliana, the Thunder and Fire Queen who ascended to the divine realm more than 10 years ago. Liliana originally served in the Church of the Light Plane. With the outbreak of the war in the Aesop Plane, she, like Wu Wei, responded to the call and joined the expeditionary force to help the Aesop Church fight against the undead. Unfortunately, 7 years ago, during an encirclement and suppression campaign personally led by the Lord of the Undead, she drew away the Lord of the Undead, the main force of the undead, to cover the retreat of others, and ultimately perished. However, fortunately, she had already reached level 9 at that time and was an extremely devout believer. Her soul was brought into the divine realm by Wu Wei and reshaped into a 6-winged level 9 archangel. Now, tall and beautiful, possessing 3 pairs of holy wings wreathed in lightning and fire, she slowly descended from the divine realm through the gates of heaven, her aura sacred and solemn, her majesty unmatched. As Nasidal, St. Luke, Augustus, and Liliana descended in succession, a divine general and 3 demigod-level archangels, leading 4 legions of war angels, arrived almost simultaneously above the battlefield, instantly plunging the entire world into a solemn and vast atmosphere. Of course, besides Wu Wei's 4 strongest war angels and their angelic legions, Wu Wei's wife, the elven demigod Everis, also led elite troops from the elves to the battlefield of the Aesopian Plain. The elves' strength was naturally inferior to the powerful elite war angels, but their sheer numbers, 2 to 3,000, were a significant advantage. In addition, Wu Wei had allocated 1,000 divine guards riding Pegasus to Everis's command. The weakest of these guards were at least level 5. It could be said that Everis led a truly formidable army. At this moment, Evely's elite army, along with 4 other battalions of war angels, formed a pincer movement, like a pentagram, completely sealing off the battlefield. Their overwhelming and imposing aura instantly swept away the deathly aura and decay brought by the undead, and the resulting chilling pressure caused the undead lord and his servants to tremble with fear. My lord. The situation is dire. I didn't expect that old dog of light to have such a trick up his sleeve. Perhaps, Beside the undead lord, High Priest Nelson was sweating profusely, his face filled with panic as he whispered his suggestion. Judging from his expression, he was likely already on the verge of collapse and wanted to flee. On the other side, Liu Changbin, also a high priest, was pale-faced, his forehead covered in cold sweat. As a native of Aesop, he had never seen so many angels, such a massive display of power. A chill ran down his spine, and he was filled with terror. If it weren't for the presence of the evil god, the Lord of the Dead, beside him, he probably would have turned and fled long ago. You damned fools. The Lord of the Dead glared and hissed, cursing his subordinates. The battle had barely begun, and they were already so terrified, a bunch of weak and incompetent cowards. The enemy had only sent down a divine general, a level 10 God Realm expert. Wasn't he, the Lord of the Dead, also a God Realm expert? Nelson, Liu Changbin. The undead lord coldly ordered, each of you lead a horde of corpses and break through to the left or right. I will cover the rear. W.H. Watt. Nelson and Liu Changbin were both shocked and hurriedly said, My lord of the undead. It is the 2 of us who should cover the rear. How can you cover our retreat? Enough nonsense. I told you to break through, so break through now. The undead lord shouted again, attack immediately. Yes. Nelson and Liu Changbin were so moved that tears almost flowed down their faces. They secretly rejoiced that they had followed the right master. Even at this critical moment, the undead lord had not abandoned them, but instead wanted to cover their rear. Where could they find such a master? Follow me and kill. Kill. Nelson was moved to tears, and Liu Changbin's heart was equally filled with excitement. The 2 of them led a large number of undead followers and led 2 hordes of corpses to break through to the left and right sides of the battlefield, respectively. However, just as the two led a large horde of corpses in a breakout attempt to the flanks, the Inquisition army led by the Dark Witch and the Light Expeditionary Army personally led by Daniel immediately emerged from the mountains on both sides. At the same time, the angelic contingent led by Saint Luke and the elite army led by the elven goddess Everus also attacked Nelson and Liu Chengbin. In an instant, facing numerous powerful enemies, Nelson and Liu Chengbin were overwhelmed, miserable, and even contemplated suicide. Just then, the Lord of the Undead let out a cold snort, a cunning glint in his eyes, as if he had known about these ambushes all along. He glanced at the battlefield. Ahead was the papacy base built on the mountainside, guarded by an 8-winged general. With the forces he currently controlled, breaking out from here was almost impossible. But the situation was different behind him. Although there were 2 angelic contingents, the strongest among them were only 2 level 9 archangels, and the terrain behind them was not particularly rugged. Breaking out from the rear was the perfect opportunity. HMPH. You old dog of light, I miscalculated today. Next time, I will slaughter all your followers. The Lord of the Undead was cunning by nature, and now he dared not take any risks. He turned and transformed into a thick, inky black mist, fleeing backward. In his view, with his god-level power and the characteristics of the power of death, as long as he escaped from here, where could the God of Light find him in this vast world? As long as the God of Light could not annihilate him, he could hide anywhere, even create a new plane. Then, wherever there was death, he could accumulate power. My Lord commands, all undead shall be annihilated. At this moment, the 8-winged holy angel Nasitel, suspended in midair, raised his divine scepter high and shouted, Law, holy light barrier. In an instant, the brilliant holy light that shone throughout the sky immediately solidified, and soon, thick, golden light walls began to descend from the sky. With a rumbling sound, they sealed the entire battlefield and the entire mountain within in the blink of an eye. Boom! The last section of the holy light barrier, towering 1,000 meters high, fell heavily from the sky like the last piece of golden glass in a glass aquarium, completely closing in with the other barriers. The magnificent and awe-inspiring sight left almost all the humans below, and even all the undead believers, completely stunned. This was more than just vast divine power. This was clearly a magnificent miracle that could only be performed with the blessing of a divine artifact. The crowd began to boil, the undead believers were filled with fear, and the fleeing undead lord crashed headlong into the holy light barrier, but apart from a deep, resounding boom like a morning bell and evening drum, not a single mark was left. Forced to stop in front of the holy light barrier, the undead lord was filled with shock and horror. How is this possible? He's clearly just an 8-winged divine general. How can he possess such overwhelming power? The undead lord was filled with panic. He was truly terrified. He and the 8-winged holy angel were both powerful deities at the 10th level of the divine realm. In his understanding, if they were to fight, the outcome would likely be evenly matched. But what was happening now? Why couldn't he break through the holy light barrier the opponent had erected? There wasn't even a scratch on the barrier. How could this be? You undead rat, how could you possibly understand the might of my lord? Just as Nasitel sneered, this powerful holy light barrier was precisely the result of the blessing from Wu Wei, the god of light. Now that Nasitel had reached the divine realm, the power contained within the divine artifact, the holy light scepter, could be perfectly unleashed in his hands. Especially before the battle, Wu Wei had allocated an extra 1,000 points of divine power, adding it to the artifact and giving it to Nasitel, all to wipe out the undead lord in one fell swoop and eliminate future troubles. This extremely powerful mountain-sealing barrier was the result of the triple blessing from Wu Wei, Nasitel, and the divine artifact scepter. Despite the immense strain on his divine power, Wu Wei still felt it was all worthwhile. At that moment, beneath the sky, the 8-winged divine general Nasitel, wielding his divine weapon, hovered in midair, his divine eyes gazing down with majesty. You wretched rat, you have blasphemed my lord, tormenting the people of Aesop for decades. I, Saint John Nasitel, representing my Lord of Light, condemn you. Before his words even finished, a powerful whoosh resounded. The 8-winged divine general Nasitel had already unfurled 4 pairs of wings, leading an entire army of war angels, charging towards the Lord of the Undead. Do you think I fear you? Follow me. Driven to the brink, the Lord of the Undead erupted in fury, charging like a vengeful ghost towards the 8-winged divine general Nasitel. A fierce and tragic battle instantly erupted between heaven and earth. Meanwhile, in front of the base of the Aesop Church of Light, Saintess Angel of Aesop, Her expression solemn, proclaimed in a resounding voice, "Fellow countrymen of Aesop, our Lord of Light has bestowed a miracle. Allies from distant plains are fighting to the death for us. So, guardians of Aesop, what are we waiting for?" A roar erupted from the crowd. "Slay all the undead. Under the light of our Lord, wipe out all the undead. Your Highness, give the order." This was undoubtedly the decisive moment. Everyone inside and outside the base was excited and filled with fervor. Almost everyone present had suffered at the hands of the undead, and the hatred that had been suppressed for so long finally erupted. Even the elderly women in the base had taken up weapons, eager to rush into the battlefield and fight to the death. "All of you, heed my command." Saintess Angel of Aesop raised her arm high, then brought it down with a furious roar. Her solemn and resounding voice, filled with emotion, was summed up in just 2 words: attack. Ow! In an instant, the crowd gathered in front of the base collapsed like a torrent, charging towards the undead cultists and their horde of corpses with a deafening roar. Boom boom boom. Bang. Crack. Guns roared, blades clashed, and the roars of the crowd and the wails of the corpses were already indistinguishable. In the midst of the battle, Saintess Angel of Aesop was filled with reverence, her body and soul rapidly growing and transforming. This entire complex plan to lure the enemy was known only to her, the Dark Witch Judy, and Zuo-Rui. But only those who truly knew these strategies could understand that it was all thanks to the Lord of Light. As the fierce battle continued to advance, on the left side of the battlefield, with the help of the Dark Witch Judy, Zuo-Rui finally plunged a voodoo dagger into the chest of Liu Changbin, the culprit who had caused the biochemical catastrophe. Her revenge was complete, and tears streamed down Zuo-Rui's face. "Mom and Dad, husband, and me, I finally avenged you." Zuo-Rui knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. "My lord, your humble servant thanks you for your great grace." "Hey, foolish woman, now is not the time to cry. If you have time to cry, you'd be better off joining me to kill a few more undead lackeys." The Dark Witch Judy, having already cleared the left side of the battlefield, quickly led her remaining forces towards the center of the battlefield, where the undead lord resided, and fiercely attacked. On the other side, leading the light expeditionary force was none other than Daniel Litton, Wu Wei's former comrade-in-arms. Daniel Litton is now the Grand Duke of the Holy Violet Duchy, and after numerous merits, he has been promoted by his friend Wu Wei, reaching the level of a 9th-level demigod. Currently, Daniel Litton is leading a heavy cavalry force from the Light Plane, fighting his way through the undead horde. These heavy cavalry from the Light Plane are all heavily armored, and possess formidable strength of level 4 or higher, making their charge more powerful than heavy tanks. Soon, the horde on the right side of the battlefield, as well as High Priest Nelson, have been slain. However, Daniel doesn't stop. He immediately changes his orders and, together with the Dark Witch on the opposite side, launches a final charge against the remaining undead. At the very end of the battlefield, the dying undead lord is leading the last remaining undead creatures in a desperate resistance. His battle pet, the bone dragon Maurice, has already been blasted into a pile of bones by Augustus and Liliana, both 9th-level archangels. He himself, under the combined attack of the 8-winged divine general Nassador, St. Luke, and the elven demigod Everus, was retreating step by step, covered in wounds. In fact, Nassador alone, possessing a divine artifact, would have been enough to annihilate the Lord of the Undead. However, for the sake of caution, Wu Wei mobilized the entire army, with St. Luke and Everus serving as his deputies, launching a joint attack. In just a few rounds, the Lord of the Undead was beaten into a sorry state, utterly bewildered. Fortunately, the Lord of the Undead was a veteran powerhouse who had survived for many years, possessing a variety of survival techniques. Otherwise, any other newly born god would probably have been reduced to ashes under the multiple blows. Why am I, the Lord of the Undead, always trampled underfoot by you, the old dog of light? I refuse to accept this. I resent it. With his ambition shattered and on the verge of collapse, the Lord of the Undead, his eyes filled with resentment, shouted his inner hatred towards the sky. HMPH. The 8-winged divine general Nassador raised his scepter, which was enveloped in holy light, and shouted, "Because our Lord of Light is the only will in this world, those who blaspheme our Lord and harm living beings will surely perish." Law, divine punishment. Boom. Rolling thunder shook the heavens and the earth, and thousands of awe-inspiring golden holy lightning bolts ripped through the sky and crashed down. Ugh. Boom boom boom. The thousands of golden holy lightning bolts merged into one, and the dying Lord of the Dead barely had time to let out a wail before being struck by the lightning and reduced to ashes. Only a broken divine core and a storage bracelet remained, flowing out from the holy lightning. It's over. It's finally all over. As the lightning dissipated, the fierce battle that had lasted for 7 or 8 hours finally came to an end. At the scene, including Saint Angel of Aesop, countless Aesopians witnessed their Lord of the Dead vanquished in divine punishment. Unable to contain themselves, they knelt on the ground, facing the heavenly sky bathed in holy light, and wept bitterly. They chanted the holy name of their Lord of Light, repeatedly calling out the names of their deceased loved ones, loudly venting the pain and repression of over 20 years. Beautiful Aesop world, they had finally reclaimed it with their own hands, guided by their Lord of Light. On the other side of the battlefield, the war angels and divine guardians who had descended upon the Aesop plain began to return to their divine kingdom, through the gates of heaven. As for the undead and corpses in other parts of the Aesop plain, it was believed that Saint Angel and the Church of Light she led would soon be able to cleanse them all. The moment of harvest has finally arrived. Wu Wei had been eagerly awaiting the spoils of this battle within his divine kingdom. The cunning old demon, the Lord of the Undead, so cautious and calculating, never imagined he would fall into Wu Wei's trap in this way, ultimately meeting his demise. Given the Lord of the Undead's greedy and cunning nature, one could only imagine how much wealth and resources he had hoarded. Although he had only gained a broken divine spark and a storage bracelet, the various resources within the bracelet, along with the several statues imbued with divine power, were worth over 30,000 points of divine power. And this was just what the Lord of the Undead carried with him. How many precious resources lay in his lair? How many rare resources were scattered throughout the Aesop plain? Just thinking about it made Wu Wei's heart race with excitement. That's an absolute treasure trove of resources and divine power. Even setting that aside, the Aesop plain entirely under his control, along with countless followers, all these benefits have inflated his divine ego to an unprecedented level. In short, he's made a killing. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318: A New Beginning. Since the Aesop technology plane quelled the undead calamity, another century has passed in the blink of an eye. For mortals, even the long-lived, the journey from birth to death is an incredibly long time. But on the scale of the universe, a century is merely a fleeting moment. The Kingdom of Light still floats quietly in a tranquil space amidst the chaotic void, its location and position remaining largely unchanged. However, compared to 100 years ago, the Kingdom of Light has rapidly expanded from a tiny place into a complete divine kingdom. Now, with its continuous expansion, the Kingdom of Light covers an area of several thousand square kilometers. It not only has mountains, lakes, and seas, but also a deep mantle and a roaring, burning fire core beneath it. Within the divine kingdom space, the concentration of cosmic free energy is extremely high. Even an ordinary person who has never cultivated could easily live a healthy, disease-free century within the divine kingdom. In some areas where free energy gathers, countless strange and wonderful flowers, plants, and fruit trees vie for attention. Their essence is gathered under the nurturing of high concentration energy. These are all natural treasures that have slowly grown through transplanting, sowing, and cultivation. They can be used to refine alchemical potions to help humans strengthen themselves and break through bottlenecks. In the lakes and seas, rare fish rarely seen on the mainland appear in schools, their bodies strong and robust, full of vitality. There are also some giant aquatic creatures that occasionally reveal their backs, as large as islands, swallowing tons of bait fish in a single bite. The sky is the same, with various rare birds flitting between mountains and clouds, their cries echoing. On the plains, countless hard-working people are toiling, and vast fields of sacred wheat sway in the wind, like golden waves rising and falling on the sea. Through generations of cultivation, the sacred wheat is no longer as weak as it once was. The sacred wheat stalks reach 3 to 4 meters in height, thicker and stronger than sugar cane on earth. The ears of wheat bear sharp, sword-like awns and pearl-like grains. Once the chaff is removed, each grain is translucent, resembling white jade pearls. Currently, in the Radiant Plain, sacred wheat fields cover 30,000 acres, yielding 3 harvests a year, with an annual harvest of tens of thousands of tons of sacred wheat. Foods made from sacred wheat, such as sacred wheat bread, noodles, cakes, and steamed buns, have become the staple food of the people within the divine kingdom. Furthermore, high-ranking officials of the Radiant Plains Church, the Aesop Plane, and the Potato Man subplanet also receive annual rewards of sacred wheat. In addition, meat and fish have become mainstream on the tables of the people and high-ranking believers. Domesticated and herded magical beasts and spirit fish within the divine kingdom are also very popular. Through long-term exploration and natural selection, the divine kingdom primarily raises various creatures, most of which are domesticated and improved from native magical beast species of the Radiant Continent. For example, there's a bird called the Angus snail-flied dragon. It's pure white, with beautiful tail feathers, and a large body, feeding year-round on small magical beasts. Adult Angus snail-fly dragons can weigh 200 to 300 pounds, with an individual strength reaching level 4, yielding over 150 pounds of meat. Moreover, its meat is tender and delicious, far superior to chicken, duck, fish, and goose on Earth, especially a single chicken leg, which can weigh 20 to 30 pounds, a truly satisfying meal. However, Angus snail-fly dragons are difficult to raise, requiring various small magical beasts as feed, making them extremely costly. Only some high-ranking angels or high-ranking members of the Holy See can occasionally enjoy them. Most ordinary citizens consume meat from black-skinned magical pigs. These are pigs that can reach 600 to 700 pounds when fully grown, grow extremely fast, and produce a large amount of meat. Omnivorous black-skinned magical pigs are very easy to raise, with low costs and consumption, making them the mainstream meat for the citizens. Of course, these are just small examples of the changes in the divine kingdom. Various kinds of poultry and meat are abundant, and dairy products are also plentiful. Thank you, Lord, for your grace. A powerful and robust divine being, possessing individual strength at level 5, piloted a high-tech harvester, reaping vast fields of sacred wheat. During the harvest, the threshing of the wheat ears and the crushing and backfilling of the stalks were completed. Bags of sacred wheat were transported to the temporary granaries of the sacred farm. Another bountiful harvest season was upon them, and these temporary granaries would soon be full. A hover train would then transport the wheat to the central granary of the divine kingdom for unified storage and distribution. Compared to the relatively conservative, medieval-like divine kingdom of the old god of light, the current divine kingdom, under Wu Wei's management, surprisingly boasts products of technological civilization. For Wu Wei, these technological advancements offer advantages in certain aspects, freeing up more divine labor. The divine kingdom is now thriving, requiring the participation of its citizens in its construction. However, the level of the divine kingdom before him can only support tens of thousands of divine beings. Despite Wu Wei repeatedly raising the tires for believers to ascend to heaven after death, from ordinary believers to those now requiring fanatical followers, the divine population is nearing its limit. Only by utilizing the technological power at their disposal can the divine kingdom's development be barely kept afloat. Aside from the subtle, continuous development within the divine kingdom, in its center, within a transformation pool guarded by a full-strength angelic army, the sacred power of light elemental energy boils like mist and liquid. At the center of the pool, a near-perfect body is forming. Every muscle, every bone embodies the meaning of perfection. Its bones are many times finer than white jade, their high-density fibers surpassing even diamonds, and possessing remarkable flexibility and impact resistance, impervious even to hydraulic presses. Its skin is smoother than silk, yet even close-range shots from Earth's anti-material sniper rifles would leave no mark. Even in his slumber, with his eyes closed, he exuded boundless majesty, sacred and inviolable. Any mortal who approached would be instantly killed by his overwhelming pressure. A divine body. Yes, this was a divine body. It was a divine body crafted by Wu Wei using a vast amount of divine power, bearing a resemblance to Wu Wei in its features, an idealized version of himself. Suddenly, Wu Wei opened his eyes. The first thing he felt was an incomparably powerful force surging within him, as if he could shatter a planet with a mere wave of his hand. Of course, this was an illusion. The power of this divine body was simply too overwhelming for him to handle. His former avatar, a giant with a strength of level 8, would likely have struggled to withstand a full-force punch from him now. Whoosh! Thick, liquid-like energy spread in all directions. Without any visible movement, Wu Wei appeared in the sky in the next instant. He was now wearing a long robe, concealing his muscular physique and making him appear more integrated. Seeing his own image through his consciousness, Wu Wei sighed deeply. If I had been on Earth back then, I could have been this handsome. I could probably have become incredibly wealthy with just that face. Satisfied, Wu Wei was very satisfied with the evolution of this body. In fact, 100 years ago, after Wu Wei killed the dark side evil god, the Lord of the Undead, he began preparing to venture into the vast universe. However, he also understood that the vast universe was full of powerful beings. If he was too weak and rashly went out to explore, he would most likely die before he even got started. It was better to be cautious. Therefore, he spent 100 years digesting the existing planes, developing and strengthening his base. After 100 years of digestion and silent development, Wu Wei's strength was no longer comparable to what it was back then. Check the information of the Divine Kingdom. Instantly, a series of information appeared in Wu Wei's consciousness. God name, God of Light, Divine Power. 302,387, warning, Divine Power is about to reach its maximum value. Please condense it into divine crystals as soon as possible, angels. 1952 Subordinate Gods. 4 Gates of Heaven. 2 Power of Faith. 300 million, warning, Power of Faith is about to reach its maximum value. Please convert it into divine power as soon as possible, Pope. 2 Believers. 37.5 million, warning, the number of faith channels has reached its maximum value. Please upgrade your divine rank as soon as possible, Planes. 3 Few Wu Wei looked at the data listed in the divine rank list with satisfaction. After a long period of adjustment and development, he had finally managed to create a true angelic army. The angelic army, with a total number of nearly 2,000, greatly increased Wu Wei's sense of security. That was a terrifying army with a minimum level of 7, including many level 8 archangels as the backbone and level 9 archangels as captains. Furthermore, Wu Wei now had a full 4 8-winged angels with divine level commanders. They are Saint Luke, Saint John, Saint Catherine, and Saint Liliana. Yes, Catherine and Liliana, while in the mortal realm, had already risen through the ranks to become level 9 demigods through their illustrious achievements. Liliana, in particular, ascended to heaven as an archangel after her death in the Aesop plane. In addition, there is Saint Catherine. 30 years ago, Saint Sister Catherine, who had guarded the plane of light for a century, leaving behind countless legendary tales, returned to the grove where she first encountered the god of light. That once obscure grove had long been designated a sacred site because of Catherine's rise, attracting countless pilgrims every year. The saint, already over 100 years old, rode her level 8 legendary earth bear and sat silently in the well-protected grove. She didn't pray, she didn't meditate, she simply sat there quietly. Time and hardship had long since washed away her former naivete. Her clear, beautiful eyes were like an unfathomable pool, impenetrable even to the gods. Her long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. Beneath her white linen robe, glimpses of her radiant skin were visible. She sat barefoot, cross-legged on the ground. The earth bear, now as large as a small mountain, lay prostrate beside her, as docile as a puppy. The radiant dimension celebrated the achievements of Saintess Catherine. She had rebuilt a holy see and reshaped the great faith of light. Even the current pope, Saint Trevican, paled in comparison to her renown. In the more than 100 years she had ruled the radiant dimension as saintess, the pope's presence was minimal. The world only knew of the saintess's suppression of the world. The pope was a dispensable figure. To describe her as possessing overwhelming power would not be an exaggeration. It's time, Saintess Catherine murmured softly, gazing at the sky, a hint of anticipation appearing in her deep eyes. At the pinnacle of power in the mortal realm, she was an object of admiration and envy for countless people. A single word from her could determine the life or death of a nation. A single wrath from her could overthrow a royal family. But who could know the true longing in her heart? My lord, Catherine murmured softly, now that the world has been at peace for 100 years, the Holy See's foundation is solid and stable, and my lord's light has spread to every corner of the continent. Catherine begs to ascend to heaven and become a lowly handmaiden by His Majesty's side, having lived for 150 or 60 years, possessing the body of a demigod. Catherine appeared to be less than 30 years old. She could easily live another 100 years or so in the mortal realm. Having lived so long and experienced so much, she was no longer the little nun who would panic when chased by a few soldiers. With her wisdom, looking back, she could naturally discern that her lord had been in a very weak and dangerous state back then. She vowed in her heart to share her lord's burdens, to rebuild the Holy See for her, and to let light shine on every corner of the world. She did it. Saint Catherine's slender hand gently touched the ground, and an invisible wave spread outwards. Within a radius of dozens of miles, pure white lilies bloomed out of thin air, fluttering in the wind, transforming into holy ocean. Heaven and earth seemed to feel sorrow. In an instant, all the holy flowers on the entire continent of light bloomed simultaneously, even in the hottest volcanic areas, even in the coldest, most desolate places. Wherever there were flowers, they turned holy white, blooming and withering in an instant, dancing in the sky with the wind. Your Highness, in the towering papal palace of the Holy See, the current Pope, Saint Trevican, gazed at the countless white petals drifting in the air, his expression changing, his eyes filled with an unusually complex emotion. Trevican's rise to power in this era, from a lowly novice priest to patriarch, then bishop, overcoming countless competitors to become the first pope of the new papacy, was undoubtedly aided by the guidance and mentorship of Saint Catherine. This also demonstrates Saint Trevican's exceptional abilities. However, Saint Catherine's lifelong achievements and prestige were so immense that she stood like a mountain before everyone else, overshadowing Saint Trevican's own position as pope. His feelings towards the saint were complex. He was an orphan taken in and raised by her, and while he revered her as a teacher, he also felt constantly constrained by her, harboring ambitions he could not realize. A national tragedy. Saint Trevican's tears streamed down his face as he declared resolutely, "Issue the order, all intelligent beings in the plane of light shall cease all entertainment and enjoyment, and pray daily for the passing of the Holy Maiden for 3 months. Those who disobey will be treated as heretics. Furthermore, prepare coarse linen clothing. I, the Emperor, will personally walk the 3-month pilgrimage to bless Her Highness." "Yes, Your Majesty." A guard from the shadows accepted the order and departed. Meanwhile, in the grove, a divine light shone in the sky, as magnificent as the dawn's glow over the azure sea. The grand gates of heaven suddenly appeared, stretching across the sky. Squads of 4-winged dark angels emerged from the spatial vortex, scattering golden petals and composing an epic hymn of heaven. Drawn by a mysterious force, the golden petals coalesced into a petal archway, descending from the sky and landing before Caterina. Caterina gazed at the sky, a smile playing on her lips, a smile as joyful as a little girl's. She rose and stepped onto the petal-covered archway, her body radiating a golden light that seemed almost tangible. She slowly walked towards the gates of heaven, and with each step, the flowers in the sky bloomed even more profusely. 7 steps, she reached the gates of heaven in just 7 steps. 2 4-winged female angels humbly took her arms. "We, by the command of the Divine Lord, respectfully welcome Your Highness back to the heavenly kingdom." Caterina glanced back down at the archway. Beneath it lay a giant earth bear and a woman dressed in hemp robes, sitting cross-legged on the ground, her eyes closed, like a white jade statue. Clearly, the woman in white was Caterina's remains. The earth bear, possessing strength of level 8, began to grow restless, circling the remains and whimpering, occasionally glancing up at Caterina, who was now in the sky. From now on, you are free. Live well in the plane of light." Caterina casually flicked her wrist, and the remains turned to dust, scattering throughout the forest. Then, surrounded by 4-winged dark angels, Caterina stepped into the gates of heaven. At once the earth bear watched Caterina disappear, roaring in grief. After a long while, it lay prostrate in the sacred forest, hunting when hungry and sleeping when tired, as if quietly awaiting its heroine's return. In truth, this was 30 years ago for Wu Wei. Since Saint Caterina returned to the heavenly kingdom, the people of the gods built a palace for her, which she named the Nun's Palace. However, all the people of the gods spontaneously called Caterina's palace the Holy Nun's Palace. Time flew by, and on the day Wu Wei condensed his body, the first to greet him was Saint Caterina, who had been guarding the pool of transformation day and night. She wore a flowing white robe, held a scepter, had a divine crystal of holy light gathered on her forehead, and her 8 wings spread out freely and arrogantly, radiating endless and terrifying divine power. Chapter 319. The universe is so vast, I want to see it. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on achieving your divine body. Caterina's brows furrowed with joy. With this divine incarnation, Your Majesty can now explore the vast universe, fulfilling your wish. Holy consort, Wu Wei said helplessly, my soul's strength is barely enough to control this divine body. Compared to you all, it's a bit beneath me. Indeed, since Caterina ascended to heaven 30 years ago, she had faithfully fulfilled her duty as a maid, truly acting as one. Under normal circumstances, it would be natural for saintesses from various planes to become maids after ascension. However, most of those saintesses ascended at a young age, their strength at most reaching the 7th level of divine bestowal. They were simply preparing themselves to become maids of the God of Light. But how could Katarina be like them? She acted on behalf of her master, re-established a holy see, and held power in the mortal realm for over 100 years, rendering countless merits to Wu Wei. She was no ordinary saintess. Moreover, Saintess Catherine, who rose from humble beginnings, dedicated herself to cultivation and refinement throughout her long and illustrious life, forging an incredibly solid soul that surpassed even the most renowned popes in history. How could Wu Wei allow her to truly be a maid? He decided to go all in and take her as one of his divine consorts. After all, he already had Heelys, so one more wouldn't matter. This wasn't Earth's China, where monogamy was mandatory. From fragmented memories, Wu Wei knew that the old God of Light had dozens of divine consorts, and countless concubines below level 10. Wu Wei currently only had 3 divine consorts. That's right, 3. With Wu Wei's support, the elven goddess Evelys, who had already ignited the divine fire, was named a spirit consort. Saintess Catherine was named a holy consort. As for the other divine consort, that was naturally Saint Liliana, who had ascended early and achieved countless military exploits. After Wu Wei married Katarina, Liliana finally couldn't sit still any longer. Unable to defeat her physically, Wu Wei, through a combination of soft and hard tactics, was ultimately forced to bestow upon her the title of divine consort, with the name Yanfei. However, although Wu Wei possessed 5 subordinate gods, his spirit consort, Everis, being an elven goddess, did not command angelic troops but instead carefully nurtured the elven race, forming her own legion. Wu Wei's other 4 subordinate gods were all deeply trusted by him, each leading a fully equipped angelic legion. In mortal realms like the Plane of Light, a single legion was sufficient to suppress them. Especially the angelic legion led by Holy Consort Katarina, which was specifically dedicated to protecting Wu Wei, the God of Light, and possessed the most formidable strength. It was time to venture to the stars. After 100 years of digestion and development following the war, Wu Wei's divine kingdom and followers had reached their limit. God, check the status of believers in each plane. Kingdom of Light, Holy Heroes. 2,589 Mad Heroes. 28,000 total daily faith gain. 53,890 points Plane of Light, Holy Believers. 3,897 Mad Believers. 120,980 Devout Believers. 1,242,348 True Believers. 9,421,300 total daily faith gain. 378,398 Potato Man Plane, Holy Believers. 2,892 Mad Believers. 359,823 Devout Believers. 2,877,232 total daily faith gain. 41,749 ESOP, Technology, Plane, Holy Believers. 12,875 Mad Believers. 332,653 Devout Believers. 3,220,499 True Believers. 13,624,301 total daily faith gain. 919,691 daily faith gains total. 1,393,728 points. Wu Wei carefully checked his number of believers. In the Kingdom of Light, only a few hundred spots were needed, the divine population was almost full. This was the result of Wu Wei controlling the ascension of his people decades ago. Initially, Wu Wei also intended for all believers to ascend to the heavenly kingdom after death. However, as the territory expanded, the number of divine population spots became increasingly scarce. Wu Wei had to constantly adjust the ascension admission system of the divine kingdom. Now, only 2 types of people are qualified to ascend. The first are holy believers. As soon as a holy believer dies, the gates of heaven will open, leading them into the divine kingdom and transforming them into holy spirits. Holy spirits. Regardless of the state of the divine kingdom, they are undoubtedly one of the most precious resources. They pray daily, their soul's faith is unwavering, and they provide Wu Wei with 10 points of faith power daily. Moreover, holy spirits can also serve as a reserve force of war angels, replenishing the war angels at any time. Although war angels can be reborn in the rebirth pool after death if they retrieve their jade of light. However, Anything can happen in war. Especially on harsh battlefields, it's quite normal for many war angels to die and never find their light soul jade. The more holy spirits there are, the more profound the foundation of Wu Wei's divine kingdom will be. Therefore, Wu Wei will definitely reserve slots for holy spirits. The second type of person qualified for ascension is the most outstanding talent in every field, who must possess fanatical faith. As for ordinary devout believers or true believers, Wu Wei can only choose to give them up. Despite such stringent conditions, ascensions continue to pour in, and the few hundred slots won't last long. Therefore, Wu Wei must further strengthen and upgrade his divine status, expanding his divine kingdom to accommodate more citizens and make himself even stronger. Moreover, the overflowing divine population is only one of Wu Wei's current predicaments. In fact, the faith channels of Wu Wei's divine status are already full, and he now has to implement a bottom-ranking elimination system, allowing more high-quality believers to connect to the faith channels. This results in fewer and fewer true believers and more upper-level believers among Wu Wei's followers. Of course, believers without faith channels are not without ways to harvest faith power. Wu Wei established countless churches and statues of all sizes in the three planes under his control, especially the plane of light and the Aesop technology plane. Ordinary believers and true believers who had not received divine favor could go to the churches to pray. Their faith power would be absorbed and stored by the statues. Most of the faith power obtained would be used for the evolution and upgrading of the statues, providing functional benefits to the believers. Another portion would be harvested periodically by members of the church, passed down through layers of the church, and periodically contributed to the great God of light. However, this process involved significant losses, with less than 1/10 ultimately reaching Wu Wei. But even small amounts are still valuable, and with a large base, the accumulated amount becomes enormous. Moreover, the lost divine power was not entirely lost. Through the long process of nurturing with abundant faith power, the statues would gradually change, generating domains to suppress evil and protect believers. Overall, this was highly beneficial for the basic cultivation of believers. However, while the maxing out of various steps brought trouble to Wu Wei, it also brought him immense benefits. First and foremost was the kingdom of the God of Light. There are 2,589 saintly spirits alone, the vast majority of whom have transformed into war angels. This group alone provides Wu Wei with over 20,000 points of faith power daily. The remaining 28,000 berserker spirits also yield nearly 30,000 points of faith power. Relying solely on the divine kingdom, Wu Wei earns 54 points of divine power daily, a staggering 54 points every day. This is a far cry from when he first inherited the divine kingdom. Furthermore, Wu Wei's foundational plane, the plane of light, is also thriving. Its large population and high-quality believers allow Wu Wei to earn around 378 points of divine power daily. As for the high-level believers in the Potato People's subplane, Wu Wei hasn't completely abandoned their cultivation, earning them 41 points of divine power daily. Don't underestimate these 41 points. If Wu Wei could find a clean plane for the Potato People to reproduce as much as possible, they would likely be the most promising race. Unfortunately, that subplane is too small, limiting the Potato People's most powerful ability, reproduction. As for the other potato-like beings with insufficient faith, Wu Wei could only absorb them using ancestral idols. However, these weren't the main points. The biggest point was the Aesop technological plane. The biggest advantage of the technological plane was its complete industrial chain. With intelligent mass production, resources were abundant, and the same planetary area could support more humans. However, the technological plane also had obvious disadvantages. Too many people were devoted to science, and even those who claimed not to be atheists had extremely shallow faith in gods. The vast majority of people were weak-willed, indulging in self-destruction amidst abundant material life. In such a world, let alone reaching the level of a saintly believer with a selfless and utterly sincere heart, even devout believers and true believers would be difficult to cultivate on a large scale. Under normal circumstances, a god diligently preaching in the technological plane would at most gain a large number of shallow believers, which could be considered a victory through quantity. However, the Aesop plane was different. It had just experienced the apocalyptic catastrophe brought by the Lord of the Undead, and the God of Light had protected them and destroyed the Lord of the Undead. During that decades-long catastrophe, countless heroes were born, and countless high-level believers emerged. Even though 100 years had passed since the Undead calamity, The Aesop plane had recovered from its wounds and was thriving again. However, the faith in the God of Light had permeated every aspect of their lives. The position of the Holy See of Light in the Aesop plane was not merely symbolic. Even the chairman of the Aesop Federation needed the permission and blessing of the Pope of the Holy See, and only those of a devout believer or higher could assume the leadership role. In the 100 years following the war, the believers of light who survived the war continued to hone themselves and actively expand their ranks. The younger generation was born bathed in holy light and grew up under the loving gaze of the gods. A large portion of the Holy Spirits and War Angels under Wu Wei's command came from the Aesop plane. In this way, the benefits that the Aesop plane brings to Wu Wei are quite terrifying. Over 900,000 points of faith power daily is enough to convert into over 900 points of divine power, almost equivalent to 3 light planes. That's terrifying. Even if Wu Wei lay still all day, his daily divine power gain would still reach nearly 1,400 points. This is an incredibly high number, enough to elevate an ordinary Holy Spirit all the way to an 8th level Archangel with some left over. Of course, these are just benefits. The development of the plane, the expansion of believers, and the rewards and punishments for believers all require divine power, and the daily consumption is enormous. Unless Wu Wei only focuses on the present and ignores the long-term management and development of the plane, he must invest in development. Ultimately, Wu Wei can obtain approximately 700 points of divine power each day. And the development of the divine kingdom cannot stop. The vast majority of these 700 points of divine power are invested in the construction and consumption of the divine kingdom. Wu Wei only accumulates a little divine power each day to cope with various emergencies. Even so, over the long course of time, Wu Wei had accumulated over 300 million points of faith power that hadn't been converted into divine power, and 300,000 points of divine power that hadn't been converted into divine crystals. Divine crystals. That's right, all the divine power he had accumulated in the past had been converted into divine crystals by Wu Wei. Every 1,000 points of divine power could be converted into 1 drop of divine liquid, and every 1,000 drops of divine liquid could be highly condensed into 1 divine crystal. Divine crystals were the highly concentrated manifestation of divine power, and now, Wu Wei possessed 1 divine crystal and 300 drops of divine liquid. Don't underestimate this number. In fact, 1 divine crystal was equivalent to 1,000,000 points of divine power reserves. Such a vast accumulation made Wu Wei smile just thinking about it. This was accumulation. This was foundation. If there were no crisis, Wu Wei would rather continue developing slowly like this, even if time reached the end of the universe. Unfortunately, he now had to go out. He had explored most of the surrounding void turbulence within the past 100 years. Although he had obtained many good things, he hadn't found the key materials to further strengthen and repair his divine spark. Upgrading again seemed a long way off. Moreover, the memory of the old God of Light's tragic demise, after being besieged and attacked, still lodged in Wu Wei's heart like a poisonous thorn, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Perhaps the old God of Light's arrangements included hiding his shattered divine kingdom within the void turbulent space, or some other measures. But no matter how ingenious the arrangements, they could only deceive the enemy temporarily, not forever. The enemy who had so badly defeated the old God of Light was certainly no simple being. And Wu Wei's current strength was far inferior to that of the old God of Light at his peak. Once the enemy came knocking, he would be utterly helpless. He had to go out. At the very least, he needed to understand who the old God of Light's enemy was. The old God of Light left Wu Wei with many fragmented memories when he fell, but there was absolutely no information about who the enemy was. This forced Wu Wei to intensify his speculation about the enemy's strength. Someone, pass on the order, Wu Wei ordered in a deep voice, initiate the void turbulence space node exploration plan. Yes, St. Luke accepted the order and immediately went to make the arrangements. The special node exploration plan was Wu Wei's second step. After a century of exploration and clearing out, this area of void turbulence had been largely explored. Aside from the 3 major perilous areas, which Shivan gods felt apprehensive about exploring, over 100 other special nodes, large and small, fixed, semi-fixed, or periodically opening, had been identified and marked. Wu Wei hadn't dispatched the angelic army to explore these special nodes because he feared that his insufficient strength might inadvertently provoke a powerful enemy, leading to his own backyard being attacked. Now, having reached a bottleneck in his strength and possessing ample divine power reserves, He wasn't afraid of even a war of attrition. With Wu Wei's command, the Divine Kingdom rapidly mobilized. Chapter 320 Sweeping Through the Void. In the chaotic void where the Divine Kingdom resided, a spaceship over 200 meters long, exuding sacred majesty and a futuristic style, sped along at lightning speed. Ahead, a void beast with a strength reaching level 9 was fleeing in disarray. It possessed a pair of scythe-like claws, capable of easily shredding spaceships of some technologically advanced civilizations. If it were to land on a planet of a less advanced civilization, it would undoubtedly cause an epic catastrophe. However, it was already battered and bruised from the pursuit of one of the Divine Kingdom's war tools, the Punisher. Its pair of thin wings, capable of gliding in gaseous environments, were also shattered. Yet, the Punisher still had no intention of letting it go, unleashing beams of bright energy from its cannons, delivering a fierce attack to the Void Beast. The Void Beast sensed that it could no longer escape, and immediately became ferocious, turning back to fight the Punisher to the death. Although there was no air in the void, its terrifying hiss still reverberated outwards through the invisible spatial crystal wall, reaching the Punisher's interior. HMPH Foolish Beast. Inside the Punisher's cabin, a blend of mythology and science fiction, the bridge commander was a six-winged dark angel of level 9 strength. His 6 wings were held high, a hint of disdain flashing across his handsome face. Dare to invade my divine realm? You think you can live? 3rd, 5th, and 6th squads, go out and practice your skills, and capture it alive while you're at it. Let our Lord have a taste. Wu Wei's love for all kinds of delicacies was no secret within the divine realm. Many angel squads on patrol would try to capture any strange cosmic creatures they encountered alive. Perhaps the great god of light would be pleased with the food and reward them with merit. Yes, the 3 angel squads, their captains and members, were all overjoyed. This was a lucrative assignment. Personally carrying out the task would yield a large share of the merit. After a few invisible spatial fluctuations, 3 angel squads teleported out from the Punishers, forming a triangular formation to surround a wounded and battered Void Beast. Their standard battle armor was gold and white, dignified and imposing, providing powerful combat support in addition to their good looks. Each battle angel squad was led by an archangel and included 7 winged angels, making them incredibly formidable. The simultaneous action of 3 angel squads was a formidable force, even for a level 9 demigod. Moreover, the Void Beast, resembling a mantis shrimp, was already severely injured, and with the Punishers watching closely, dealing with it was naturally risk-free. Even with the angel squad's deliberate training, it took less than half an hour to capture the Void Beast alive, bind it with holy light chains, and drag it back to the Divine Kingdom behind the Punishers. The Punishers. These were new assault ships developed by Wu Wei, based on the design of small ships within the Divine Kingdom's war fortresses, and incorporating technology from the Aesop technology plane, refining and perfecting them. It was powerful enough to carry an entire angel squadron on a mission, and possessed the attack power of a level 9 powerhouse, making it a formidable weapon in small-scale warfare. It was thanks to the Punisher that they were able to clear out and explore this chaotic void. This angel squadron was merely one part of the entire exploration team. Now, Wu Wei commanded 4 divine generals, each with 7 angel squadrons under their command, totaling 28 teams. Each squadron had a Punisher, responsible for clearing out and exploring. Time flew by, and several months passed in a flash. Under the full-fledged exploration of the 4 divine generals, the exploration of the spatial nodes proceeded smoothly, with many useless spatial nodes being eliminated. Suddenly, the 8-winged angel general, Liliana, sent back a message. A huge discovery had been made within the spatial node she was responsible for exploring. According to the transmitted images, behind that spatial node lay a vast star field. However, outside the spatial node, a Zerg race was entrenched. It was deduced that the Zerg Queen was a level 10 deity. The massive Zerg army had already devoured several nearby planes, leaving them barren. Just as we suspected, Wu Wei frowned, a hint of apprehension in his expression. Within this void turbulence, remnants of highly evolved Zerg forces would occasionally appear. Wu Wei and the other high-ranking members of his divine kingdom had deduced that a Zerg force might be lurking behind those spatial nodes. The universe is teeming with countless races and all sorts of strange civilizations. But without a doubt, the Zerg are among the most troublesome. As long as the Queen Mother lives, they will endlessly swarm, making them impossible to kill. In terms of sheer military might, Wu Wei's light divine kingdom is no match. However, Wu Wei's divine kingdom also possesses a powerful aspect. With abundant believers and the power of faith, it is invincible. Once it enters a war of attrition, few races could likely be its match. My lord. St. John Nassator volunteered, I am willing to lead my army to attack this Zerg and annihilate the queen. Wu Wei frowned. Although he was confident he could wipe out the Zerg, it was unwise to wage war against a Zerg with a god-level queen. Given their respective strengths in attrition warfare, this battle could easily last decades or even centuries. Moreover, the Zerg were blocking the other side of the spatial node. Beyond their stronghold lay a vast expanse of space. In other words, the Zerg were Wu Wei's gateway. Any entity wishing to enter the void turbulence through that space, through Wu Wei's lair, would first have to overcome the Zerg. Even if the enemy was powerful, the Zerg would provide Wu Wei with some warning time. Of course, the Zerg couldn't be left unchecked. Therefore, Wu Wei ordered the construction of war fortresses in front of that spatial node without alerting the Zerg. If any enemy attempted to enter, the fortresses would deliver a crushing blow. The resources gathered over the years were proving invaluable. Under the supervision of several divine generals, a massive war fortress was rapidly taking shape. This was one of the most powerful combat methods of the divine kingdom, positional warfare and attrition warfare. Being dragged into a war of attrition by the army of the God of Light meant certain death. While the war fortresses were being built, good news also arrived from other spatial nodes. One after another, effective spatial nodes were discovered. For example, spatial node number 73 revealed a shattered void opposite, where spatial fragments were everywhere. In just half a day of exploration, 27 angels had perished, including 3 archangels. If it weren't for the intervention of Holy Consort Katarina, the entire angelic army would likely have been wiped out. Fortunately, the light jade of the fallen angels was recovered. A bath in the transformation pool with some divine power would be enough to reshape their bodies. According to Katarina's report, there was something in the shattered void that made her tremble with fear. Katarina, now an 8-winged angel, possessed standard level 10 combat power. Anything that made her feel fear was definitely not to be easily provoked. Naturally, Wu Wei marked that spatial node as a forbidden area and strictly monitored it. As for the war fortress, there was no need to build it. If there were truly something inside that could easily threaten the lives of gods, the war fortress would be practically useless once it emerged. It was better not to build it, to avoid wasting resources. In addition, 2 more spatial nodes with life were discovered. One of them was the stronghold of a Star River Beast clan. Wu Wei had dealt with these Star River Beasts before. They were dragon-like creatures. Their clan was small, only a few hundred individuals, but they occupied a primordial plane and were at the top of the food chain. That primitive planet was still in its early, untamed stage, teeming with life, with a vast array of flora and fauna, including some primitive life forms that had reached level 7 and 8. Even so, the group of dragon-like Star River Beasts remained the undisputed overlords. Their 3 strongest members possessed the strength of level 9 demigods. What a great place! Wu Wei exclaimed. Take this planet, then migrate a group of potato men there, letting them thrive on this resource-rich planet. Wu Wei was somewhat reluctant to engage in a decisive battle with the insectoid race. But those dragon-like Star River Beasts were far too weak, and they occupied such a prime location. Most importantly, dealing with them wouldn't require much effort from Wu Wei. Any one of the 4 divine generals could easily crush them. Soon, the 2 divine generals, St. Luke and St. John, led their forces, swarming into that spatial node. Just 3 months later, the dragon-like race was utterly crushed, leaving only a dozen or so cubs as protected animals. Other level 7 and 8 native creatures also suffered a brutal fate. Wu Wei's side reaped substantial benefits from this battle, acquiring a large quantity of magical beast cores of various levels, as well as a batch of soul fragments. Of course, the biggest gain was the primitive planet. Currently, the limitation on the potato people's reproduction and expansion is the small size of that subcontinent fragment and the severe lack of a food chain. If only a few 100,000 potato people were sent there, with a little protective development over a century, the potato people could spread across that planet, becoming another important source of Wu Wei's future faith gains. Just as the potato people were enthusiastically helping with their migration, suddenly, Liliana, monitoring from the Zerg plane, suddenly received an interesting video. A blue spaceship, several hundred meters long and shaped like a pagoda, was rampaging through Zerg territory, triggering a Zerg riot. Under the command of the Zerg Queen, A large number of flying Zerg swarmed to intercept the spaceship, among whom were Zerg generals who were level 8 or even level 9 beings. Logically, with a Zerg deploying such terrifying power, that small spaceship should have been destroyed quickly. However, to Wu Wei's surprise, although it teetered and thrashed in the storm, it persevered. At the same time, it continuously emitted beams of blue light, easily tearing apart the Zerg's powerful bodies. It even launched a blue orb of light, which, upon explosion, wiped out a large area of Zerg, including a level 9 Zerg leader. His Wu Wei gasped, "This unassuming blue spaceship is far stronger than the Punishers of my Light God Kingdom. It seems they come from a high-level civilization." In recent days, Wu Wei had begun to plan which direction to enter the greater universe from, but a final decision hadn't been made yet. However, the appearance of this blue spaceship seemed to have pointed him in the right direction. Chapter 321 Killing Civilization. On the other side of the chaotic void spatial node, a colossal star hangs silently in the void, radiating light and heat day after day for millennia. Now, she has entered her twilight years, her size growing ever larger, displaying a dazzling red hue, exuding an imposing, unassuming aura. Countless billions of years ago, this galactic plane once possessed dozens of planets of varying sizes and asteroid belts, rich in matter. Perhaps, just perhaps, it even nurtured some civilizations, possessing a diverse and vibrant life system. But all of that is now history. Today, this galactic plane is inhabited by an insectoid race. Insectoids are not uncommon in the vast universe. They typically operate from a single queen, and given sufficient energy and matter, they can rapidly multiply countless insect soldiers and generals, then devour everything in their path until annihilation. They are greedy and frenzied, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake, obliterating all life. In this star system, planets large and small have been devoured and riddled with holes. Even some giant gas planets have not escaped the ravages. Vast numbers of Zerg are frantically mining everything, supplying the queen with their resources, which then breeds even more Zerg. The magnificent giant gas planet near the Kuiper belt is on the verge of collapse, barely maintaining its form. Not far from this giant gas planet, hundreds, even thousands, of flying Zerg in the void are relentlessly pursuing a blue spaceship. Boom boom boom. The blue spaceship continuously bursts forth with blue light, each beam obliterating a dozen or 20 powerful Zerg. But there are too many Zerg. For every batch that dies, more surge in. They spew acid and attack with their claws, making the blue spaceship teeter on the brink of destruction. Damn these bugs. How can there be so many? Inside the blue spaceship, a humanoid young man, controlling an energy cannon, roars angrily, "Die! Die!" His skin is blue, and he wears an energy-enhanced combat suit, appearing extremely heroic. "Long Hu, can't you conserve some psionic energy? We only have 15% left. Once the shields are gone, we're all dead," another young man responsible for maintaining the ship's arc shield complained, his face grim. "Yidden," Long Hu laughed bitterly, "what's the use of conserving psionic energy? The Zerg are endless, impossible to kill. Rather than hiding in our shells and being slowly worn down, we'd rather die a glorious death, killing as many Zerg as possible before we die." Yidden said angrily, "How can we give up until the very last moment? I've already sent a distress signal over a range of tens of light years via supercommunication." "Distress," Long Hu scoffed. "Do you think the Zerg are mindless beasts? They've created a bioenergy barrier in the Kuiper belt. It isolates both external exploration and the transmission of distress signals. The Zerg are a race most adept at genetic evolution, with a highly diverse array of units. Outside the Kuiper belt, a vast number of Zerg, somewhat resembling jellyfish, floated. Each jellyfish can fully extend itself, its thin surface covering tens of thousands of kilometers. Simultaneously, it condenses a bioenergy barrier to isolate signals. This is one of the Zerg's powerful methods, allowing them to deceive the outside world while devouring a star system. Often, some outside creatures inadvertently enter this trap and are captured by the Zerg. "Enough, stop arguing," a blue-skinned beauty on the bridge said, frowning. "We are citizens of the Great Killing Empire, and outstanding students of Lingdon Academy, one of the Empire's 10 great academies. Yidden is right, we must not give up until the very last moment." However, hope did not appear. 5 minutes later, even the blue-skinned beauty lost her will to fight, her face pale as she ordered, "Gather all remaining psionic energy and prepare for self-destruction." Everyone on the small spaceship was plunged into despair. Suddenly, An invisible wave instantly spread throughout the entire star system. All the Zerg in the star system suddenly surged forward, frantically converging towards the center. Even the Zerg attacking the blue spaceship instantly ceased its movements and began to follow the Zerg's rampage. The blue-skinned beauty was shocked, unable to believe what she was seeing. In just a minute, no, less than a minute, their spaceship would be destroyed. But why were the Zerg retreating? Was this Lady Luck's blessing? Just then, a 200 to 300 meter long, golden-white assault ship appeared out of thin air, breaking through the Zerg's blockade and charging towards the blue spaceship. Quick, follow me. The golden ship flew past a blue spaceship, heading towards the Kuiper belt. At the same time, a wave of mental energy surged within the blue spaceship, expressing its desire to follow in more than a dozen ways. Is this a savior, or a trap? The calling people inside the blue spaceship were caught in a state of bewildered uncertainty. Never mind, if they don't show up, we're doomed. The blue-skinned beauty made a swift decision. Concentrate all our psionic energy into the power system and catch up with them. She knew this was their only chance of survival. If they couldn't break through the Zerg's blockade and leave their territory, their psionic energy was about to run out, and they would surely die. The blue spaceship emitted a beautiful blue light and quickly caught up with a golden spaceship. With a golden spaceship leading the way, constantly eliminating scattered Zerg, the two small spaceships broke out of the Kuiper belt in just a few hours. At this point, even if the Zerg chased after them again, they would never catch up. Long live psionic energy! The Kuiper people who had escaped death shouted excitedly, venting their emotions. After a few minutes, the blue-skinned beauty saw that they had vented enough and smiled, saying, "Long live psionic energy, but this time, we should thank our mysterious friend even more. Dream Spirit, please help me send a communication request to our benefactor." Dream Spirit was the psionic hub of this blue spaceship and possessed rudimentary artificial intelligence. Meanwhile, aboard the golden-white assault ship, Wu Wei lay comfortably in a specially crafted recliner, gazing at the vast starry sky through the bridge window. As far as the eye could see, countless stars shone densely. Beneath the seemingly dim starlight lay a world waiting to be explored, an endless unknown awaiting his discovery. If he were to spread the faith of the God of Light throughout the boundless starry sky, he would reap immeasurable divine power. Behind Wu Wei stood two level 9 archangels, one handsome and extraordinary, the other stunningly beautiful. They exuded an aura of power. They were Saint Lloyd and Saint Isabella, both holy spirits from the Aesop technology plane. To conceal their identities and avoid alerting the old God of Light's former enemies, their wings were temporarily folded, giving them the appearance of perfect humans. The Aesopian technology plane, though technically advanced, has been ravaged by the apocalyptic cataclysm and is no longer a purely technological civilization. Lloyd and Isabella are both powerful beings born from the cataclysm. In fact, a large portion of the holy spirits in the current divine kingdom originate from the Aesopian plane. Lloyd and Isabella are among the best, displaying powerful soul talents after becoming holy spirits, achieving great merit and receiving rewards to become archangels. Because of their exceptional potential and combat abilities, and the potential to advance to divine generals, Wu Wei keeps them by his side, firstly as personal guards, and secondly to hone their skills and strengthen their souls, laying a foundation for their future as divine generals. A level 7 war angel is merely the starting point in the divine kingdom. They need to hone their souls and combat skills, and accumulate merit, until all conditions are met, before they can advance to Archangel, then Archangel Commander. Wu Wei had already designed a comprehensive advancement path for the Angel Legion, a path that selected the best from among them. Through tireless effort, even a lowly angel could eventually grow into an 8-winged angel general. Suddenly, Wu Wei's ears twitched, and he smiled. Our new friends seem to be a benevolent race. They sent their heartfelt greetings as soon as they escaped danger. Different civilizations and races in the universe communicate using different languages and even different methods. High-level civilizations typically possess a sophisticated diplomatic system. Along with the greetings came a dictionary system condensed from energy. Behind each character were various expressions and visual representations from different civilizations and races, clearly presented from simple to complex. Of course, this method of communication was limited to interactions between advanced civilizations. If uncivilized races obtained such an energy dictionary system, they would find it extremely difficult to decipher the messages. Even if they could, learning a complex new language and culture would be a long and arduous process. However, advanced civilizations were different. Although their systems differed, they each had their own methods for rapid learning. Wu Wei was already a true deity, far surpassing the limits of mortal comprehension. A vast amount of information was enveloped by his spiritual power, and within a few breaths, he had completely digested the knowledge system within. This knowledge included not only the language and script of the Kelling people, but also basic historical and cultural knowledge, customs, and social structures. It's a pleasure to receive your greetings and invitation. In the next instant, Wu Wei and the two guard spiritual projections appeared before the bridge of the blue spaceship. Wu Wei even gracefully bowed with the etiquette of the Kelling nobles, clearly having applied his newfound knowledge. What? The Kelling people were astonished. The other party's assault-type spaceship seemed mediocre, suggesting a relatively ordinary level of civilization. They had initially thought it would take at least half a day to barely absorb the energy dictionary. Unexpectedly, they had only just sent their greetings, and the other party had already completely mastered the dictionary and accepted the invitation. Even more shocking was that the other party had directly projected his spiritual power into their spaceship. Was their spaceship's mental barrier just for show? Silence. The blue-skinned beauty on the bridge, after a moment's hesitation, immediately reprimanded everyone. Then, with a smile, she gave Wu Wei a standard aristocratic bow. Lan Futi, the second daughter of the current head of the Lanling family, greets the distinguished guest from afar, and on behalf of the Kelling civilization and the Lanling family, thanks you for saving our lives. The second daughter of the head of the Lanling family? Wu Wei remained unmoved. From the knowledge he had previously absorbed, he knew that the Kelling civilization was a powerful imperial civilization over 1,000 light-years away. Its structure was largely based on an imperial feudal system, with various families holding power throughout the Kelling civilization. However, the Kelling civilization was already a powerful level 3 civilization, naturally quite different from the medieval period on Earth. Although they had families and territories, they were internally very united, and their culture and level of civilization were very high. The Lanling family also existed within this knowledge system, belonging to a moderately large lord-level family. Don't underestimate this family. They own 3-star systems and have hundreds of billions of subjects under their command. More importantly, to become a noble, the first condition is to reach level 10 before one is even eligible to establish a family and expand. While Wu Wei was still pondering, the other Kelling people were shocked again. What? Instructor, you're actually a noble, and the second daughter of the Lan family's direct line. How could someone like that be a teacher at Lingdan Academy? Longhu, Yidan, aren't you also from noble families? Being a teacher is my ideal. Lan Futi glared at everyone fiercely. Don't make a fuss, or you'll offend our distinguished guest. Actually, if it weren't for the shock of the mysterious guest, she wouldn't have bothered to reveal her identity to elevate herself and avoid being looked down upon. Then, she looked at Wu Wei and said apologetically, "Honorable guest, my students are still young and inexperienced. Please don't take offense at them." Miss Lan Futi truly lives up to her reputation as a member of the renowned Lanling family, Wu Wei said with a smile. Your divine son, see that your soul age is only 300 years old. So young, yet already possessing such refined power. I admire you greatly. The other students are clearly also the pride of your civilization's younger generation. The lowest is level 7. Impressive. Level 9. This Lan Futi's individual strength had reached level 9. According to the Kelling people's classification standards, she was a level 9 psionic warrior. This level of strength was absolutely outstanding even within the Lanling family. Lan Futi's eyes lit up, bursting with brilliance. Honorable guest claims to be a divine son. Could it be that you come from a divine civilization? Chapter 322 The Wealthy and Powerful Prince. Deity-based civilizations are not uncommon in the universe. Especially in primitive civilizations rich in spiritual energy, it's easy for primordial gods to emerge. They are also the most likely to cross interstellar distances and become part of a civilized race. However, deity-based civilizations don't have a good reputation in the universe. To maintain their mystery, they are extremely exclusive, rarely interacting with other civilizations and strictly forbidding other civilizations from freely entering their territories. Moreover, to continue enjoying faith and offerings, gods often employ policies of keeping their people ignorant, ensuring their subjects live forever in a backward civilization system. Most importantly, gods, in their pursuit of power, love to expand their territory and spread their faith, giving the impression of being ubiquitous. That's right, my name is Wu Wei, and I come from a distant holy capital. Wu Wei also learned from other civilizations evaluations of deity-based civilizations through the knowledge system. However, he didn't care at all. Each civilization has its own different path of development. Excellent. I'm very interested in mysterious godlike civilizations, Lan Fudy said happily. If Your Highness Wu Wei doesn't mind, we can have a good exchange. Also, Your Highness Wu Wei's spiritual power is incredibly vast and refined, making me feel a sense of awe. Could it be that Your Highness has already reached the peak of level 9? I recently managed to break through to level 10. I informed my father that I was traveling and accidentally encountered a special wormhole, getting lost in this beautiful starry sky, Wu Wei said half-jokingly, revealing his level 10 status as a small intimidation to prevent them from looking down on him. After all, the Kelling civilization was a powerful level 3 civilization. One of the hallmarks of a level 3 civilization is having at least one terrifying level 12 expert. Wu Wei already knew that even at the peak of the old god of light, he was only level 13. However, Wu Wei really didn't have much to exchange with him. Like the senses of outside civilizations, divine civilizations view each plane under their control as a pasture for harvesting faith and souls. Each plane is the foundation and core of their divine power. They'd rather no one know where they are, so what's the point of communicating with outsiders? Lan Fudy's breath hitched. She hadn't expected the other party to refuse further discussion. However, she was clearly also shocked by Wu Wei's self-proclaimed level 10. Although she had already reached level 9, there was a fundamental difference between level 9 and level 10. Her Lanling family had 30 or 40 level 9 psionic warriors, but only 2 level 10 beings, one of whom was her ancestor. This Prince Wu Wei's aura, which appeared quite youthful, had already reached level 10, deeply shocking her. Even Lan Fudy was stunned into silence. The other young students were naturally dumbfounded, not daring to even breathe, filled with awe and worship for Wu Wei. Level 10 was the dream level of countless Kelling people. Although the Emperor of the Kelling people, the Immortal Spirit Emperor, is a great level 12 being, this does not mean that level 10 beings can be underestimated. Every level 10 in the Kelling Empire is a powerful and influential figure. More importantly, this level 10 divine son could easily annihilate them if he so desired. Respect for the strong is an eternal principle of the universe. Therefore, even Lan Fudy became much more reserved, respectfully performing a noble salute, showing great reverence. Your Highness, on behalf of the Lanling family, I invite you to visit the Kelling civilization. The family head will thank you for saving us. Furthermore, the family head may help you find the star map to return to the Holy Kingdom. Very well, since this divine son has come to this beautiful starry sky, I was just thinking of exploring. Thank you very much, Miss Lan Fudy. Wu Wei adopted a nonchalant and easygoing demeanor. Beneath his seemingly polite exterior, however, lay the natural reserve and pride of a divine son. No wonder, he was both a divine child and a level 10 powerhouse. Even when visiting some very powerful civilizations, he would be treated as a diplomatic VIP and received with great ceremony, completely different from those students. However, I'll have to trouble Your Highness to wait a couple of days, Lan Fudy said apologetically. When we were entangled with the Zerg, our spaceship's spiritual energy was greatly depleted, and we need to replenish it with some. No problem, Wu Wei said, appearing approachable. Anyway, the scenery in the starry sky is beautiful. After receiving his agreement, Lan Fudy secretly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly gathered the students on the spaceship to replenish its energy with the spiritual energy they had cultivated. However, the spaceship had consumed too much spiritual energy this time, and even with Lan Fudy, a level 9 spiritual energy warrior, leading the way, it would take several days to fully replenish the spaceship's spiritual energy. Seeing the spaceship's spiritual energy increasing at an extremely slow rate, Lan Fudy would have thought this replenishment speed was quite normal if it weren't for the divine child watching with interest. Being stared at like this by outsiders made Lan Fudy feel inexplicably awkward, as if she were being looked down upon. Her expression turned serious. Yi Teng, bring out a box of spirit stones. Yi Teng's expression changed, and he hesitated. Master, we didn't bring many spirit stones this time. We used up 90% while fighting the insectoids. We're not completely out of danger yet, Lan Fudy said solemnly. Every minute we can leave is a minute more safe. Yes, Master. Yi Teng carefully brought out a delicate, sealed box, opened it, and began adding spirit stones one by one to the spaceship's energy system. Each stone felt like a piece of flesh being cut off, causing him immense pain. Instantly, the spaceship spirit energy reserve surged. Unfortunately, they only had 7 or 8 spirit stones left. After more than 10 minutes, they had only replenished a third of their energy before running out of spirit stones. The psionic energy is barely enough. Lan Fudy breathed a sigh of relief, looking up at Wu Wei with a hint of pride beneath her humility. Your Highness, I apologize for keeping you waiting. From now on, as long as we take turns channeling psionic energy, we can continue flying until we reach the surface market, where we can replenish our energy. Replenishing a spaceship's energy with psionic stones is an extremely extravagant practice, akin to lighting banknotes for warmth. Herr Wu Wei chuckled inwardly. This Lan Fudy actually had a sense of pride, because after he glanced at it a few more times, she actually started burning divine stones. Divine stones are precious energy mineral that is prevalent in the universe. Its energy is very pure and gentle, and it is highly useful to various civilizations. In different civilizations, it has various names, such as magic stone, spirit stone, divine stone, energy crystal, etc. For Wu Wei, such treasures are always welcome. However, the entire universe is now somewhat overexploited, and this non-renewable resource of divine stones is becoming increasingly scarce. Even the lowest grade of divine stone is extremely precious. Over the years, Wu Wei had dwindled in the number of divine stones he could scavenge on the plane of light. The vast majority had been drained of their energy and converted into divine power, leaving only a few rare, top-grade divine stones for future use. These top-grade divine stones were said to be incredibly valuable in some advanced civilizations. The divine stone Lan Fudy used to replenish her spiritual energy was merely a low-grade, inferior one. Wu Wei had devoured and converted countless of them over the years. Miss Lan Fudy, since we still have a long journey to that so-called plain market, let's not make the students work so hard to replenish their energy, Wu Wei said casually. After all, everyone's spiritual energy level is still low, and accumulating spiritual energy through cultivation is not easy. With that, Wu Wei activated his spiritual power. A crystal-clear, teardrop-shaped treasure appeared before everyone. It resembled a drop of water, yet it remained condensed and did not dissipate, constantly releasing a powerful and majestic aura. This Lan Fudy, being a noble woman from a prominent family, was well versed in such matters and immediately recognized the treasure. She exclaimed in astonishment, This is actually divine liquid. Divine liquid is a specialty of divine civilizations or cultivation civilizations. Its energy is pure and vast, making it highly absorbable. However, cultivation civilizations call it immortal dew. Its uses are wide-ranging. For example, it can be used to rapidly advance in spiritual energy cultivation, or for breakthroughs, or even for limb regeneration. When Lan Fudy broke through from the peak of level 8 to level 9, her family ancestor bestowed upon her a drop of divine liquid, which allowed her to advance smoothly. This is the legendary divine liquid. Long Hun Yi Teng, 2 noblemen, also exclaimed in surprise. They had heard of the divine liquid's fame, but it was extremely rare and precious. They had never even seen one. As for the other ordinary students, they had never even heard of divine liquid and inquired about it. Long Hun Yi Teng, one after the other, recounted the various spiritual benefits of the divine liquid, ultimately emphasizing its immense value. A single drop was worth 1,000 star coins. Star coins were the high-end currency of this universe, each one incredibly valuable. Even selling thousands or tens of thousands of tons of ordinary metal ore wouldn't yield more than a few star coins. As they spoke, everyone's eyes lit up. Divine liquid. What a magnificent treasure. A single drop worth thousands of star coins, even selling themselves wouldn't buy it. This. Lan Fudy was so shocked by Wu Wei's outrageous generosity that she could barely speak. Your Highness means to use the divine liquid to replenish the spaceship's spiritual energy. What? Can't it be converted? Wu Wei's mental projection looked at Lan Fudy with a surprised expression. No. Lan Fudy hurriedly explained nervously, the divine liquid's energy is pure, neutral, and balanced. It can replenish the spaceship's spiritual energy in no time, not even a drop is needed. But, wouldn't that be a bit wasteful? It's just a drop of divine liquid, what's wasteful about it? Wu Wei said with an air of extravagance. Miss Lan Fudy, hurry up and set off. I was thinking of checking out the dimensional market. The dimensional market, mentioned casually by the other party, piqued Wu Wei's interest. He had obtained similar information from fragments of the old God of Light's memories. With enough money, one could buy any treasure they wanted in the dimensional market. For treasures at the level of a star core, searching the universe alone would truly rely on luck. Perhaps a few decades, perhaps even centuries. Alright. Lamfuti, suppressing her heartache, injected the divine power contained in the divine liquid into the spaceship. In an instant, the spaceship's energy rapidly surged to its maximum, and its single drop of divine power had only consumed less than 30%. Then, the two spaceships exploded in bursts of light one after the other, disappearing into the depths of space. Several months passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 323 Cross-Dimensional Market. Two small spaceships silently navigated the cosmos. Despite their high speed, on the grand scale of the universe, they moved like tortoises, as insignificant as specks of dust. Inside the small spaceship, a modified Punisher-class assault ship, in front of the bridge, Wu Wei lay on a modified armchair, idly flipping through a biographical novel copied from The Killing People to pass the time. The starlight of outer space was indeed beautiful, but after seeing it too often, it became monotonous and aesthetically tiring. However, it must be said that Wu Wei's divine body was indeed worthy of the countless resources and massive amounts of divine power he had consumed. Even leaning back casually, the unintentional aura he exuded still commanded respect and trembled with fear. The light shone down, highlighting his features with unparalleled sharpness. At first glance, he was incomparably handsome, like a meticulously sculpted work of art. The maids standing in the corner lowered their heads, not daring to look at him even once, for a glance would make their faces flush and their hearts race uncontrollably. Suddenly, the almost perfect-looking Saint Lloyd appeared at the bridge cabin door, bowing and reporting, "Your Highness, our friend, Miss Lamfuti, from the Calling People, has sent a message. We will arrive at the port of the Kois trading market in an hour. Please prepare." "Understood." Wu Wei waved away the angel, casually put down his novel, and walked to the porthole. The Kois trading market was the name of the dimensional market in the Calling People's eyes. After 3 months, passing through several wormholes, they were finally almost there. 3 months was indeed a very long time when Wu Wei was still on Earth. But on the grand time scale of the universe, it was not even a fleeting moment. Earth. Wu Wei's gaze became somewhat profound. Over 100 years had passed, and that name seemed to be getting further and further away. In the vast universe, Wu Wei had no idea where Earth was. Based on his research of existing star maps, he discovered that the star system he was in was not a Milky Way at all. However, so much time had passed, even if he returned to Earth, everything would likely be completely different. Wu Wei put aside his distracting thoughts and looked out through the large, curved porthole in front of the bridge. A star had appeared in the silent, deep void ahead, radiating a vibrant and dazzling light. This seemingly brilliant and harmless light was actually cosmic rays containing a considerable amount of energy. Without being filtered by the crystalline walls and ozone layer, direct gaze could blind even a level 1 or level 2 mortal for a short time. Of course, for Wu Wei's divine body, which had consumed countless resources, the destructive power of these cosmic rays was almost negligible. Not only could he not look directly at the star, but his gaze could even penetrate the layers of void, clearly seeing the surging red storms and moving black spots on the star's surface. Under the star's light, the silence and coldness of the void were dispelled, and the entire star system was illuminated in a dazzling array of colors, a bizarre and wondrous sight. Bathed in sunlight, even the ship's hull was tinged with an orange-red glow. Not far ahead of the spaceship, enveloped in the starlight, a colossal, futuristic-looking structure slowly rotated along its orbit. This behemoth possessed bright metallic energy-gathering panels, intersecting arc-shaped orbits, and starports extending like branches into the void. Within the intersecting orbits, spherical spaces hung like fruits from the branches, also appearing draped in an orange-red hue under the starlight. At the very center of this behemoth, encased in layers of energy shields, a high-energy reactor, resembling a heart, emitted wave after wave of 7-colored light, like tides or a heartbeat. Before him stood a gigantic space station. Wu Wei raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had assumed this legendary trading market was built on an asteroid. He hadn't realized that building such a giant space station was far more complicated than terraforming an asteroid. A level 1 cosmic civilization couldn't possibly construct one, it would require at least level 2 or higher. Moreover, Having the capability to create such a massive space station and casually creating one just to use as a trading market are two completely different concepts. Your Highness, a mental projection appeared beside Wu Wei, gradually coalescing into the likeness of Lan Futy. She respectfully apologized. We are now at the Kois Plain Grand Market. Please follow me, Your Highness, to avoid violating market regulations and causing unnecessary trouble. Understood. Before coming to this market, Wu Wei had already learned about its general situation from Lan Futy. The Kois Plain Grand Market is a public market established by the Kois civilization within the star system, a place where private battles are strictly prohibited. It was created by an alien civilization called Kois. For an alien civilization to create a grand market and still survive and thrive here, intimidating all other civilizations, what kind of powerful existence must it be? According to Lan Futy's private deduction, the Kois civilization is at least a level 4 civilization with level 13 beings, because there is a terrifying level 12 being who has been stationed in this plain market for many years. Therefore, even Wu Wei didn't want to make any mistakes in such a place, so he immediately and obediently shut down the weapon systems. Guided by the Blue-Feldy spaceship, Wu Wei's ship slowed down and flew towards the giant, futuristic-looking space station. Welcome to the Kois trading market. Weapon monitoring system activated. Shipboard weapons not activated. Suddenly, an unfamiliar electronic voice came from inside the ship. Clearly, Wu Wei's ship had entered the signal range of the trading market's intelligent computer. According to market regulations, Wu Wei did not use any means to cut off the other party's detection. The intelligent computer's straightforward electronic voice continued to broadcast, and after a series of monitoring, the assault ship that Wu Wei was on was finally determined to be safe. Navigation activated. Please follow the navigation system to the docking platform. In the flat, emotionless electronic voice, a beam of light appeared in the void ahead. Guided by the light, the assault ship quickly glided into the docking platform. Wu Wei left the others behind and disembarked the ship with 2 level 9 archangels. Your Highness, please come this way. Lan Futy, who had already taken the lead, waved from afar. Wu Wei casually floated in front of her, sizing up the beautiful blue-skinned woman, and smiled calmly. Miss Lan Futy, strictly speaking, this is our first meeting. Their previous exchanges and meetings had all taken place through mental projection. They hadn't actually met each other with their eyes. Lan Futy was taken aback, then quickly understood, and hurriedly bowed respectfully, saying, Lan Futy greets Your Highness, and thanks Your Highness for your previous assistance. No need to be polite. This time, I'll be relying heavily on Miss Lan Futy's guidance. I come from another star system, and this is my first time seeing a dimensional market. I'm completely unfamiliar with this place. Wu Wei adopted the manners of a well-mannered young master from a noble family. Your Highness is too kind. Lan Futy respectfully and politely began acting as Wu Wei's guide. Since this was Wu Wei's first time at the trading market, he needed to register at the service center and obtain a trading certificate before he could trade normally. Therefore, Lan Futy led Wu Wei to register first. The service center was a hemispherical space with a bright silver metal shell decorated with intricate patterns, its luster flowing under the bright lights, exuding a mysterious aura. The entrance was bustling with people. Wu Wei glanced around and saw a wizard wearing a tall, pointed hat and a black hooded robe, a cyborg with octopus-like mechanical claws on the back of its head, and a cultivator in a flowing robe, ethereal and otherworldly. This scene left Wu Wei, who had just arrived in the universe, somewhat speechless. Your Highness, Lan Futy introduced to Wu Wei using her mental power. That person wearing a tall hat and a black robe, surrounded by a mysterious black aura, is a level 9 powerhouse from the Wumo civilization, a level 2 civilization in the star region. The Wumo civilization? As Lan Futy explained, Wu Wei understood that it was an advanced civilization on the wizarding side. They firmly believed in truth, adhered to the laws of the universe, and possessed a wide variety of extremely powerful witchcraft. In fact, this was a high-level magical civilization. There was also a group of mages in the plane of light who had interacted with Wu Wei quite a bit. However, due to the absolute dominance of the Church of Light in the plane of light, magical civilizations on that plane remained a very small minority and were subject to the Church's control, even having to be dispatched in critical moments. Actually, Wu Wei was being very polite. Back when the old god of light ruled the plane, magic and witchcraft were strictly prohibited, and anyone found practicing magic and witchcraft would be judged as a heretic. As Wu Wei curiously observed the level 9 wizard, the wizard keenly sensed the peeping, but seemed to perceive Wu Wei's power and terrifying presence even more acutely. He immediately greeted him respectfully in the common language of the star system, saying, "Respected powerful being from the divine side, would you mind serving me?" "No, it's just that this is the first time I've seen a wizard in an outer star system, and I'm a little curious." Wu Wei had taken a moment to quickly digest the common language of the star system, so communication was seamless. The wizard was taken aback, offering an awkward but polite smile. He was probably internally cursing, "You ignorant brat, do you think you're in a zoo?" If he weren't outmatched by this divine side brat, he would have already lost his temper. At this moment, Wu Wei had already turned his attention to other beings, such as the octopus-like mechanical life form. According to Lan Futi, it came from a level 2 mechanical civilization whose development path was to abandon the physical body and achieve power and immortality through mechanical life forms. However, Wu Wei was more interested in the middle-aged man with wide sleeves and a flowing robe, who appeared ethereal and stood on a flying sword. He looked almost exactly like a human, only taller and more perfect, with skin as smooth and lustrous as jade. Moreover, his aura was stronger than that of the level 9 wizard. Although he had not yet broken through to level 10, he was already considered very powerful among level 9 wizards. Chapter 324 The Privileges of the Gods. Cultivator knew from the fragments of the old God of Light's memories that cultivators, or rather, immortal cultivators, were not uncommon in the vast universe, belonging to powerful and quite mainstream civilization. Okay. Wu Wei admitted that he was extremely curious upon seeing a real cultivator for the first time. Back on Earth, he had read quite a few cultivation novels. If given the chance, he might make friends and exchange skills. Unexpectedly, when the cultivator sensed Wu Wei's gaze, he instantly frowned, revealing an arrogant and disdainful attitude, and turned his head away, clearly indicating a desire to keep his distance. His Wu Wei gasped. Was this attitude really necessary to be so rude? Wu Wei felt like he'd been screwed over. Had he offended him? What was wrong with him, a dignified god-level expert, glancing at him a few times? If it weren't for the rule against fighting in the market, he would have personally beaten him up. Your Highness, please don't be angry, Lan Futi quickly comforted him, seeing Wu Wei's uncertain expression. The cultivator civilization has always been like this, with a disdainful attitude towards other civilizations. Especially towards a powerful being like you on the divine side, they have a lot of opinions about it. Alright. Wu Wei understood, they treated him like a heretic. However, according to the cultivator's theories, other civilizations were probably all considered heretical in their eyes. Hell, kid, don't fall into my hands, or you'll be sorry. Wu Wei glared at him unhappily. But then again, the species in this dimensional market were truly abundant, with countless species from various civilizations. Besides a few humanoid species, there were many more non-human intelligent races. There were sky elves with pointed ears and pearly skin, starry sky giant apes covered in black fur like enlarged chimpanzees, gallant octopuses with human upper bodies and octopus lower bodies, and ancient elves with butterfly wings and less than a third the height of humans. The variety was dazzling. Following behind Wu Wei, the six-winged dark angel Isabella stared wide-eyed in shock. These are all intelligent races. Although she had heard of some before, she still felt her worldview being completely shattered. Having only visited a limited number of planes like the plane of light, how could she have imagined that the vast universe contained so many wondrous or even bizarre intelligent races and strange civilizations? Her companion, Lloyd, remained silent, but his expression mirrored hers, equally shocked, equally bewildered. Wu Wei smiled faintly. This is the vast universe. The vast universe? This is the vast universe? The two six-winged dark angels pondered these words, seemingly gaining some understanding. Let's go, let's register. Before they could fully comprehend it, Wu Wei strode into the service center. The service center's dome was very high, and the bright lights gave it a solemn and dignified feel. Inside the hall, many intelligent races were queuing up under the guidance of intelligent computers to receive numbers. Once their numbers were called, they would proceed to the window to complete their business. Here, people from wizarding, mechanical, and cultivation civilizations all behaved themselves well. Despite the large number of people, everything remained orderly. Wu Wei rubbed his nose. How many years had it been since he'd had to queue for a number? He remembered back on Earth, queuing was a constant occurrence. He was already a god, Did he still need to queue? This. Lamfuti seemed to agree that having the divine child queue was inappropriate, and was just about to devise a solution when a beautiful blue-skinned Kelling woman approached him. She had long, dark blue hair, a graceful figure, and captivating poise. Even with her different skin tone, she was still a great beauty in Wu Wei's eyes. Of course, compared to Lamfuti, she was far inferior. Your esteemed divine being, Kelling woman Nosa is at your service. Reaching Wu Wei, she respectfully bowed according to Kelling etiquette, her attitude extremely humble. You may tell me any needs you may have. A divine being? Wu Wei raised an eyebrow. Indeed, even in a completely unfamiliar civilization, powerful gods still enjoy special treatment. Someone of Wu Wei's level would be treated as a distinguished guest even in a level 3 or 4 civilization. The difference between a level 9 demigod and a level 10 god is immense, a fundamental difference like heaven and earth. Let alone a powerful god like Wu Wei who can change bodies at will. Even ordinary god-level experts living for thousands or tens of thousands of years is not uncommon. Many level 1 civilizations rely entirely on a single ancestral god-level expert to maintain their prestige. This demonstrates the value of a level 10 expert. I apologize, Your Highness. Lamfuti's expression faltered slightly, and she hurriedly apologized. I'm not quite familiar with the market's regulations regarding gods. She then quickly said to the beautiful Kelling woman, Nosa, Miss Nosa, I am Lamfuti, the eldest daughter of the Lanling family. This Prince Wu Wei is a distinguished guest of our Lanling family. Please help him register his identity. Nosa smiled slightly and said, so this god is also a distinguished guest of our Kelling people. Miss Lamfuti, rest assured, I will take good care of His Highness. While outwardly remaining calm, her attitude towards Wu Wei became even more respectful. Since this was a prince, it meant his father must be an even more powerful god, perhaps level 11 or 12, someone not to be easily offended. However, as an employee of the powerful Koi civilization, respecting gods did not mean she feared them. If a god-level expert caused trouble, the market management would inevitably send an even stronger god-level expert to suppress them. The beautiful Norsa, a Kelling, bowed to Wu Wei and led his entourage to a nearby rest area. She then summoned a light screen and began operating it. Soon, a robot served Wu Wei and his attendants local delicacies from the nearby star system. Wu Wei ate and drank while waiting, quite content. Compared to the ordinary intelligent races patiently queuing in the main hall, he was receiving VIP treatment. The ordinary intelligent races in line occasionally cast envious glances, but dared not look too closely, their expressions filled with awe. Just as Wu Wei was leisurely enjoying his food, a commotion suddenly arose behind him. He turned around and saw a huge, octopus-like blue creature trying to squeeze through the service center entrance. However, it was simply too large to fit through. Another beautiful female Kelling rushed over and stood beside it, forcing a smile as she advised, Honorable God-level expert, the dome of the trading center is only 10 meters high. Your size far exceeds that, and you must use a miniature avatar to enter. If you don't have a suitable avatar, the service center can also provide a bionic psionic robot as a carrier of your consciousness. Wu Wei chuckled. He recognized the creature, it was a star-devouring beast. Star-devouring beasts weren't particularly intelligent, barely qualifying as an intelligent species. Among cosmic creatures, they were considered to have very good tempers, but they were incredibly voracious. It was said that a litter of star-devouring beasts once devoured an asteroid in 10 years. Given 100 years, they could probably devour an entire star system. Fortunately, this species had difficulty reproducing, otherwise, no matter how many star systems there were, they wouldn't be enough for them to eat. However, they were excellent miners. Because star-devouring beasts had a unique digestive system that couldn't digest metal, keeping them in a mine allowed them to empty a small mine in just a few months. Their mining efficiency was exceptionally high, and it was also cheap. Some civilized races are quite willing to hire them for mining. It's a mystery what this star-devouring beast ate to reach level 10, that's quite rare. It's just a pity for that beautiful young woman from the Calling race. Persuading a star-devouring beast with a brain full of stones won't be easy. Respected God, this is your transaction certificate. Just as Wu Wei was enjoying the spectacle, the beautiful Calling woman, Nosa, had completed a series of complex operations and successfully applied for the transaction certificate. She pushed a metal box delivered by a psionic robot onto the table in front of Wu Wei and respectfully said, You are a god. qualified to apply for an anonymous transaction certificate. During the transaction, only the certificate number will be displayed, and no information about you will be leaked. You only need to input your mental power to bind it to use it normally. If you don't need anonymity, or want to use a special title, you can complete the setting with a single thought after binding your divine consciousness. Wu Wei nodded reservedly, thinking to himself, the privileges of gods are truly omnipresent. Anonymity was exactly what he needed. He didn't even know who the old God of Light's enemies were. If he dared to wander the universe under the name of God of Light, those enemies would bring an army and wipe him out in no time. That wasn't how he was going to commit suicide. It was better to keep a low profile. He opened the metal box. Inside, there was a smooth cloth, and on the cloth was a small, pale gold metal chip, somewhat like a chip, its surface emitting a faint blue light. The transaction certificate uses the most advanced psionic photon material. It can be directly integrated into flesh and blood, and can also be removed at any time, the beautiful Kelling woman, Nosa, explained at the opportune moment. It automatically records your transaction process and information and submits it to the quantum brain. This data is mainly used to collect transaction taxes from sellers, monitor restricted items, and prevent illegal transactions. It won't affect you in any way, so you can use it with confidence. Wu Wei nodded to indicate he understood. He reached out and took out the chip, inputting his divine sense into it. The chip flashed, and its surface was instantly covered with a layer of intricate golden patterns. Binding complete. Wu Wei casually placed the chip on the back of his hand. With a thud, the chip instantly melted and seeped into his skin like water, leaving no visible trace. He probed it with his divine sense, and the chip's functions immediately surfaced in his mind. Just as Nosa had said, the chip indeed had no effect on him. He could force it out of his body at any time. It was simply giving him VIP privileges, allowing him to trade normally in the market and enjoy godlike treatment. There was one more thing Nosa hadn't mentioned. As a god, he didn't need to pay taxes on transactions in this market. However, she guessed this was the same in all dimensional trading markets, a right naturally enjoyed by gods, and she felt there was no need to specifically point it out, so she hadn't said it. Nosa, right? I'm very satisfied with your service. Having obtained the transaction voucher, it was time to browse the trading market. Wu Wei stood up from the chair in the rest area, casually flicked his wrist, and a tenth of the divine liquid transformed into golden light, landing in the hand of the beautiful Kelling woman, Nosa, as a tip. After doing this, he turned and left the service center. Thank you, my divine being. Thank you, my divine being. The beautiful Kelling woman, Nosa, was overjoyed. She quickly stood up to see Wu Wei off, escorting him all the way to the door before returning. Nosa, what's wrong? Why are you so happy? At this moment, another beautiful Kelling woman had finally gotten rid of the troublesome god-level star-devouring beast. Turning around and seeing her colleague's radiant smile, she couldn't help but ask, "Look." Nosa happily held out her hand. A tenth of a drop of divine liquid lay quietly in her palm, radiating divine power. Divine liquid. The Kelling woman exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. She quickly covered Nosa's hand again, glancing warily left and right. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, she breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing her like this, Nosa couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, I'm very careful, no one saw. But you can't be careless. The beautiful young woman from Kelling said solemnly, this is divine liquid, judging from its power, it's probably a tenth of a drop, which is no small amount. If the person in charge sees it, it's hard to say how much you can keep. Don't worry, I'll use it up later, I definitely won't let anyone find out. Nosa happily put away the tenth of a drop of divine liquid. The beautiful young woman from Kelling looked on with envy. You're so lucky, you actually met such a generous god. I can't do that, that god didn't seem to want to give a tip at all, and I didn't dare to remind him. Actually, she wanted to complain more about how difficult that god was to serve, but the power of a god was not to be trifled with, and who knew if you would immediately find out if she spoke ill of a god, so she had to keep quiet. Nosa naturally understood her thoughts and patted her shoulder to comfort her, saying, you were unlucky today, but you'll have good luck in the future. Being qualified to serve a god-level being, countless people envy you. That's true, the beautiful Kaylingren thought about it and felt relieved. The two chatted and laughed as they returned to their original resting place. Of course, it would be best if they could be chosen by a god-level being and taken as a personal maid. Wu Wei was naturally unaware of what was happening here, and didn't know that he had inadvertently been labeled generous and become the object of those beauties' fantasies. At this moment, Wu Wei and his companions had already entered the large market and begun to browse. Chapter 325 Treasure Pavilion. My lord, a green-skinned alien, less than 1.5 meters tall, greeted Wu Wei with an enthusiastic smile, recommending his product. Look at this magic fervor, it's incredibly rich in energy. A powerful being like you certainly wouldn't need it. But if the army consumes it, it can enhance their combat effectiveness. Wu Wei glanced at the so-called magic fervor, which did indeed contain a small amount of energy. If an ordinary person consumed it regularly, it could strengthen their body and prolong their life. However, Wu Wei was more interested in this green-skinned alien. He was short and appeared frail, yet possessed a surging and powerful strength within him. Even in the bright plane, he would undoubtedly be a legendary powerhouse. Yet here in this market, he could only set up a stall, peddling his so-called magic fervor to passing customers. My lord, my magic fervor is very cheap. Only 1 star coin per ton. If you purchase in bulk, I can give you a 10% discount, the green-skinned alien continued, urging Wu Wei to spend money. Get out of the way, you little brat from the Green Luo civilization. Don't block His Highness the Divine Child's path. Lamfuti glared, an invisible aura forcing the green-skinned alien back 7 or 8 steps. The green-skinned alien looked frightened and shrank back in fear. After forcing the alien back, Lamfuti explained apologetically to Wu Wei, Your Highness, the Green Luo civilization is a level 1 civilization. Their planet only has 1 god-level expert, but he is a plant-type god-level life form, and they produce some strange crops. The Green Luo people are very annoying when they sell their crops. They will pester you. It's alright, Miss Lamfuti, Wu Wei said with a kind smile. Actually, I'm quite interested in this demonic heat. Could you come over and tell me what's going on with it? The green-skinned alien was overjoyed, giving Lamfuti, this wicked servant, a haughty glare before scurrying over to Wu Wei and starting to chatter on and on. After a long, rambling explanation, Wu Wei understood. The divine plant was regarded as a mother goddess by the Green Luo people. It was powerful and adept at producing various rare and precious materials, and could also cultivate some crops with spiritual qualities. However, because the divine plant was too large and difficult to move, the Green Luo people would come to the large market to sell the crops in exchange for the supplies needed for the divine plant. My lord, you don't know, we Green Luo people don't even have a single spaceship, the green-skinned alien said miserably. We have to travel by cargo spaceship, and it takes 3 or 4 years to reach the market. If this batch of goods doesn't sell, we will definitely be punished by the mother goddess. The green-skinned man started playing the victim. Actually, Wu Wei had already learned a bit. Whether it was to boost prosperity or to take care of the weak, the Kois market allowed some weaker level 1 civilizations to set up stalls at the market entrance, only charging a symbolic handling fee. As long as the civilization's specialties were decent, making a little money wasn't too difficult. Those demonic heats, at 1 star yuan per ton, weren't expensive. Although their energy content was far inferior to holy wheat, they could still serve as a food supplement, significantly improving the basic physical constitution of the inhabitants of Wu Wei's plane. A stronger basic constitution made it easier for high-talented life forms to emerge. Holy wheat, while good, had extremely high requirements for its growing environment, making it difficult to cultivate in mortal planes and prone to degeneration. Degenerated holy wheat was even worse than this demonic heat. Alright, Wu Wei casually flicked out a drop of divine liquid, then let's start with 1,100 tons. 1. Over 1,000 tons. The green-skinned creature was utterly terrified, staring timidly at the divine liquid suspended in midair before it, swallowing hard in disbelief. Divine liquid. This was divine liquid. If it swallowed it whole, it would probably advance to level 9. Little green-skinned creature, what are you daydreaming about? Lamfuti glared at it again. Hurry up and deliver His Highness the Divine Child's cargo to our spaceship. If even a ton is missing, I'll skin you alive. Yes, 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 right away, right away. The green-skinned creature shuddered, then bowed and scraped profusely. In truth, for Wu Wei, this 1,000-odd tons was a negligible amount. Even tens of thousands of tons annually would be insufficient to meet demand. However, such a large-scale transaction was truly a challenge for the green-skinned creature. Wu Wei secretly considered visiting the Green Luo civilization to see if he could persuade them to become his god-level farmer. Most importantly, he wanted to see if he could build a special gate on the Green Luo plain, which would significantly reduce the cost of acquiring magical heat. After dismissing the green-skinned creature, Wu Wei continued browsing the various stalls. Most of these stalls belonged to first-level civilizations, and most of their specialties held little appeal for him. However, there were occasional pleasant surprises. For example, one stall belonged to a silicon-based civilization whose planet was rich in various metallic minerals, many of which were even needed by Wu Wei's divine kingdom. These minerals were materials for manufacturing various war machines, and their overall price was extremely low. Therefore, Wu Wei first made a small purchase, and then sent people to be stationed at the main market to slowly collect various supplies. Wu Wei spent quite a day enthusiastically browsing the outer stalls alone. At the same time, he also experienced the power of star yuan as a currency. 1 star yuan could often buy several tons of some lower-grade magic metal ores. However, stalls are just stalls. Most were low-level civilizations selling basic specialty products. Truly good items were almost impossible to find at the stalls. Following Wu Wei's leisurely stroll, Wu Wei and his group entered the real market. Although this was inside a huge space station, the power of the Koi civilization had allowed it to be transformed into a cluster of ancient-style buildings. While a building might not appear very large, once inside, one would find a surprisingly spacious interior. Wu Wei entered an ancient building called the Treasure Pavilion and immediately sensed a change in space. He found himself in a courtyard brimming with energy. This courtyard was vast, containing mountains and lakes, and flocks of giant birds occasionally soared overhead. Tisk tisk, such mastery of spatial laws, truly demonstrating the power of the Koi civilization, Wu Wei praised. This deity has excellent taste. A plump man in white robes greeted Wu Wei with a smile. Welcome to the Treasure Pavilion, sir. It's a directly operated store of our Koi civilization, offering high-quality goods at reasonable prices, well worth a visit. The Koi civilization. Wu Wei squinted at the newcomer. The fat man was chubby and had a friendly, money-making look on his face, but Wu Wei could immediately see the immense and powerful strength hidden within him. A god-level expert. This was the first god-level expert Wu Wei had encountered since leaving the God Kingdom. Was this fat man from the Koi civilization? He did look quite human, except his ears were rounder and his eyes were smaller. Our humanoid genes are very common in the vast universe, the fat man explained with a smile after being sized up by Wu Wei. Although our appearance or skin color may differ slightly due to different survival and evolutionary environments, it's obvious that we should come from the same ancestor. Wu Wei was stunned. The same ancestor? Are you kidding me? The essence of life lies in the reproduction of life and the spread of genes, the fat man said with a chuckle. The more powerful a life form is, the more qualified it is to transmit its genes to every corner of the universe. Our Koi civilization has conducted research, and all humanoid genes share some similarities. Countless years ago, there must have been a very powerful human race that expanded throughout the entire universe. Of course, there's another possibility and conjecture, but that's just conjecture and won't be discussed. Come, distinguished guest, let me introduce you to the products of our Treasure Pavilion. The fat man was very enthusiastic, whether because he knew a big business had come his way, or because he genuinely felt Wu Wei was an ancient relative. Wu Wei also felt that the Koi civilization was extremely powerful. A god-level expert was actually running a shop here. He immediately said politely, "My name is Wu Wei, what's your name, brother?" "Oh, it's Brother Wu Wei. You can just call me Lean." The fat man, Lean, said with a smile, "Just because Brother Wu Wei called me brother, I, Lean, will give you a 10% discount on all goods." "Then thank you very much, brother, for introducing them to me first." Wu Wei didn't refuse. His main purpose in traveling this time was to purchase essential resources for upgrading his divine kingdom. He also wanted to broaden his horizons, and if there were any other good things, he wouldn't mind buying them. Of course. Since Brother Wu Wei is the esteemed Prince of God, then the Father God must have already built a divine kingdom, the fat man Lean said with a friendly smile. A divine kingdom requires a lot of manpower. "Brother, take a look at our slaves first." With a wave of his hand, the surrounding scene changed, transforming into a terrain similar to an ancient Roman gladiatorial arena. In the huge plaza below, there were thousands of light circles, each containing a life form. These life forms had diverse appearances, some were in beast form, some humanoid, and even some were plant-like or silicon-based. These life forms became slaves for various reasons, the fat man Lean said with a smile. We have implanted chips in their consciousness to ensure maximum loyalty, so there will be no risk of betrayal. Slaves. Wu Wei rubbed his nose. Although he had long anticipated that the universe would be a cruel melting pot, seeing it with his own eyes still filled him with mixed emotions. Those level 7 slaves are relatively inexpensive, Lian said with a smile. The wholesale price is 315 star coins each, and they are sold in batches of 50. 315 star yuan. Wu Wei began to ponder. That was equivalent to 315 points of divine power. If Wu Wei had a Holy Spirit and cultivated it to the level of a level 7 war angel, that would only require a couple hundred points of divine power. Even if he used divine power to infuse some promising mortals to reach level 7, it would probably consume about the same amount. Therefore, this price was somewhat uneconomical for Wu Wei. Rather than buying level 7 slaves, it would be better to use the divine power resources on his own people. Seeing that Wu Wei didn't seem very interested, Fatty Lean simply waved his hand, and 90% of the slaves on the field disappeared, leaving behind about 1,000 or so orbs of light. He then said, level 8 slaves are highly sought after in the universe. I'll give you 1,600 star yuan each, minimum order of 20. Expensive. Not worth it. Although the other party's sincerity in offering a discount was very obvious, for Wu Wei, buying these random slaves was not as worthwhile as slowly cultivating his own direct lineage with divine power. Especially since, as long as the Holy Spirit was abundant, an 8th level combat unit did not need to consume 1,600 divine power at all. Similarly, those 9th level slaves recommended by Fatty Lean cost at least 6 or 7,000, and some even tens of thousands of star coins. For Wu Wei, this was also not worthwhile. After Fatty Lean's series of operations, Wu Wei did not spend a single penny. Even so, the other party did not show any impatience. On the contrary, the look in the other party's eyes became more solemn. Obviously, the other party's divine kingdom was not short of manpower and its overall strength was powerful. However, thinking about it, it made sense. One of their divine sons was already at the divine level, which showed that the strength of their divine side civilization was not weak. Brother, you are not interested in 9th level slaves. It seems that I misjudged you. However, the buying and selling of divine level slaves is prohibited in the universe. Fatty Lean laughed and said, then let's look at the others, such as the rare and precious materials of the various elements. Fatty waved his hand, and the scene changed again. Wu Wei and the others seemed to be in a treasure pavilion, where various rare and precious materials were placed in compartments, emitting different colored lights, showing their extraordinary value. Is this the heart of nature? Wu Wei saw a green crystal in one of the treasure pavilions, constantly shining with a powerful life aura. He was no stranger to the heart of nature, after all, he had once sold himself for it. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.